Chapter 308. Saroma recovered from her initial shock and bewilderment. You want to take me away? Take me back to Constellation. The lights around the dining room swayed slightly in the wind, as if responding to the young lady's words. She raised her head, her voice trembling slightly. Is this what you really mean? Facing the young lady's green eyes, Thales was at a loss for words. A faint sense of awkwardness and relief crept into his heart at the same time. I just said, Thales felt a splitting headache, but the words had already left his mouth. He could only keep thinking about this sudden idea and the possibility of carrying it out. The prince kept rubbing his hands and observed the Archduchess' expression. I think, but Thales immediately shut his mouth. At that moment, the Archduchess was quietly staring at him through the pince-nez the prince gave her with a gaze that Thales could not understand. At that moment, Thales felt that he did not recognize the young lady in front of him. But, why should I go with you? Saroma spoke softly. Her voice seemed to come from dozens of meters away, indistinct and indistinct. With what identity and for what reason should I go with you? Saroma turned her head gently. Her voice was steady, but her words were intermittent, as if she was carrying an unparalleled weight. Could it be, like the promised King Nuvan mentioned back then, as your fiancé? At that moment, the young lady's eyes seemed to have some terrifying power, forcing Thales to look elsewhere, as if the other party's expression was the most terrifying poison in the world. The second prince had never been so embarrassed before. Perhaps only the first time he met King Kessel could compare to this moment. Especially after he realized that he might have said something that could easily be misunderstood. Thales panted and hurriedly shook his head. Hey, no, Saroma, I didn't mean for you to elope with me. At that moment, it was as if someone had frozen the air in the room. The Archduchess lowered her head. Then why? Saroma spoke slowly, her voice turning cold. Thales, who was increasingly embarrassed, exhaled painfully. He spent a few seconds to reorganize his emotions. The Alliance of Freedom, marriage, vassals, Black Sand region, the city of faraway prayers. He squeezed out these few words stiffly. His words were not very coherent. All of these are just the beginning. In the future, you will face even more terrifying things, such as having to make cruel choices, such as the enemy's conspiracy that has been brewing for several years. For example, you may eventually lose the position of Archduke, and the tragic fate that comes with it. You will see even more terrifying things, and you will be in the most vulnerable position. You have pitifully few bargaining chips in your hands, and even the people around you. When he thought of how secretive Nicholas was and Lisbon's serious and solemn demeanor, Thales subconsciously stopped talking. I can't always protect you, Saroma, and neither can anyone else. Thales panted. The more he spoke, the heavier his heart became. For your safety, to stay away from these dangers, the Archduchess raised her head slightly and interrupted the prince. I see. Saroma's expression changed. Taking me away is for my safety. Saroma looked elsewhere and snorted with the ghost of a smile. I understand now. That's the reason. I understand now. There can't be any other reason, can there? You just can't say that word. That word? Thales looked at her like this, and an indescribable feeling filled his heart. No, Saroma, just like in the past. The girl sighed softly. There was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. You worry about me, love me, and pity me, just because I'm weak and need protection, just like a certain puppy. So you have to take me away. Just like in the past, this is the reason, the only reason. Thales took a deep breath. Saroma, but Saroma seemed to be immersed in her own world and ignored him. That's right. That's me. The weak and helpless me who closes my eyes and waits for death, forever waiting for others to reach out to me. Thales was slightly stunned. The girl's gaze was fixed in the air, and her voice trembled slightly. Do you still remember, 6 years ago, when I was captured by that monster, the blood calamity? It was full of people, or at least, human parts, eyeballs, lips, ears, internal organs, limbs, all soaked in blood. All of them trembled before your eyes. Dark, slippery, bloody. Thales's memory was brought back to the body of the Hydra, Kilika, Giza's pet. When he remembered those severed limbs, he felt uncomfortable. He lowered his head and did not speak. He had nothing to say. I remember that I couldn't stop trembling, and I couldn't stop crying. Saroma clenched the tablecloth in her hand and stared at the food on the table with a pale face. Because I could only cry. I could only cry. I could only cry. All I could do was cry and wait for death. At that time, can you imagine how I felt? The lights in the dining room flickered slightly. Their shadows also trembled. Thales felt his tongue become heavy. I'm sorry, that was. He said with difficulty. That was my fault. The prince whispered in his heart. It was me who caused you. Saroma suddenly raised her head and stared at Thales. Her gaze became much gentler. Until you, Thales. You appeared before me with that strange short sword in your hand, covered in blood and with a tired face. The Archduchess' tone was calm, but it was difficult to conceal the rise and fall of her voice. Just like how you went against King Nuvan's majesty and pulled me away from his side without hesitation that same night. Thales froze for a moment. When I was at my most desperate, you came to save me, she said faintly. You were the only light in that nightmare, Thales. Can you imagine that feeling again? Thales stared blankly at Saroma, who was behaving abnormally. He felt rather upset. Just like now, again. The Archduchess sighed slightly and looked at the knife and fork beside her hand with a complicated expression. Are you going to save me again? Save the girl who has always been under your care and protection, save that cowering, timid, and trembling little rascal. Because this is the only image I have in your heart, right? So, I will never be able to be looked at as an equal by you. Thales frowned deeply. He felt that the girl in front of him was giving him a deeper sense of unfamiliarity. She, Saroma. Thales' voice was subconsciously tinged with doubt and uneasiness. What happened? Why would you ask this? Saroma let out a cold laugh. You know, for more than a month, Seal has been trying to convince me that being too close to you is not a good thing. The Archduchess shook her head forcefully, as if she was trying to get rid of something dirty in her mind. But I told him that since that nightmarish night 6 years ago, I knew that even Seal, Lord Nicholas, Justin, and all of Dragon Cloud City had betrayed me. You, Thales Jade Star, would also stand in front of me and protect me without hesitation, just like you did to the calamities 6 years ago. Thales shuddered violently. If I can't trust you like this, who else can I trust? Saroma lowered her head and the corners of her mouth curled up into a bitter arc. I know you have a lot of secrets, Thales. Saroma's tone was weary and disappointed. Her voice was hoarse. Who else can I trust? I know you have a lot of secrets, Thales. Saroma's tone was weary and disappointed. Her voice was hoarse. Whether it's your persistence in searching for records about the Battle of Eradication and the Great Dragon, your request to go out once a month to play chess, the Blood Calamity and the Blue-Robed Calamity, and the reason why they are looking for you, at that moment, Thales did not speak. But when he looked at the girl, his eyes could not help but tremble slightly. But I did not tell any of them to Seal and the others. The Archduchess took a deep breath and said, I know that you must treasure these secrets very much. I also know that since they are your secrets, they will definitely not harm me. Yes, Thales, I trust you, Saroma lowered her head and said hoarsely. I trust you with my life. Silence. A complicated and indescribable feeling filled Thales' heart, making his mouth taste bitter. Yes, Saroma is not a little girl without any characteristics. On the contrary, she is very sensitive and very sharp. It's just that most of the time, she hides herself behind the lenses. No one knows, and probably no one cares. Including me. But, Thales Jade Star, what exactly am I to you? Saroma raised her head with great difficulty. Once again, the girl gritted her teeth and said, am I your burden? Is it a responsibility you can't shake off? Is it a bargaining chip you hold in your hands? Is it worth it for you to save me again and again? Or is it a fiancé you were forced to accept? Thales swore that he had never seen such an expression on Saroma's face. It was a complicated mix of melancholy, hesitation, pain, resentment, anger, and grievance. All of them gathered in the Archduchess' crystal-clear eyes behind the lenses. It was as if the little rascal he knew for the past 6 years was just a false shell, and the Saroma before him was the true face that Thales had never been able to uncover. No, it's neither. She held back the tears that were almost forced out of her eyes and said in a choked voice, now, I understand. The second prince could no longer say anything. He could only stare at the little rascal in front of him in a daze. He did not know her, or rather, he did not care about her. Saroma twisted her stiff neck and forced herself to stare at Thales with all her might. There was a hint of sarcasm in her sobbing voice that she could not hide. You, Prince Thales, are different from most nobles. You have a unique and warm heart. You have your own principles. You can't stand the people around you suffering and being indifferent, that's why you always lend a helping hand to the weak, right? Like me. Thales stared at her sadly. He felt a heavy weight on his chest. Disappointment and pain flickered in the depths of Saroma's crystal-clear eyes. An indescribable light was released from behind the lenses. You can't bear to see me being forced to decide on my marriage. You can't bear to see me in danger. You can't bear to see me facing all the archdukes alone. So you came to save me without hesitation. Just like how you returned to heroic Spirit Palace without hesitation and faced the archdukes all those years ago. Of course, you still feel guilty. You feel that you have to take responsibility for sending me to the position of an archduke, right? So, you pity me, sympathize with me, help me, and protect me. Saroma tried her best to make her sobbing sound like a sneer, but she was obviously unsuccessful. But to you, I'm just one of the countless weak people you've pitied and saved. Whether I want to or not, there's nothing more. In the next second, the young girl clenched her fists tightly. Her arms trembled slightly, as though she was enduring a great deal of pain. The dining room returned to an uneasy silence. There were only 2 breaths left. One was trembling and unstable, and the other was long and dull. Saroma clenched her teeth. Her eyes behind the pince-nez were soaked with tears, and her chin trembled slightly. Finally, a tear fell from the corner of her left eye. Thales closed his eyes. He sighed and bowed his head. Saroma clenched her teeth. She extended her hand and wiped away the tear on the left side of her face, trembling but determined. However, she could not stop the tear from falling from her right eye. So, you will never put me in the same world as you. You will never treat me as your. She could not continue. Saroma turned her head to the other side so that Thales could not see her tears. This is the whole meaning of taking me away. A few weak people who urgently need to be saved are no more than you saving any puppy on the street. Because this is my position in your eyes. Saroma. Thales sighed. He used all his strength to force himself to speak. At the same time, he deliberately avoided the topic he did not want to talk about the most. Maybe you shouldn't think so much. We are partners who have always fought side by side, partners. No. You said before that Lionel Tabark is like a brilliant diamond that shines brightly under the sun. You can't forget her. Saroma laughed coldly with tears in her eyes. Her expression was mournful and resolute. In comparison, Saroma of Dragon Cloud City, no, little rascal of Dragon Cloud City, is probably just an annoying and incompetent weakling, waiting for your charity and protection. Thales clenched his fists. Of course not. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out a few words. You are different to me. Different? The young girl took a deep breath. She took off her glasses and wiped the tears off her face forcefully. Saroma shook her head and snorted coldly with a choked voice. No, Thales, it's been 6 years. I know you too well. Maybe you haven't noticed it yourself. The women you truly admire are only those who are strong, independent, self-centered, and radiate a dazzling light. Your eyes will only light up for them. Thales furrowed his brows. For example, that Duchess. Even though she is thousands of miles away, she can still make you admire her from the bottom of your heart. For example, that female officer Gines. As a teacher, even though you haven't seen her for 6 years, she has never faded from your heart. For example, the fortress flower. She is a warrior who stands in front of the storm like an iron wall. The second prince took a deep breath. He only felt that his tongue was stiff. Even the female vampire you're talking about, the one who betrayed you and pushed you into a corner, the ugly one called Serena or Terina. At least she is strong and terrifying. She can make you extremely fearful and inexplicably vigilant every time you mention her. Then, you place her in the most important position in your eyes. Saroma put on her pince-nez again. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen. Only people like them can attract your attention and make it hard for you to forget them. Only people like them can stand in front of you, look straight into your eyes, and talk to you as equals and independently. Her tone became calm again, but the emotions in her words were cold. And that girl who only knows how to hide in the library, obedient to the vassals, terrified of politics, and trembling in the face of difficulties, she can only hide in the corner of your eyes forever. She can always be protected, led, pitied. She can only be helped by you, receive your grace, and be saved by you forever. She can never stand in the same world as you. Even someone as noble as you, even someone as kind as you, is actually no different from my vassals. Only strength can make them submit. Similarly, only independent and self-reliant women can make you look at them. Just like that female warrior from Black Sand region not long ago. And if I am just a weak girl, I will receive contempt and disdain from the vassals. When it comes to you, it will be pity and sympathy from a superior. Thales had nothing to say. He really wanted to tell her that it was not like that. He wanted to tell her that all of this was unnecessary speculation. But, Thales remembered what Gings, the female official, had told him before. Most of the time, it is because of your highness' constant care, consideration, and companionship that the lady will feel that she is safe and let down her worries and vigilance. But the problem is, she is not safe. She should not feel that way either. Yes, little rascal, Saroma. What is she to me? Responsibility brought about by guilt. Sustenance kept because of pity. Or because of her. Thales raised his head and looked at the girl's beautiful face. It was slightly red against the background of her platinum hair. He only felt a sense of oppression in his heart. The little girl who raised her head in a daze in the library seemed to appear before his eyes again. It's been 6 years. When I brought her out of that hall, I probably did not think that this day would come. But it's been 6 years. I thought I knew her very well. I thought I was helping her, protecting her, planning for her on my own wishful thinking. Thales sighed. But in truth, I never understood her, and I never tried to understand her. I only treated her as. Have you forgotten, Thales? Saroma stared at the already cold broth on the plate and snorted, seemingly subconsciously. You told me before that you don't want me to be forced to become what others want me to be. You want me to become the person I want to be. This time, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City did not hesitate. She looked up without hesitation. So, I refuse, Thales. The girl did not turn her head, nor did she look elsewhere. She looked straight into Thales' eyes and said in a firm tone. I will not go with you. If I listened to you and left obediently, retreated, and rejoiced, then I would forever be the little girl you helped. I've had enough of being a little girl, Thales. Saroma exhaled. With a pale face, she pressed her hand on her lower abdomen. She gritted her teeth, and her gaze was firm. I've had enough of being your little girl. I've had enough of being taken away from danger by you and living in a greenhouse. Saroma's eyes shone with a cold light. Behind her lenses, she released an indescribable coldness. And, as the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, I will not and cannot leave with a Prince of Constellation. No matter what kind of difficulties and obstacles I face, powerful enemies, and fierce battles, this is my home. I was born here, and I will die here. Until one day, I can stand face to face with you. Thales. She said quietly. The dining room returned to silence. The Archduchess and the Prince sat on both sides of the dining table, facing each other quietly, as if the food on the table was just for decoration. After what felt like a century, Thales finally spoke with difficulty. Saroma, with a sense of disappointment, he did not know whether it was for himself or for her, he said in a low voice, all right. The second prince heaved a long sigh. His gaze was gloomy. I understand. Saroma chuckled and let go of her hand on her abdomen. Her expression relaxed a little. I'm fine. The Archduchess seemed to be in low spirits. She shook her head. I know, she said faintly. I know you're just being impulsive sometimes. Thales frowned slightly. You're not alone, Thales. Saroma stared out the window with a complicated expression, as if she was looking at a painting covered by a veil and indistinguishable. You still have your country and your people behind you. Have you thought about the consequences of kidnapping the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City? The Archduchess shook her head with a smile, as if she was trying to dispel his mockery. However, that smile seemed rather difficult to Thales. You took me away from my troubles, but it will only bring more people and even more terrifying disasters. If you come back to your senses, Saroma sighed and said, if you reconsider this choice, you won't say that again, because the reason you want to save me is the same as the reason you can't bear to see them suffer and suffer. In this world, there's probably no girl who's worth paying such a huge price for. Thales clenched his fists. No, you're different, after all. At this moment, the door to the dining room rang. My lady, Prince, forgive me for disturbing you, Count Lisbon's sonorous voice rang steadily. May I come in? The strange atmosphere in the room seemed to have been broken in an instant. Thales and Saroma quickly composed themselves, adjusted their state of mind, and welcomed the regent in. Count Lisbon was still dressed in his solemn attire. His expression was indifferent. It was as if he did not see the Archduchess' reddened eyes or the prince's dejected expression. However, the moment Lisbon opened his mouth and listened to his unusual tone, Thales had an ominous premonition. As expected. Your Grace, Prince Thales, the messenger crow from the city of faraway prayers has just arrived. Lisbon's words made the two's expressions turn serious. The Alliance of Freedom's elders meeting has just ended. The first probing letter has been sent to the city of faraway prayers, proposing to lower the tariff. Saroma sucked in a cold breath. So, Lisbon nodded. His gaze was solemn. The Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, Colgan Rockney, has issued a warrant to mobilize all the military forces and resources of his direct territories and vassals. At the same time, he has recalled the wandering sentry troops stationed in the Great Desert to seal off the borders leading to the west. Thales's pupils shrank slightly. The image of the long-haired Archduke with a strong temperament in the Hall of Heroes reappeared in his mind. At that moment, Lisbon's expression was incredibly solemn. At the same time, he has sent a large-scale official diplomat group, which will arrive in Dragon Cloud City in a few days. Thales and Saroma looked at each other. Their emotions were in turmoil. The prince raised his head. Rockney didn't just send out an official diplomat group to greet us. I guess he already knows that Black Sand region has sent someone over. Lisban raised his eyebrows slightly and snorted softly, as if he was blaming Thales for his actions a few days ago. Please be prepared, both of you, no matter who is behind this chess game. The regent's eyes swept over the two of them. His words seemed to carry the power of a brewing storm, shrouding the small dining room on this side. It has already begun. A storm is coming. Chapter 309. What? Disappear for a while. What does that mean? In the chess room in Spear District, Thales stared at the air mystic in front of him in astonishment. How many lessons have we had in total? And most of the time, we've been asking and answering questions for no reason. And now you're telling me that you're going to disappear for a while. Forget about little rascal. That's because she's on her period. Forget about Putre. That old man has been going missing like a maniac. Forget about Lisban and Nicholas. They're just like that anyway. But you... The prince took a deep breath and stared at the man in blue in front of him in dissatisfaction. According to what you said, are you really my guide? Waya and Justin, who were standing at the door, noticed the prince's loss of composure when he was talking to himself. They looked at each other and cast him a strange gaze. Thales noticed their behavior. He coughed and pretended to read the lines from the drama book in his hand aloud. Waya and Lord Justin both withdrew their gazes. Quiet. Asda, who was sitting in front of Thales, snorted softly. Right now, you're like a river prawn jumping up and down in boiling water. This is not a good thing, especially for mystics. Thales took a deep breath, put down the book, and adjusted himself. The mystic raised his gaze slightly. Your condition today is worse than last time. What happened? What happened? Thales recalled Saroma's behavior a few days ago. He shook his head with an unpleasant expression. Nothing. It's just an old problem. The prince did not want to say more. He adjusted his state of mind and changed the topic. So, what's the reason for you leaving in such a hurry? Asda paused for a long time. During this time, his gaze was fixed on Thales' face, as if he was doubting his words. His stare made Thales feel inexplicably flustered. But the air mystic did not ask any more questions. He said flatly, "Do you know about the Tower of Eradication?" The Tower of Eradication. Isn't that why, Cohen, and the rest? Thales raised his eyebrows slightly. I've heard of it. That swordsman's camp that claims to be independent of power and only passes down skills for the future of mankind. The mystic nodded. Thales frowned. So, what does it have to do with you and us? Asda chuckled softly. As a group that did our best to encircle and annihilate the calamities 600 years ago, and have been on guard against calamities for the past 600 years, tell me, what is the relationship between us and the Tower of Eradication? Thales mouthed, oh. Let me think. Thales shrugged. A cat and a mouse. Or the farmer and the snake. Asda ignored Thales' deliberate teasing. His tone became solemn. Recently, a suspicious piece of information has been circulating in the Tower of Eradication. I have to go on a long journey to investigate its authenticity. Thales asked curiously, what information is so important? Asda gently rubbed the chess piece in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. The mystic nodded elegantly and said, even though that information is very interesting and is even good news for us, for your own good, I cannot take the risk and tell you the details. Thales chuckled and put on an expression that said, I knew it, and rolled his eyes at Asda. The air mystic was unmoved. He gently tapped the chess piece on the chessboard. But I can tell you that this is information that would make the two magic empresses pale with fright. Thales froze. Make the two empresses pale with fright. Thales stared at Asda's face, wanting to see something from the mystic's expression, just like how he looked at the others. But after more than 10 seconds of confrontation, he gave up in the end. It's all right. Thales sighed. With slight dejection and self-deprecation, he retreated back to his chair and waved his right hand at the indifferent Asda. Anyway, I'm already used to your habit of only saying half of what you want to say. Asda snorted through his nose. Thales could not discern his emotions. The two of them fell into silence. Thales shook off the bad mood brought about by the bad news. He frowned again and thought about the current situation. How long will you be gone for? I don't know. Maybe a long time. Asda shook his head. It's not easy to get close to the Tower of Eradication. Thales frowned and stared at the air mystic in front of him. He exhaled in annoyance and helplessness. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. Of all times, at this time, this is terrible. When Dragon Cloud City is at its most troubled. Ah. Thales sighed softly. You don't seem to be worried that in your absence and Dragon Cloud City isn't peaceful, I'll suddenly be so unlucky that I'll be assassinated. The air mystic narrowed his eyes. Why did you come out to play chess, Thales? Thales tensed up. Maybe you can hide it from others, child. Asda snorted coldly and said meaningfully, but look around you. You already know where you're going. Knowing what he was talking about, Thales coughed awkwardly. In the private room, he turned his head and glanced at the Archduchess guards and patrols on the street, on the opposite building, and at the door. Then, he turned back and flashed the mystic a deliberate and ugly fake smile. The afternoon sun shone on the platform of the open-air private room and dyed the prince's forced smile golden. What's wrong? Despite being under the sun, Asda's expression strangely did not change. He lifted his chin slightly and raised his voice slightly. Looks like you still have expectations of me. Thales rubbed his increasingly furrowed brows and spread his hands helplessly. Yes. There's nothing to hide. The second prince thought hard about the news from the city of faraway prayers. I do treat you as one of my trump cards. If things really reach a point of no return, at least I still have one last option. But now it seems. Thales shook his head and did not continue. In fact, Asda's eyes brightened slightly, and the tone that Thales had experienced countless times in an attempt to bewitch others appeared again. You can choose the last option now. As long as you want to, the door to becoming a mystic will open for you at any time. Do you want to go to the Tower of Eradication with me? But Thales coughed softly, as if he did not hear him. He nodded sternly and waved his hand. Farewell. I won't be seeing you off. Asda glanced sideways at his disrespectful student. He was neither angry nor annoyed. He only curled his lips slightly. Thales. A blue light flashed in the mystic's eyes. While I'm away, you can only rely on yourself. Thales, who was still troubled by his situation, exhaled. You speak as if you've helped me a lot in the past few years. Asda snorted softly. Very well. As a parting gift, Thales, the air mystic said softly, let's finish the content of the first lesson. The first lesson. Thales. Asda nodded. You once asked me how the Magic Empress betrayed us. His expression became serious. It's time to tell you, our greatest enemy and threat. Looking at the unusual expression of this unusual teacher, Thales also became a little nervous because of him. Oh, that's a surprise. Thales nodded awkwardly. Then, he looked around suspiciously. Wait, you're not going to suddenly end the class in the next second, are you? The corners of Asda's lips curled up. He sat up straight and personally placed the queen's piece, which he had been stroking for a long time, back on the chessboard. This was really a rare thing for the air mystic. He then said faintly, speaking of the Battle of Eradication, Thales, this was not a quick, one-sided war. Instead, it was a bitter tug-of-war that lasted 10 years. It was about beliefs and standpoints, resistance and compromise. Thales focused. He could not help but notice that Asda did not mention whose beliefs and standpoints it was. He also mentioned who was resisting and who was compromising. On one hand, the war between the warriors and the army, as well as politics and schemes, has been going on and on. On the other hand, the war between the two obscurists and the 6 extremists has never stopped. That war even involved the gods and demons, as well as the dragons and the magic towers. I've read some incomplete records. Listening to the mystic's narration, Thales nodded and muttered, it's about how the King of Renaissance and the Dragon Rider King mediated and gathered the people's hearts in a complicated political situation, and how the Holy Sun Church repeatedly issued orders to enlist and appeal to the people. I think that the battle that decided the fate of the world might not be as simple as we think it is. No. According to my discussion with Hicks a few days ago, no battle is simple, whether it's between us or the enemy, victory or defeat. Asda did not comment. He habitually crossed his fingers and narrowed his eyes slightly. After the magic tower was destroyed, the survivors still worked tirelessly to study the mystic's weaknesses. They also obtained results. The warriors who wore anti-mystic equipment were more or less immune to some of the mystic's abilities, but they were still at a loss as to how to restrict the mystic's movements. Anti-mystic equipment. Thales grasped this familiar yet unfamiliar term. In the next second, Asda's tone suddenly changed. However, the real turning point came in the 11th year. The atmosphere around them was like a chamber with a curtain pulled down. It became dark and obscure due to Asda's gloomy tone. Even Thales could not help but frown. The first mystic to fall was Ban, Asda said calmly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But Thales could clearly feel that he was in a different state. When he once again displayed his terrifying ability and descended upon the nightmares of tens of thousands of people, his chest was pierced by the only enemy who was conscious with an unusual anti-mystic equipment. Ban. Thales vaguely remembered that Giza had also mentioned this name a long time ago. Then, Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. Ban disappeared. Disappeared. After a mystic's chest was pierced by a weapon, disappeared. The mystic's choice of words was very simple, but it made the prince shudder. Thales looked at Asda and recalled what he knew and heard in the past. In his uneasiness, he had a premonition of the ending of the story. This news is very frightening. During those few days, almost all the mystics evolved, knocked on the door, and ascended to their original forms just to search for Ban, who had disappeared from their senses. Asda's expression remained the same, but his tone became deeper. But we could not find any trace of Ban anymore. Only a lump of dead matter was left in the nightmare mystic's world, and it was completely unconscious. A lump of dead matter. Completely unconscious. Thales could not help but recall the moment he'd knocked on the door, that year, and the various strange things he encountered in that intoxicating darkness. Whether it was the extremists on the battlefield or us who lived in seclusion, all of us were at a loss in our shock and bewilderment. Asda stared at the void. His expression did not change, but the rhythm of his voice made others feel even more uneasy. Giza and Eric believed that the humans had used some sort of method to hide Ban. Hence, they destroyed 9 cities in one night and interrogated 9 kings and suzerains just to find Ban. Lebla, who was rather rational, put down his usual pride and complacency and tried to contact us, but was forced to leave by Solovsky's sarcastic remarks. Frolan decided to seek help from Taurus, but there was no more news from her. Sula had a good relationship with the Obscurists, but according to her, neither old Zarkal nor Kyrie knew what happened. Thales blinked in surprise. He even forgot to ask about the names of these people. As Asda's tone became more serious, the rhythm of the story also became more urgent. Until B realized that even though such a major incident had happened, other than Taurus, there were 2 other mystics who had not responded. A strange blue light slowly appeared in Asda's eyes. They seemed to be very busy. They did not even have the time and energy to knock on the door and check on Ban. Thales could not help but hold his breath. They are, Blood Spike and Helen. Asda's gaze froze in the air. He nodded slightly. The Magic Empress who came later. Blood Spike and Helen. 2 empresses. Thales' eyes widened slightly. That means, that weapon and the Magic Empress, they are, Asda turned his head. His emotionless eyes swept past Thales' face, making the latter heart skip a beat. Yes. Unbeknownst to us, the 2 mystics, who had always seemed to be aloof and neutral, had started working with humans and the survivors of the Magic Tower a long time ago. The air mystic's tone was cold. In the end, they used the existing anti-mystic equipment as the foundation to create the mystic's greatest nemesis. The temperature in the chess room seemed to have dropped in an instant. In the next second, Asda's lips parted slightly. He coldly uttered the combination that Thales had heard countless times. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. The silence between the 2 of them lasted for a while. Thales tried hard to digest the information he just received. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. The 2 empresses. So, legends. They are the 2 empresses' creations. Thales could not help but ask. Asda fixed his gaze on the chessboard, as if there was something on it that he could not miss. He nodded his head at an extremely slow pace. Every legendary anti-mystic equipment in the world was created by the 2 empresses. Each of them has a corresponding ability. It is as if they were created for every mystic to restrain us. At the same time, once we are injured by these equipment, as mystics, we will be severely injured and unable to recover. In the worst case, we will disappear without a trace. The blue light in the mystic's eyes turned into stars and disappeared into the bottomless depths of his eyes. This is the so-called seal. It is the proof of betrayal. From now on, the mystic's 3 deaths commandments. Asda stared at the empty space, as if he was looking at the past. He said faintly, from now on, the mystic's 3 deaths became the 3 deaths and 1 prohibition. What? Thales was stunned again. 3 deaths and 1 prohibition. The prince asked in puzzlement. I seem to have heard it somewhere a long time ago. What is this? But Asda just shook his head. In his most usual manner, he casually said, you are not at the stage where you can understand it. Understanding it too early will only do you harm and not benefit you. Thales raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. But the prince, who knew Asda's temperament very well, sighed in the end and gave up on the idea of getting to the bottom of it. So, what is the principle behind the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Anne. Thales suppressed his scattered thoughts and pulled his curiosity back to the current topic. Since it is a seal, does it mean that the sealed mystic is not dead yet? Just like how you were in Eternal Star City 6 years ago, is it just temporary? Ever since they started talking about this topic, Asda's tone became very low. This time was no exception. The secret of the legendary anti-mystic equipment has always been in the hands of the 2 empresses. We still do not know about it. This is a shackle that has been on our shoulders for nearly 700 years. It is still unsolved. Thales looked at the mystic, who did not seem to be in high spirits. He did not know how to respond. Wait, I thought of a question. But the prince's gaze immediately shifted. If the legendary anti-mystic equipment is the greatest nemesis of mystics, Thales looked at his guide with a puzzled gaze. What about the two empresses? Won't the weapons they made themselves be a threat to themselves? Thales took a deep breath and recalled all the legendary anti-mystic equipment he had seen: the masked protector's short sword, the Corleone sisters' black coffin, the fortress flower's shield, the kingdom's wrath silver-black great bow, the star killer's white-hilted saber, the Walton family's soul slayer pike, the fire knight's golden saber. They probably have their own abilities, and, my blood brothers. Thales forcefully suppressed the voice in his memory and said thoughtfully, will someone use the legendary anti-mystic equipment they made against the two empresses themselves? At that moment, Asda's eyes lit up. Good question. The mystic chuckled. You are getting closer to the truth of the world, Your Highness. Thales widened his eyes to show that he did not understand. However, Asda only smiled, which was a rare sight. His figure gradually faded away. Take care, Thales. The air mystic gently pressed his left chest and bowed elegantly. Class dismissed. See you in Eternal Star City. A few seconds later, the chess room was filled with silence, again. Only the dumbfounded Thales was left. He blinked and tried hard to digest the day's knowledge. Legendary anti-mystic equipment, two empresses, traitor, and Asda, who is on a long journey. Thales heaved a heavy sigh and slammed his head on the chessboard, as if he had given up on himself. However, the prince's thoughts were soon interrupted. Prince Thales. The former deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Nicholas' assistant, Lord Justin's voice came from behind him. Are you done? What's wrong? Thales exhaled with great difficulty. He raised his head with difficulty, extended his hand, and put the queen back into the box. I remember that it's not time yet. Lord Justin came before the prince and nodded politely but coldly. But the official diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers has already arrived in front of Dragon Cloud City. The Lord's words lifted the prince's spirits. The Archduchess and the Prime Minister, the Regent, have invited you to Heroic Spirit Palace to welcome the guests from the city of faraway prayers and attend the welcoming banquet. Me? Thales slowly furrowed his eyebrows. Why? It doesn't seem appropriate for a prince from an enemy country to be present at this kind of event. Because this is a request from a guest, Justin said flatly. It is a strong request from Archduke Rockney's eldest son, the heir to the Code of Knights, and the next Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, Ian Rockney. Thales paused for a few seconds. Ian Rockney. I don't understand, the prince said, rather puzzled. I don't know him. Justin did not speak, because another person answered for him. I think so too. Putre, whom they had not seen for a long time, walked in from the door of the private room. He bit on his pipe and greeted Waya and Ralph. Then, he turned around and said to his prince with a smile, however, regarding the matter of inviting you, I heard that young Sir Rockney said this. Thales looked at his former vice-diplomat and felt his heart tighten. He said. Putre exhaled a puff of smoke and shook his head emotionally. Of course there must be a witness for a marriage proposal. Chapter 310. When Thales returned on horseback, Heroic Spirit Palace was already prepared. The road north from the first gatehouse to the palace gate was swept and looked brand new. The personal guards and soldiers' armor were especially neat and tidy, and they stood in formation. This was probably the limit for the Northlanders who were used to being rough and violent. Perhaps the next time you come back, you won't bring bad news with you. With a heavy heart, the second prince carefully held Jenny's reins and spoke to Putre, whom he had not seen for a long time, with a straight face. I see. Putre's eyebrows twitched. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a strange expression. The young Rockney proposed to the Archduchess to strengthen the stability of Dragoncloud City. This is actually bad news for you, Your Highness, huh? The prince was stunned for a second because of this sentence. Then, he understood something. He sucked in a breath. Thales slowly turned to Putre and put on his most unpleasant expression. He enunciated each word clearly, you just had to mention, but he was interrupted. Ah, sorry. The thin man smiled profoundly and shrugged helplessly on the horse. Before you flare up, I swear I didn't mean anything else. Putre revealed a harmless smile. You know what that means. Thales widened his eyes. His lips moved a few times in the air, but in the end, no sound came out. The prince could only snort in dissatisfaction and turn his head around. Who could understand the gloominess of having his resentment forced back into his chest by a single sentence? The second prince resisted the urge to fire the former vice diplomat. He slanted his lips and said through gritted teeth, based on the current situation, anything that breaks the status quo can be a threat to us. For example, the Archduchess' sudden marriage and the interests involved behind it, that's what I mean. Of course. Putre still had that infuriating expression. He did not care that Lord Justin's face had darkened behind him. He flicked his pipe and looked at ease. You are a prince, after all. Whatever you say must be true, regardless of whether it is true or not. My God, Thales covered his face and sighed in pain. He gave up on the idea of explaining anything to this stubborn old man. Unbelievable. The prince stared listlessly at the slowly approaching palace gate. These words actually came from the mouth of a subject who did not care about his prince for more than 10 days. Putre snorted, but did not reply. Nicholas was already waiting in front of the palace gate with the Archduchess guards. But this time, when the Star Killer saw Thales, he did not put on a deadpan expression. Instead, he stared at him deeply, then gestured towards the direction of the stables with his chin, signaling him to continue. This was not common. The puzzled Thales got off the saddle in front of the stable. Good luck, Putre said calmly. After the welcoming ceremony, I will wait for you in your room. That's really comforting. The prince, who was already annoyed, waved his hand in dissatisfaction. Thales handed the reins to the coachman. Then, accompanied by Waya and Ralph, he walked towards Nicholas, who was standing at the entrance of the palace. The Archduchess and the Count are in the Hall of Heroes. Go and meet them. Nicholas waved his hand without changing his expression. I still have to welcome the vanguard of the diplomat group here. They are especially formal this time. Because the matter is especially serious. Thales snorted. What happened to the matter last time? You know, regarding the Archduchess. Be good and shut your mouth, Nicholas interrupted him stiffly. The vanguard of the city of faraway prayers is here. Thales turned his head. As expected, a group of cavaliers with different banners slowly rode out of the first gatehouse. Under the gazes of countless Dragoncloud city guards on both sides, they walked towards the palace gate. Their banners were embroidered with a thick book that was flipped open. The pages were engraved with several letters of the Empire, but their meaning was unknown. The Knights Cannon, the emblem of the Rockney family, the legitimate and noble rulers of the city of faraway prayers. It was said that they were a prestigious family of knights that had been stationed in the north since the era of the ancient empire. They had nurtured countless great knights who left their mark in history. Even when the emperor demolished the Temple of Knights and the tradition of knights gradually declined, they still maintained a great reputation in the north. Until the Battle of Eradication. Thales recalled the knowledge given to him by his teachers in Northland over the years. Among the cavaliers, the leading knight looked rather special. His face was dark, his eyes were rather flat, and his temples were shaved, leaving only the short, reddish-brown hair on the top of his head. He had a sturdy body, but he wore light leather armor, which was not commonly seen in Northland. All sorts of small tools that Thales could not understand were tied to the belt around his shoulders. Other than a short knife at his waist, he only had a crossbow on his back and a quiver of arrows hanging on the saddle. What caught people's attention the most was that even though he was riding on a horse, his demeanor and temperament made him look as if he was taking a stroll in a park. The vanguard of the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group actually has this kind of attitude. That means, just as Thales furrowed his eyebrows, Nicholas, who was beside him, reacted faster than him. The Star Killer revealed a surprised expression, which was rarely seen on his face. He stared fixedly at the brunette knight who was the leader. Oh, what a surprise! The Star Killer's expression slowly became serious. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at Nicholas, then at the knight in leather armor who was walking forward leisurely. You know each other. Nicholas ignored him. Instead, he made a few gestures to his subordinates and went forward alone. It was only then that the prince noticed that a few of the Archduchess guards, who were experienced, also had the same expression on their faces. Thales looked strangely at the brown-haired knight, who did not look like an ordinary Northlander. Nicholas walked slowly to the front of the cavaliers from the City of Faraway Prayers. He watched them get off their horses in unison with a cold expression. The brown-haired knight was of medium build. He was even slightly shorter than the slightly skinny Nicholas. He held the belt by his waist and stared straight at the Star Killer in front of him without flinching. He flashed a malicious smile. Thales sighed. The sin of Hell's River gathered beside his ear and listened to their conversation. Nicholas and the knight stared at each other for a long time. Then, he took a deep breath, pursed his lips, nodded slightly, and snorted coldly. How could it be you? His tone was cold and blunt. Thales' heart clenched. It looks like they don't have a good relationship. In the upcoming storm, the relationship between the City of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City will probably depend on the outcome of this diplomatic mission. And now, as he listened to Nicholas' unfriendly greeting, the brown-haired knight grinned and revealed an inexplicable roguish air. It was only then that Thales noticed that the knight's lips were extraordinarily wide. A special person. The prince said quietly and rejected Wya's suggestion for him to leave first. The brown-haired knight tilted his head, opened his mouth, and let out a voice that sounded like a gong. He said to Nicholas, "Have you heard a joke?" Nicholas furrowed his brows. There was a man who ran around doing business all year round. He was very worried that his wife in his hometown would be unfaithful to him. The brown-haired knight shook his head and chuckled. So, he snuck home one night. Fortunately, aside from his wife who was sleeping soundly, the man did not find any traces of his adulterer. So, he was gratified and became in the mood to have fun with his wife. Nicholas' brows furrowed even tighter. The brown-haired knight snorted and raised his finger to point at the unhappy Nicholas. After that, his wife lit up the lamp and saw her husband's face clearly. She could not help but exclaim in surprise. The knight widened his eyes, and with an exaggerated expression, he repeated Nicholas' words. How could it be you? The entire place fell silent. In the next second, the brown-haired knight burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. Ha 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 ha, it was as if the joke was really funny. But Nicholas' expression did not change. The companions behind the knight had strange expressions on their faces. They averted their gazes, and someone coughed softly, as if deeply ashamed of their leader's joke. Thales could not help but frown as he listened to all of this from afar. What's going on? Only the brown-haired knight continued to look at Nicholas with a strange smile. He shrugged. Finally, after what felt like a few centuries, Nicholas relaxed his cold expression and let out a long sigh. It's the same as before. Nicholas lowered his head and snorted coldly. It's not funny at all. The brown-haired knight stopped smiling. His expression changed. Oh, my God. The knight looked at the star killer with a disappointed expression. Your sense of humor is still as shitty as ever. Thales listened to their conversation curiously and began to doubt their relationship. That brown-haired knight, just who is? Nicholas stared at him quietly. How many years has it been? The star killer asked softly. The brown-haired knight's smile slowly disappeared. 18 years. He stroked his brown hair and snorted softly. Since I returned to the city of faraway prayers, we haven't seen each other for 18 years. The star killer nodded slowly. But the brown-haired knight's expression suddenly became lively again. I guess you still don't have a wife, right? And with your status, it's impossible for you to have an extravagant affair. The noble ladies probably don't like you either. The brown-haired knight looked at Nicholas in disdain, and revealed a rather profound, naughty smile. Don't tell me that you still use your hands to settle these 18 years. This time, his companions behind him coughed unnaturally. Nicholas remained motionless as he stared at the brown-haired knight who uttered those indecent words. Then, the corners of his lips curled up, and he suppressed his laughter. Nicholas' laughter and the brown-haired knight's laughter gradually overlapped, as though they had laughed at each other countless times. Thales stared at the star killer's smile in puzzlement. Based on what he knew, aside from sneering and sneering, Nicholas, who could be said to have a dead face, rarely smiled. In the next second, Nicholas and the brown-haired knight swung their right hands almost at the same time. They struck each other. What? At the moment Thales narrowed his eyes, the two palms violently clasped together in the air, as though they had cooperated with each other thousands of times. Asterisk slap. Asterisk Nicholas held the other person's palm tightly, and a rare smile appeared at the corners of his lips. It's good to see you, big mouth. Ha ha ha. The brown-haired knight threw his head back and laughed, making his mouth even wider. Same to you, Spiky. Thales watched their actions in surprise. It seems like my previous guess was wrong. Their relationship is very good. After all, not everyone can mock and tease the famous star killer without any qualms. That brown-haired knight. Who is he? This guy was sent as a member of the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers. This means that Archduke Rockney is. Nicholas and the brown-haired knight let go of each other and walked towards the palace gate side by side. The people from the city of faraway prayers seemed to heave a sigh of relief and followed behind them. The brown-haired knight raised his head and observed everything in Heroic Spirit Palace. There was a lot of emotion on his face, as though he was revisiting an old place. So, I heard that you single-handedly killed the boss 6 years ago. The star killer's expression instantly turned cold. You can say that, with some help from Byrne and you, Nicholas said softly. Me? The brown-haired knight seemed to be deep in thought. As expected, you used the secret I told you. Yes. The star killer's face seemed to turn paler. And I'm not proud of it. Besides, he was already heavily injured at that time. There was silence. Their footsteps did not stop, but their conversation came to a slight halt in the subtle atmosphere. I understand that feeling, the knight said faintly a few seconds later. When the boss recruited us into the guards, you probably didn't expect this day to come. Nicholas did not speak. The brown-haired knight raised his head and looked at the cliff of the sky above Heroic Spirit Palace. His gaze focused on Raikuru's statue and he said with a sigh, it's hard to imagine that in the blink of an eye, we're almost 50. Guards. The boss. Thales moved slightly. He already had a guess about the knight's identity. Everyone will grow old, Nicholas said softly, seemingly with a profound meaning. Be it the king or the commoners. Speaking of this, for the past year, my chest will hurt whenever it rains. The brown-haired knight seemed to be a chatterbox. Even though Nicholas was a man of few words, he still chattered endlessly. Do you have a similar problem? Nicholas shook his head. I guess it's because you stayed in the snow pit for too long when you were young. However, for some unknown reason, Thales did not feel that there was anything out of place when he saw Nicholas, who was usually quiet and had his arms crossed, walking together with the knight, who talked non-stop and moved in an exaggerated manner. They chatted casually about their daily lives. It was as if they had always been like this. A long time ago, a military doctor named Ramon told me before. The brown-haired knight rudely dug his ears as he said, after we pass the age of 40, our physical strength will obviously decline. Our bodies will start to gradually age, and some of our illnesses will also show up. My God, I even laughed at him at that time, Nicholas sneered. But at the same time, our experience and skills will gradually increase and accumulate. Our emotions will gradually become stable, and we will get rid of impulsiveness and madness to make up for the deterioration of our bodies. So, compared to those young people in their 20s and 30s, we, who are 40 years old, have a balance in our experience and physical strength. This is the most powerful and terrifying stage of a veteran. The Star Killer shook his head. Don't belittle yourself just because you listen to some liars. No. That military doctor said that once we pass 50. The brown-haired knight disagreed. No matter how much we increase our skills and experience, we will never be able to make up for the defects in our physical strength and physique. Every time we get injured, it's a heavy blow that's difficult to recover from. The problems left behind when we were young will follow us like a curse. From the moment we wake up to the moment we lie down and close our eyes, it will never end, Nicholas snorted softly. They were getting closer to the palace gate. The knight's gaze swept across the Archduchess guards on both sides of the palace gate. Even though most of them are newbies, I see Gala and Lum. What about Byrne? Isn't he the one with the best official luck among us, aside from you and Isaiah? Lord Merk, Administrator Merk. He knows Merk, and he also knows the veterans who were once White Blade Guards, Thales thought quietly. The knight's identity is already obvious. Byrne left, Nicholas said faintly. 6 years ago, he was injured too badly and could no longer work. The brown-haired knight moved his eyes slightly. His expression was amused. Is that so? Is it that serious? 6 years ago, Dragon Cloud City didn't just lose a king, the Star Killer said casually. Sometimes, mental wounds are harder to heal than physical ones. The brown-haired knight stopped in front of the palace gate. I have a feeling, Spiky. He looked at Nicholas with great interest. You're not quite the same as before. You don't seem so annoying anymore. And you're still as annoying as before, Nicholas retorted mercilessly. The knight laughed out loud. Only then can we live up to our reputation as the double disgraces of the White Blade Guards. Thales listened to their conversation with a frown. It's hard to imagine that someone can actually chat with Nicholas. While Thales was distracted, the brown-haired knight and Nicholas had already walked up to him without him noticing. So, this is our dear Prince of Constellation. The brown-haired knight looked at the prince with great interest. Thales exhaled. Hello, I am Thales Jadestar. The brown-haired knight lowered his head and sized up the prince carefully. However, the moment the brown-haired knight's light-colored eyes stared at Thales, the prince suddenly shuddered. A sense of danger spread from Thales' spine to his shoulders. The sin of Hell's River began to surge non-stop. Thales stared back at the brown-haired knight with a solemn expression. He raised his guard to the highest. This is a feeling I don't even have when I'm fighting against Nicholas. What's going on? It's like, like I'm being targeted by a terrifying hunter. Could it be that this guy, who talks about strange things, is even more, a long time ago, I told Spiky that the Empire's royal family is the god's favorite, so their blood is golden. The brown-haired knight looked at the nervous prince and laughed out loud. He patted Nicholas beside him. He didn't believe me, and said that he would help me verify it when he has the chance. Thales furrowed his brows. He remembered his unpleasant first meeting with the Star Killer. Nicholas coughed. Prince Thales is the Archduchess' esteemed guest. He is staying here temporarily on the king's invitation. The Star Killer interrupted the knight without hesitation. Maintain the necessary respect, Monty. The brown-haired knight named Monty shook his head in dissatisfaction. All right, Archduchess. My God, he averted his gaze from Thales, but the man was obviously not done yet. So, hey, boy. Monty bent down towards the prince and put on a passionate, naughty smile. He arched his eyebrows 3 times. That Archduchess, hee, have you slept with her yet? At that moment, Thales froze on the spot. What? Monty! Nicholas shouted angrily. Watch your mouth. The Star Killer pressed his palm on Monty's shoulder. His expression gradually turned cold, and he no longer looked as indifferent as when he met his old friend again. Especially when you represent the city of faraway prayers. The brown-haired knight exhaled. All right, I take back what I said. Monty shrugged and freed himself from the Star Killer's hand. His expression was amused. You haven't changed. Nicholas snorted softly again. As the vanguard, I believe you still have work to do. My subordinates will bring you to meet the Archduchess. Of course. Monty smiled and shook his head. I'll leave Sir Ian's hospitality to you. Once he finished speaking, Monty turned his head and cast Thales a profound glance. He then strode forward and walked towards Heroic Spirit Palace with his companions. Thales was left behind, staring at his back speechlessly. That's... The prince scratched his head. He could not imagine that such a strange person had come to the city of faraway prayers. Nate Monty, Nicholas answered briefly. He used to be a White Blade Guard, and is now a lord under the city of faraway prayers. As expected. A former White Blade Guard. Grand Duke Rockney sent him here to make use of his friendship with you. Nicholas shook his head. If that's the case, I'm afraid they'll be disappointed. Nate Monty. Thales mulled over the name and narrowed his eyes. Is he very powerful? You mean, other than that stinky mouth of his? Nicholas snorted softly. You can say that. Some bored people combined me, him, and the other 3, and called us something. The 5 were generals, right? Thales reacted quickly. And the Fire Knight of Black Sand region. So, Monty has also reached supreme class, Thales said curiously. Between you and him, who is stronger? Nicholas cast him a glance. His gaze was filled with disdain. Supreme class, this title has always been deified in many people's hearts. Nicholas snorted softly. But only when you're on the battlefield will you know that in a battle where there are surging tides of people, the effect of a supreme class will be greatly reduced. So, supreme class is more suitable for another type of job where there are fewer people. The Star Killer turned his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. Assassins. Thales remembered the assassin who fell from the sky while waiting for an opportunity to make his move 6 years ago. I feel the same way, he answered gloomily. What does this have to do with Monty? Nicholas stared at Thales. There was a profound meaning in his words. Even though Monty is a warrior, the job he is in charge of is the closest to that of an assassin in the army. Thales moved a little. You mean, back then, he was recruited into the White Blade Guards as an elite sniper crossbowman. Later, Caslin thought highly of his talent and trained him to be a scout. Nicholas nodded. Soon, Monty became the most terrifying scout in all of Extet. Our job is to face our enemies head-on and fight bloody battles. Monty, on the other hand, is better at hiding his tracks and launching sudden attacks. 20 years ago in White Mountain, on the eve of the Battle of the Deep Valley, he snuck into the ancestral altar of the Elven Court alone to spy on the enemy. He left behind countless corpses along the way. It was only when the crow caw he learned was seen through that he escaped from the encirclement and left. From then on, Monty received the nickname Raven of Death. The Star Killer ended his speech. Thales was deep in thought. Raven of Death. That's really not a nice nickname. You haven't told me yet. Both of you are 5 war generals, Thales continued to ask. Between you and him, who is stronger? Him. Monty. Nicholas looked as if he had heard the funniest joke. He stared in the direction Monty left and sneered. Within 10 steps, I can snap his neck in 5 seconds. Thales felt a chill in his heart. That's not right. Then. Thales understood the hidden meaning in his words. With the principle of not letting the dead face be happy, he asked in a considerate manner, what about beyond 10 steps? As expected, in the next second, Nicholas put on the most unpleasant expression he had ever shown Thales, who was like a curious baby. The Star Killer crossed his arms and turned his head to the side. He snorted in dissatisfaction. Humph, Thales widened his eyes and scratched his head. As he watched Nicholas turn around and leave, he had a rough idea of the answer. So, he sighed in resignation and walked towards the Hall of Heroes. At that time, Thales thought that Ned Monty was probably the strangest and most unique person he had seen that day. Then, an hour later, he and Saroma met their real guest in the Hall of Heroes. The heir of the Knights Cannon family, and the official envoy from the City of Faraway Prayers, Ian Rockney. Chapter 311. An hour later, the Prince of Constellation, who had just finished dressing up in the Blood Court, was walking along the corridor towards the Hall of Heroes, accompanied by Ralph and Waya. Thales took a deep breath and walked past a group of guards who were staring at him fiercely. He looked at the familiar layout and furnishings in Heroic Spirit Palace, and his heart was heavy. Are you all right, Your Highness? This was the slightly worried Waya. I can't be better, Thales replied with a straight face. Why do you ask? Because when we were outside just now, Lord Putray said that young Rockney is here to propose. If this bothers you. Waya abruptly stopped talking. He turned his head and saw Ralph clasping his hands tightly on his shoulders. Ralph's gaze was stern as he shook his head forcefully. That's because when we were outside just now, Lord Putray said that Rockney is here to propose. If this bothers you, see, this is the problem. Thales exhaled. Everyone is thinking in the same direction, even you. Waya and Ralph looked at each other. But the real problem is. Thales' mind raced and he subconsciously clenched his fists. This is impossible. Yes. Propose. What kind of joke is this? Just as Waya and Ralph became more and more puzzled, the sound of footsteps and conversations came from behind the corner in front of them. Oh, the pattern engraved on this beast's skull, 5-headed flail. I know, this is the personal emblem passed down from the smiling, innovative big hand Shalon Walton 600 years ago. At that time, Walton's symbol was not the cloud dragon spear. This was a slightly frivolous young man's voice. He seemed to be looking around as he walked. Ah, this weapon must be the Army Crusher, Monster Nazir's black-striped greatsword from 300 years ago. The Prince of Constellation stopped in his tracks. That is. Waya said doubtfully. Soon, they no longer had to wonder. That is just an imitation. This was Nicholas' voice, but he sounded a little uneasy. The real one was buried with Monster, in the White Blade Guard cemetery. The frivolous man sighed. Is that so? I have to say, I am a little disappointed, but it's okay. Soon, I will see the long-awaited, famous Soul Slayer Pike. Thales narrowed his eyes. Nicholas and a group of Archduchess guards accompanied another group of strangers as they walked out from the corner. The moment he saw Thales, the Star Killer furrowed his eyebrows in a barely noticeable manner. This is... Nicholas coughed. Thales focused his gaze and looked at the eye-catching and unique young noble among the strangers. He had the emblem of the knight's cannon embroidered on his shoulder. Thank you, your lordship, but I know very well who I am dealing with. Among the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers, the young man dressed in neat and simple clothes also turned his head around and looked at Thales with a spirited gaze. He was very young, in his early 20s at most. He had curly hair that went past his ears. Compared to the long-haired Archduke Thales had met before, his face appeared much gentler, and there was a strange smile in his eyes. So, it was him. The man who claimed to propose to Selma. The young man's hidden smile turned into an obvious one. He took a resolute step forward and extended his palm under his outer robe. Nice to meet you, Prince Thales. I have heard a lot about you. As soon as he said this, the people in the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers turned their gazes to the prince in front of them. Their gazes contained all sorts of emotions. Thales chuckled in his heart. So, I have a reputation to speak of as well. Thank you. Thales suppressed the worries in his heart and shook the young man's palm with a smile. Then, you must be Archduke Rockney's son. The young man's palm was very strong. There were thin calluses on his perlicue and 4 fingers that Thales could not be more familiar with. He was a well-trained noble warrior, perhaps just like his father. But, Ian Rockney, I am the Viscount of Dual Wind City under the city of faraway prayers. I have specially come to Dragon Cloud City as an envoy. The young man named Ian interrupted him with a smile and introduced himself. My father once said that there were many things that left a deep impression on him during his trip to Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago. One of them was none other than that young and witty prince. Thales thought of something. Aside from the pleasantries, he caught the main point, the Viscount of Dual Wind City. Ian Rockney. He has his own title and fiefdom. Even though he is so young. Even though he is already the heir to the Archduke of the city of faraway prayers. This more or less means something. Thales let go of the young man's hand. Please thank your father for me. Thales suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and said without batting an eyelid, I also have a deep impression of Archduke Rockney, especially his fearlessness and fortitude. After hearing this, Ian's expression suddenly became very strange. He sucked in a breath and stared at Thales from the corner of his eye. He had the ghost of a smile on his face. Thales narrowed his eyes. He. Finally, the young Rockney laughed out loud. He shook his head with an amused expression and opened his mouth to say something. This sentence was spoken very quickly, and his enunciation was sharp and piercing. Thales could not understand it at all. But, forgive me. Thales said doubtfully, I didn't hear what you said clearly. Oh, sorry. Ian seemed to have just come to his senses. He spread his hands with an apologetic look on his face. No, please forgive me. I inherited my accent from my mother, so sometimes I am not used to speaking with a Northland accent. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Not used to a Northland accent, but, Ian laughed. And what I said just now was, thank you for your magnanimity. That's why you described my father's stubbornness and stupidity as fearlessness and fortitude. Thales was slightly stunned. Stubbornness. Stupidity. The Prince of Constellation was not the only one who reacted this way. Many of the nobles in the City of Faraway Prayer's diplomat group behind them had unpleasant expressions on their faces. An old noble who was more experienced coughed loudly to remind their viscount. "Ah, we all know that you have a cough, old Barney," Ian said loudly and rudely without turning his head. "But since you're in Dragon Cloud City, restrain yourself a little, okay?" "That's what I wanted to say, young Ian," the old noble retorted bluntly, especially in front of the Prince of Constellation. The young Rockney snorted nonchalantly. Nicholas frowned as he watched the interaction within the City of Faraway Prayers. He did not say a word. "That's really a novel comment." The Prince of Constellation smiled a little awkwardly and pretended not to see the internal conflict in the diplomat group. "And it came from his son. That's not surprising. Thanks to your resourcefulness and righteous act 6 years ago, his stubborn head is still on his neck, instead of following the late king to Hell's River to show his loyalty and throw the City of Faraway Prayers into a mess." Ian swung his hand with a playful smile and put on a thoughtful expression. "Of course, if that really happened, I might have inherited the City of Faraway Prayers earlier." This sentence made Thales speechless again. Undisguised coughs came from the diplomat group again. This time, they were especially loud, as if they were very dissatisfied. "But that's my father, a typical Northlander." Ian sighed in a seemingly regretful manner. Then, he immediately put on a smile. "And my mother used to say that all Northlanders have a hole the size of a fist on their foreheads, facing the sky. During spring and winter, it's filled with snow, and during summer and autumn, it's empty." Ha 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 ha. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the people from Dragon Cloud City on both sides and the people from the City of Faraway Prayer's diplomat group became unpleasant. Ian was the only one who smiled happily. Wyatt widened his eyes and exchanged glances with Ralph. The latter made a gesture to show that he agreed. Thales' face twitched and he laughed dryly. He had a feeling that this Ian Rockney was really a little, how should he put it, a scam. Thales thought of the bold and courageous Archduke Rockney, then looked at the frivolous and impetuous young master in front of him. He sighed in his heart. Ha ha ha. The prince chuckled. "I have to say, you are really not like your father's son." "Ah. Am I really my father's son?" The young Rockney laughed heartily, and his words shocked everyone once again. This is also the suspicion that has troubled my father for many years. I say, no wonder my mother died so early. Could it be that she was trying to cover up? Thales' smile froze on his face. A rude and low shout came from the diplomat group, Ian. Ian lowered his head slightly. The light cast a shadow on his face. Then, he flashed a smile again. Ha 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 ha. The young Rockney laughed and waved behind him. I was just joking. Look at your expressions. At that moment, Thales knew what that slight feeling of incongruity was. Ian Rockney, this man, the way he speaks and the way he does things are, not like a Northlander. Sirs. As the receptionist, Nicholas looked warily at the two people who were chatting happily, at least on the surface. Perhaps we shouldn't let the Archduchess wait for too long. Ian looked at Nicholas and shrugged. Come, Prince. The young Rockney ignored the prince's awkward expression and put his hand on the latter's shoulder. Let's talk as we walk. I believe we will become good friends. Thales instinctively wanted to break free from his hand, but Ian only smiled. Trust me, Prince Thales. He looked elated, but there was a profound meaning in his words. There are many things we can talk about. For example, the Archduchess marriage. Thales was stunned. Nicholas frowned. His expression was unhappy, but he did not say anything in the end. Also, Ian pushed Thales and moved forward with him. He smiled happily and said, what's more, he smiled happily and said, when facing Northlanders. I think we will definitely get along well. No, Thales gave up on getting rid of Rocknee's arm around his shoulder. He sighed. Based on the current situation. Someone who can get along well with you, probably only Ida. Thales gave Waya and Ralph, who had worried expressions on their faces, a reassuring look before he walked forward. Based on what you said just now, your mother is a foreigner. The prince recalled the scene just now and asked keenly, from Camus Union. Oh, no, of course she is an extension, the young Rockney answered briskly. And she is a local from the city of faraway prayers. A local from the city of faraway prayers. Thales frowned slightly. But you just said that her accent is not Northlander. The young Viscount of Dual Wind City raised his eyebrows slightly and put on an expression that said, I knew it. They followed behind Nicholas and slowly approached the Hall of Heroes. You have never been to the city of faraway prayers, have you, Your Highness? I have not had that kind of honor. No wonder. Ian shook his head in a slightly profound manner and clicked his tongue. He sighed. When everyone talks about Ekstedt, they always say that it is Northland, the kingdom of Northlanders, as if extensions are Northlanders. Thales' interest was piqued by the follow-up question in this sentence. But they have all forgotten. Ian turned his head and smiled faintly. At the western border of Ekstedt, there is at least one piece of territory that does not belong to the old Northland. Its people are not just rough and hot-tempered Northlanders. Thales was slightly moved. The city of faraway prayers. Ian nodded. His voice was steady and powerful. The city of faraway prayers. No one knew whether it was intentional or not, but their footsteps slowly fell behind Nicholas. Long before the ancient empire, there was a barren and barren land like this. The land stretched from West Billow Cliff in the west to the land of barren rocks in the east. The people who lived there struggled to survive, and they were called troubled citizens. That land was designated by the ancient empire as their West Billow province. It is very different from Northland province in the east and Toto province in the west. The difference is obvious. The young Rockney raised his head and gently touched the emblem of the knight's cannon on his shoulder. After the Battle of Eradication, Colgan Rockney, the Truth Seeker, one of the 9 knights and a capable general under Rykera the Hero, brought his sword and axe to the land called West Billow. He went on a punitive expedition, expanded the territory, built castles, and finally announced to the troubled people on the conquered land that from that moment on, they were all extensions. He was the first Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, Ian said with a chuckle. He was different from the other Archdukes. The Truth Seeker was a Northlander. With the Way of Northland, he ruled over countless troubled people of West Billow. I see. Thales seemed to be deep in thought. I don't often hear about this in the great unity of Northlanders classes. Ian shook his head and sneered. Of course, outsiders rarely care about this difference. Even the extensions from other places are the same. He raised his head with great interest and looked at the decorations around him that were full of Northland style. It's no wonder. Among the 10 great territories of Ekstedt, the Sentinel region and Defense City are on guard against the oldest line of defense of mankind in the north. Glacier Sea and Elifure City have to worry about the threat from the east coast. There's no need to mention the 3 territories in the south, which are near the northern territory of Constellation. Dragon Cloud City and Beacon Illumination City have been the center of Northland since ancient times. They can be said to be the heart of the kingdom. In comparison, the city of faraway prayers, which is located in the west, has a vast territory and is sparsely populated. It can only deal with desert bandits and merchants. It seems especially insignificant, doesn't it? Nicholas turned around and gave them an indecipherable look. Ian immediately responded with a bright smile. But you are still a member of Ekstedt. Thales shrugged. You even had a common elected king. Ian snorted softly. 300 years ago, if the Nightwing King had not dealt a heavy blow to the eastern part of the kingdom, he said with a sigh, the common elected throne would never have fallen into the hands of the Rockne family. They would not have been able to wait for King Lassa Rockne's coronation in the City of Faraway Prayers. You can tell a lot from the name, City of Faraway Prayers, praying, far away. The young Rockne patted the prince's shoulder and said with a resigned expression, to Axtet, the City of Faraway Prayers is just a faraway part of their territory. It's so far away that no matter what happens in that wasteland, the other people in the kingdom only need to pray from afar, and it'll be considered that they've shown great mercy. Thales did not speak. But his judgment of the situation and his estimation of the City of Faraway Prayers' intentions had changed many times. But in the next second, Ian lowered his head and moved closer to Thales' ear. He whispered, most importantly, since it's not the land of the Northlanders, why would the Northlanders pay attention to it? Why would they care about whether the troubled citizens of West Billow are dead or alive? Thales shuddered a little. They only need to know that it still belongs to Axtet. When they boast of outsiders, they can still use that huge territory to show off Axtet's national strength. That's enough, isn't it? Ian still had his hand on Thales' shoulder. He raised a finger and said in a low voice, so, many people of West Billow can't help but think that perhaps the Northlanders only care about the City of Faraway Prayers on the map. And this is the City of Faraway Prayers. This is the problem that the Rockne family, as Northlanders, has faced for the past 600 years. It sounds very troublesome, the prince said in a low voice. Presumably, your father often has to worry about the doubts of the people under his rule, the so-called troubled citizens of West Billow. Ian smiled faintly. It's just like Dragon Cloud City, isn't it? Thales did not say a word. But he could already tell what was going on. The young Rockne raised his head again and raised his voice to a normal level so that everyone could hear him. The heavens have taken pity on us. For more than 600 years, we have been taking care of ourselves. Ian turned his head. His smile was gentle. Therefore, 20 years ago, the born king did not hesitate to give the order to aid the West in the name of the king and with the power of the entire city. Only then will the Rockne family remember this kindness forever, hence, a loyal alliance can be formed. The young Rockne blinked lightly. So, as vassals, we are willing to follow a king like that until the end of his life. Thales raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, I understand. The prince pondered over Ian's intentions. This Viscount of Dual Wind City seems to be frivolous, meddlesome, and speaks without thinking, but, from just now until now, beneath the surface, what he wants to convey is, Thales raised his head and said in a low voice, why did you send a message to invite me here, Viscount of Dual Wind City? I am just a prince of a foreign country. Ian lowered his head and revealed a mysterious smile. As I said, in order to propose to the Archduchess, I need a reliable witness. Thales' expression did not change, but he glanced at the people around him and deliberately walked faster. He frowned slightly. How do you know that I am reliable? Ian snorted through his nose. Ian chuckled and said, because if you are not reliable, you would not have come. Thales was speechless for a moment. A few seconds later, the prince said, what if your estimation is wrong? What if you are looking for the wrong person? I may be wrong. Ian maintained his mysterious smile. But Black Sand region is definitely not wrong. Thales fell silent. Are you serious about proposing to the Archduchess? The young Rockne shrugged. Of course. Otherwise, if the Archduchess marries someone else, what will happen to us? Thales frowned. Us? Ian snorted softly and looked at him meaningfully. He stretched out his voice and repeated the two words softly, us. Thales pondered for a while. Ian let go of his shoulder and looked around with interest. I understand. Thales pondered for a while and said in a low voice, is there anything important that will take up a lot of time in the audience later? Let me think. The young Rockney scratched his forehead. Other than the hypocritical greetings to each other, there will also be a personal letter from my father written in the style of an ancient knight, and a crying plea for Dragon Cloud City to be merciful and send troops to save us, who are in a terrible predicament. In the end, I will grit my teeth and criticize the king's crimes, and invite Dragon Cloud City to join the camp of justice, that's all. Thales nodded and resisted the urge to ridicule him. Then hurry up and end it. Tonight, I will invite the Archduchess and you to the dining room for a small gathering to discuss the truly important matters. Just the three of us, and perhaps Regent Leespan, if he insists as always. At that moment, Ian's eyes lit up. I look forward to it. The young Rockney curled up the corners of his lips. I promise, it will end as soon as possible. In the next second, they finally arrived at the door of the Hall of Heroes. The members of the diplomat group tacitly stopped in their tracks, tidied up their clothes, and looked at Ian sternly. Their gazes made Thales feel rather uncomfortable. Ian could only exhale and flick the emblem of the knight's cannon on his shoulder. Are you ready? Nicholas narrowed his eyes and observed the group. Then, he waved his hand. Amidst the heavy rumbling, the two guards pushed the door open steadily. Rows of Archduchess personal guards and the Archduchess throne at the end of the hall were revealed. Behind the throne was the ferocious, pitch-black Soul Slayer Pike. Everyone in the hall turned their gazes to the entrance of the hall and looked at the guests from the city of faraway prayers. Ian narrowed his eyes and looked at the ancient hall that represented Dragon Cloud City. Under the illumination of the sun and lights, the relief sculpture of the Cloud Dragon spear at the top of the hall was extremely conspicuous. It made the usually dark and heavy Hall of Heroes look even more dignified and steady. Relax. Thales punched his shoulder and snorted. You're much luckier than I was the first time I came. The prince looked at the Hall of Heroes and remembered his unlucky first visit. He could not help but lower his head and sigh. Is that so? Ian snorted softly and walked forward into the hall. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the sound of footsteps rang. Guests from the city of faraway prayers, the herald said. But in the next moment, he was immediately interrupted by an even louder voice. Honorable Archduchess Aroma Walton. Ian walked steadily on the stone floor and shouted loudly over the herald's voice, I am Ian Rockney. On behalf of my father, the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, Colgan Rockney, I extend my sincere greetings to you. What? Everyone in the hall craned their necks in surprise and looked at Ian Rockney, who was walking over slowly and did not treat himself as an outsider at all. Thales sighed. He thought of Croce, whom he had met before, and wondered why there were so many strange people lately. And all of them liked to introduce themselves? The prince subconsciously took a step back and widened the distance between him and Ian. Under the strange gazes of the Archduchess guards, Count Leespan, Viscount Lysden, and other nobles of Dragon Cloud City, as well as Nate Monty, who also came from the city of faraway prayers, Ian Rockney did not stop walking. He looked at the Archduchess on the throne with great interest and sized up her appearance. This is my first time in Dragon Cloud City. Forgive me for being unable to contain my excitement. In her seat, Saroma, who was dressed to the nines, seemed a little restrained. She pursed her lips and tensed up. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. The Archduchess took a deep breath and nodded at Count Leespan, who was sitting beside her. She then cleared her throat and said, Thank you for the concern of the City of Faraway Prayers. However, once again, Ian Rockney from the City of Faraway Prayers exceeded everyone's expectations. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Ian Rockney laughed and interrupted Saroma without hesitation. On behalf of the City of Faraway Prayers, I sincerely request Dragon Cloud City to send troops decisively and join our war against the Alliance of Freedom to protect your grandfather and father's reputation. Also, we really hate the common elected king who doesn't act according to the rules. I believe that all of you feel the same. The young Rockney raised his hands and did not stop talking. The words that came out of his mouth flowed down like an endless river. So, I also sincerely invite you, Archduchess Aroma Walton, to sign on the joint notice that will be pasted all over the country to condemn the king's atrocities. While he spoke without pause, the indifferent Ian did not forget to take out a slightly deformed letter from his bosom. He blew on the obviously damaged seal and handed it to the Star Killer, who stared at him in puzzlement. All the details are written in my father's letter. But I sincerely suggest that all of you remove all the adjectives in it and read it again. It will be much smoother. Ian exhaled, as if he was happy that he had said such a long string of words. A few seconds later, he flashed a bright smile. Then, I guess, our audience this time is over. His voice faded away. The entire Hall of Heroes was silent. Not a single sound could be heard. For a few seconds. Over. What does he mean? No one seemed to be able to react. Thales also stared at Ian, who stood in the hall, dumbfounded. Very soon, sighs rose and fell in unison from the City of Faraway Prayer's diplomat group behind Ian. Thales even heard the exasperated voice of the old noble from the City of Faraway Prayer suppressing himself. I knew it would be like this. Saroma recovered from her shock. She seemed to be at a loss. She looked at Lisban, who was frowning more and more, as if asking for help. Then, she looked at Thales, who was holding his forehead. I think, just now. Ian raised his index finger and once again snatched the right to speak in the hall. His happy tone made everyone in the hall speechless again. Prince Thales from Constellation invited me to enjoy the Constellatiate delicacies he brought. To be honest, I can't wait anymore. So, why don't we stop here? At that moment, everyone's gazes turned to stare at Thales. Under everyone's gaze, the Prince of Constellation scratched his forehead in pain. He could only show an ugly and awkward smile with his twitching face. Ian Rockney. This guy, I promise that it will end as soon as possible. This guy, Ian maintained the smile on his face and bowed deeply. Thank you again for your warm hospitality. Honorable Lady Saroma. Once he finished speaking, he turned around without hesitation. He strode out of the Hall of Heroes. On the way, he did not forget to give Thales a thumbs up, revealing his neat white teeth. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Ian's footsteps gradually faded away, just like how he came. Until he could no longer be heard. He left behind a hall full of well-dressed nobles and guards in the city who looked around in astonishment. In the silence of the crowd, who did not know how to react, a clear cough rose. This is really... Regent Lisbon's expression became very unpleasant. He said vaguely, what a surprise. About that, all of you know. Nate Monty, the Raven of Death, who had met Thales once before, stood at the lower end of the hall. He seemed to be a little embarrassed as he pouted. He spread his hands and chuckled at the people in the hall. This is why His Grace sent me as the diplomat group's vanguard. The Star Killer held the letter Ian shoved into his hands and stared at Monty with an unpleasant expression. I see. Monty. So this is what you meant when you asked me to properly entertain Sir Ian. Also, let me introduce you, everyone. The person you saw just now is Ian Rockney, the Archduke's son and the Viscount of Dual Wind City. Monty laughed and pointed in the direction where Ian left, as if he was trying to dispel his mockery. The nobles gave him a nickname. Monty shook his head. He looked like he wanted to laugh. Ian the nuisance. The hall became quiet again. It was so quiet that Thales wanted to sneak away. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, a voice suddenly called out to him. Sorry to disturb you again. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Beside the door, Ian Rockney's face reappeared. He still had a smile on his face as he spoke to the people in the hall, who had very interesting expressions on their faces. "Excuse me, where is my room?" Chapter 312. Heroic Spirit Palace, the Archduchess Dining Room. I need an explanation about today's farce. Saroma stared at the two people in front of her with an unpleasant expression. One of them had a calm expression, while the other had the ghost of a smile on his face. "Or both of you can get out of Heroic Spirit Palace now and settle your own food and lodging, both of you," the Archduchess said coldly. "Wow." The heir of the city of faraway prayers, Ian Rockney leaned against the back of the chair in his most comfortable position. He watched the angry Archduchess with interest, then turned his head and asked Thales, who was deep in thought, "Is this what you meant by, she's easy to talk to?" Thales took a deep breath. Maybe it's because, that's here." But before he could speak, Saroma's anger rose. "You, respected Sir Ian Rockney," the Archduchess said coldly, "I remember that you came to ask for help." "Aha!" Ian nodded briskly. "Just because of your frivolous, boastful, pretentious, and boorish behavior." Saroma was merciless. "And the rare talent that humiliated and angered all of Dragon Cloud City the first time we met. Also, tonight's welcome banquet has been cancelled, because no one is willing to attend unless I agree to their challenge to a duel at the banquet. They're still quite enthusiastic. Look, fortunately I brought Monty." In the face of the Archduchess, who was accusing him of something, the frivolous Viscount chuckled and snapped his fingers. Problem solved. Saroma's expression became even more unpleasant when she saw his frivolous attitude. "Enthusiastic. Do you know how ugly the scene was after you left? Do you know how many nobles expressed their indignation to me?" Thales swore that with his sensitive hearing, he heard the Archduchess grinding her teeth behind her lips. "You should be glad that they dropped their weapons before entering the palace." "Ah." Ian shrugged at Thales with a nonchalant expression. "Hypocritical, old-fashioned Northlanders. If you have this kind of energy, why don't you go to Black Sand region and kill the king?" Saroma was exasperated. She took a deep breath and glared at the nonchalant Ian. "Oh, you also know that the envoy from Black Sand region is in the city. They will know everything that happened today and report it back to Black Sand City and the king. And do you know how many of Dragon Cloud City's vassals will change their attitude towards the city of faraway prayers in Black Sand region because of your actions today?" Ian's pupils shrank when he heard the name Black Sand region. He nodded slowly against the backrest. "That's a problem." He turned to Thales and focused his gaze. "But we will solve it, right?" He clenched his fists and rested them on the dining table. From time to time, he cracked his knuckles. This was a habit he learned from the bald Archduke Letko 6 years ago. Saroma seemed to have had enough of arguing with the heir of the city of faraway prayers. "Thales, you were the one who arranged this meeting." The Archduchess pushed up her glasses and glared at Thales, who appeared calm and seemed to be deep in thought. "Say something." He imitated Saroma's angry expression and deliberately put on a resentful gaze. He turned his head and mouthed silently while shaking his head at Thales. "Say something." This made Saroma's anger soar to the peak. "If the people from the city of faraway prayers who come to ask for help are like you, then you can now, Saroma," Thales said softly. He raised his gaze and looked across the table at Lady Saroma, whose cheeks were puffed up because of anger. "Calm down. You are an Archduchess. There is no need to get angry so easily. Ah, this is the girl who rejected my impulsive suggestion a few days ago. She proposed to stay in Dragon Cloud City and face all the unknown dangers. That little rascal. He misses her, right?" The corners of Thales' lips curled up slowly, and he subconsciously smiled. Saroma, who was unable to suppress her anger, felt a little embarrassed by his stare. She remembered the method Thales taught her to calm down and took a few deep breaths. I think. The girl subconsciously averted her gaze and snorted. She glared fiercely at Ian, who was still smiling strangely, but her tone became much gentler. Maybe we shouldn't waste any more time. Ian raised his eyebrows. He looked at the calm Thales, and then at Saroma, who had turned her head away. A look of realization appeared on his face. He yawned and struggled to get up from the back of the chair, as if he had exhausted his entire life strength. He lazily picked up a piece of cheese from the table, and while chewing, he said to himself, I knew I found the right person. Under Ian's sarcastic reminder, Thales snapped out of his daze. The prince coughed and asked calmly, Count Leesban didn't come. Seal said he wanted to appease the nobles. Seal said he's going to appease the nobles. Saroma shook her head. She was still immersed in her dissatisfaction. He also said that he hopes that all of you can still appear so relaxed when you face the counts in the next hearing. Thales' gaze froze. Ian stopped chewing the cheese in his mouth. The next state affairs hearing, so he understood, the prince said softly. As expected of the eye of the dragon. Saroma revealed a puzzled expression. What? Maybe Monty told him something. Ian started chewing the cheese again, but his brows were already furrowed. That loudmouth, on the way here, he heard that I was going to propose. Upon hearing the word propose, Saroma exhaled heavily. Her gaze became dangerous again. What are you two talking about? Thales did not speak, but his thoughts spun faster and faster. Only Ian forcefully swallowed the cheese in his mouth, tilted his head, and smiled disapprovingly. It seems that you are not as smart as you look, my lady. As expected, beauty and wisdom are mutually. Before he could finish his sentence, he angered the Archduchess again. And you are even more annoying than your nickname, Saroma said coldly. Ian was slightly stunned at first, then he smiled and shrugged shamelessly. It is my honor. Thales sighed, determined not to remain silent anymore. Saroma. The prince sat upright and still, looking at the two of them seriously. This is Ian Rockney, representing the city of faraway prayers. Following his gaze, Saroma and Ian exchanged glances. One of them was vigilant, and the other did not think much of it. And he is here to propose to you. Thales said flatly. Saroma did not move. But in the next second, the Archduchess sneered. Is that so? Thank you for your introduction. Saroma stared at Thales with an unfriendly gaze. The accusation and anger in her eyes were practically overflowing. She sized up Ian with a gaze that did not hide the disgust in her eyes. She said sarcastically, at least he is about the same age, right? Thales did not speak. The one who answered was Ian. See, she still doesn't understand. The heir of the city of faraway prayers did not even look at the cold-faced Archduchess. He smiled contemptuously, shrugged, and said to Thales, my mother used to say that if a woman was in charge, she would. I don't know what your mother said, Ian. Thales turned his head abruptly and interrupted him coldly. Ian froze for a moment. His raised finger stopped in midair. To be honest, I don't care either. The Prince of Constellation's expression was solemn. But if you still want to complete your mission this time, then show some respect. She is the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, and the key to this game. He watched as Ian's playful gaze slowly faded away, and he said in a deep voice, she is also my friend. Ian was stunned. And you, Saroma? Thales stared into the Archduchess' eyes seriously. Please believe me, we are standing on the same side of the chessboard. This guy is like this. We have to get used to it slowly. Saroma snorted softly, as if she was still angry at Ian. But she did not speak again. Ian breathed softly and frowned, as if he had understood something. Oh. The next moment, Ian leaned back and moved closer to Thale's ear. He extended his hand to block the Archduchess' line of sight and whispered, "Why, you haven't tamed her yet?" This time, it was Thale's turn to be stunned. The solemn expression on his face had yet to disappear. He asked in astonishment, "What? Tamed?" Ian sighed with regret, as if he was exasperated that Thales had failed to meet his expectations. Saroma revealed a suspicious expression as she stared at the two men who were whispering to each other. "You know, you are the one who helped her to her position." Ian suppressed his voice. His tone was full of annoyance and dissatisfaction. "And it has been 6 years, Your Highness. Even a princess of a country doesn't need to wait for so long, right?" Thales blinked, as if he had understood a little. Men will more or less treat their first woman differently, but... Ian pouted and put on a bitter expression, as if he had been through this before. He continued to speak with great bitterness and resentment. "Unless it's in bed, don't let her climb over your head." Thud. A muffled sound was accompanied by Ian's pained grunt. The air of the city of faraway prayers' face was contorted. He hugged his stomach and sat back on his chair. His face was filled with the pain of betrayal. After Ian and Thales, Saroma was also stunned. She looked at them in confusion. He had some stomach pain, but he's fine now." Without changing his expression, Thales retracted his elbow. He did not even look at Ian, who was pale and drenched in cold sweat. "Let's get back to business." Saroma, the prince took a deep breath and leaned closer to the table. He said seriously, "You have to know that even though it's a proposal, it's impossible for him to succeed." Saroma's gaze flickered. There is only one direct ruler left in Dragon Cloud City. In a situation where there is no external force or pressure, it is impossible for you to marry an outsider with considerable power. Thales exerted a little force in his palm and shook off the suggestion Nuven gave him in his mind. Internally or externally, logically or emotionally, it is impossible for you to form a marriage alliance with an outsider who has considerable power. For the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, this is tantamount to attracting a terrifying foreign enemy out of nowhere and taking away power from them. For the Archdukes of Eckstedt, this means that the next heir of Dragon Cloud City and the City of Faraway Prayers is likely to merge the two into one. This is tantamount to an imbalance in the balance of power in the 10 territories. Thales looked at the Archduchess sincerely. And the City of Faraway Prayers is not strong enough to ignore or even suppress these objections. Whether it is the vassals, the archdukes, or even the king, none of them will allow you to marry. As she listened to the prince's words, Saroma's mind wandered for a moment. So, an outsider's proposal. Saroma stared at Thales. Saroma fixed her gaze on Thales. "They won't allow it, will they? Will they?" Thales felt very uncomfortable under her stare, so he quickly averted his gaze. "So, he sent word that he came here to propose to me," to Ian, who was stroking his stomach with a displeased expression, snorted coldly. "Of course, it is to lure out the Prince of Constellation, who rarely shows himself, but plays an important role in Dragon Cloud City's politics. If you want to win over the Archduchess, you have to start with Thales' Jade Star." "Ha!" Thales froze for a moment. The Archduchess blushed, which was a rare sight. Once he understood, Thales' expression immediately darkened. "Is this how the rumors are spreading outside? At least that's what Black Sand region does, isn't it?" Ian sighed and said in a joking manner. "What did the king give you in order to win you over?" 20 virgins. Thales automatically ignored Ian's joking tone. His nerves tensed up in an instant. What did he give me? It was as if King Chapman's victory was within his grasp and he had him firmly in his palm appeared before his eyes again. Thales resisted the urge to look at Saroma. Damn it. I can't let my guard down against this seemingly frivolous young master. Why? The second prince asked in return without batting an eyelid. Are you going to be generous and say, I'll give you double? Ian flashed an indecipherable smile. I'd be happy to. Ian shook his head with his usual expression before he slowly added the last sentence, I'll be happy to. He then added slowly, if they give you a slap. The Prince of Constellation responded with a cold snort in annoyance. But when he thought of Lampard's words, his heart turned cold. Although it's not a slap. But it's almost there. Saroma sighed softly. Let's get back to the main topic. So, the marriage proposal is just an excuse. It's not just an excuse, it can also explain a lot of things. The smiling Ian had an understanding look on his face. He clicked his tongue at Thales and moved his hands in an exaggerated manner. Look, the moment we mention the Archduchess' marriage, with a bang, a living Prince Thales appears. Thales rubbed his forehead and exhaled in pain. How old are you this year, Ian? 19. Ian's smile remained. I'm just 1 year older than the Archduchess. No, 4 years older. Thales quietly added. He exchanged a glance with Saroma in tacit understanding. Is that so? The prince said faintly, I feel like you've just turned 9. Ah, in view of your glorious deeds when you were 7 or 8 years old, Ian knocked on the table, picked up another piece of buttered bread, bit into it, and said with a muffled voice, I'll take this as a compliment. Thales exhaled. He gradually grasped the way to converse with the Viscount of Dual Wind City. Thales' thoughts raced as he recalled the conversation just now. From the moment he saw Saroma, Ian deliberately showed disdain for the Archduchess, but unknowingly asked about the Archduchess' relationship with the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, and probed about her control over the territory. He deliberately made the situation go out of control, but in truth, he looked at Thales many times. Perhaps he was observing when Thales would speak up to mediate, and from there, observe his influence on the Archduchess. He also indirectly probed about his actual relationship with the Archduchess. Twice. Both times, he tested Black Sand Region's attitude towards Thales, and Thales' attitude towards Black Sand Region. Thales secretly raised his guard in his heart. Ian Rockne. A seemingly frivolous, unruly, flamboyant, and presumptuous noble young master. But in truth, he hid the sharpest blade in his seemingly joking words. This nuisance. But for now, this is not a bad thing. Thales cleared his throat. Back to the topic at hand. Ian specifically told me that he wants to propose to you. Saroma's expression was still unpleasant, but she had already begun to listen to Thales' words. But as I said, a proposal is an impossible task. I guess he has other matters that he wants to discuss with me and you outside of normal diplomatic channels, in a reliable and trustworthy private setting. So I went to Heroic Spirit Palace in advance. Saroma looked at Ian with a doubtful expression. Ian blinked and swallowed his buttered bread. After we met, he told me that the city of Faraway Prayers is different from the other Northland archdukes. Their position is special, their politics are special, and any assistance from the interior of Ekstedt is of great significance to them. Not only that, but he also constantly hinted to himself that as the future heir of the city of Faraway Prayers, he was like the Prince of Constellation, a foreigner who was forced to live among the Northlanders. Thales sighed. And he also hinted to me that he knows that the reason Dragon Cloud City sends troops to assist the city of Faraway Prayers is none other than the conflict between the vassals and the Archduchess, starting from your marriage. At that moment, Saroma's gaze was fixed on Ian. Trust me. The Viscount snorted softly and disapprovingly. When it comes to the struggle between the archdukes and their vassals, his gaze became fierce. In all of Ekstedt, I'm afraid that there is no place more affected than the Rockne family in the city of Faraway Prayers. Saroma looked at Thales thoughtfully, and then at Ian. "So, what do you want?" the Archduchess asked faintly after she calmed down. Ian smiled. "He has a suggestion." Thales stared at Saroma with spirited eyes. "An unusual way to solve the crisis." The Archduchess bit her lower lip lightly, seemingly more interested in the food on the table. But Thales knew that she was thinking. "This is why we don't have time to waste on those boring and unnecessary ceremonies and banquets." The cynical look on Ian's face disappeared. He became solemn and no longer paid attention to the food on the table. "This matter requires us to discuss in secret, make a joint decision, and plan ahead. And we are pressed for time. I apologize to you, Your Grace. Everything that happened in the afternoon until just now was just a superficial test." Ian enunciated his words firmly. "Please believe that the City of Faraway Prayers is not just a supplicant who came to beg for help. In fact, I came with sincerity, and I also know your current difficulties and predicament. The City of Faraway Prayers will use our method to solve your problem in exchange for your promise and assistance. And what I need is just a little bit of your trust." No one spoke. The lights in the dining room flickered slightly, casting the shadows of the three people in the room. They looked like a small boat drifting along the waves. Saroma looked at Thales sternly. At that moment, for some reason, Thales remembered the scene of them fleeing for their lives in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago. The Prince of Constellation nodded at her. Finally, the Archduchess turned her head around. She was serious and calm. "And what is your method to help me solve my problem?" Ian Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers grinned. He nodded slightly at Thales. In the next second, he looked at Saroma gently and spoke softly. He uttered those familiar words again. "Propose." Chapter 313. Saroma frowned, and impatience reappeared on her face. "You must have a very good reason for returning to this topic." Thales coughed unnaturally. "Saroma," but before he could finish his sentence, Ian chuckled. "I mean no offense. Don't think too highly of yourself, my lady." The heir of the City of Faraway Prayers raised a finger and shook his head slightly. "You have to know that not everyone will cry, fight, and fight to the death to marry you." Saroma's expression changed. Ian abruptly turned his head and looked at Thales with a mysterious expression. "Am I right?" Thales became embarrassed. He coughed unnaturally again. "Saroma, he means, I know what he's talking about." Saroma stared coldly at Ian, then turned to Thales. A slight contortion appeared on her fair face. "He's right, isn't he? Obviously, I can't make people who don't like me fall head over heels for me. I'm not the main character in a legend." "Oh my God." Thales lowered his head stiffly. As if he had discovered a new world, he suddenly realized that the food on the table was delicious. Ian curled up the corners of his mouth. He looked at her, then at Thales, and smiled. "Neither of us is the main character in a legend. Unless we write our own legends." Thales retracted his outstretched hand, which was reaching for the food. Saroma exhaled, suppressed the displeasure in her heart, and looked at the rude guest. The Archduchess raised her eyebrows. "And that is?" However, Ian only smiled meaningfully before his expression turned solemn. "My lady, your highness, we are now facing the same problem." Ian looked particularly special when he was serious. His facial features, which were slightly different from the traditional Northlanders, made people unable to help but stare at him. "A few months ago, our respected king, Chapman Lampard, issued a new enfeoffment law in Black Sand region." Saroma and Thales finally put aside their awkwardness and listened attentively. The dining room seemed to have become a war room at this moment. Ian imitated Thales and knocked on the table. "Do you know what this means?" He tilted his head, his expression serious. The Archduchess frowned slightly, then nodded, unable to hide the displeasure in her tone. Yes, I've heard about it. Everyone is saying that he's imitating the cruel laws of the Empire, eliminating dissidents. For example, setting the standards for a commoner to become a noble, the king's decree. The standard of nobility. The prince suddenly remembered some knowledge that should not have appeared in this world. He also remembered the discussions he had with Hicks over the past few days, as well as Putre's advice, both overtly and covertly. Thales sighed, shook his head, and interrupted Saroma. No, Saroma, the laws are just the surface. It is not important whether they are strict or not. The real key is the flow of power behind the scenes. Saroma gave him a questioning look. King Chapman wrote all the traditional noble rules that have been passed down since before the joint ruling pledge, whether they are obscure or not, written or unwritten, habitual or not, compromising or not compromising, secret or not, and placed them in front of his own city gate. The prince remembered Lampard's words on the carriage. He remembered the courage and will of the terrifying King Chapman, who held the chess piece called Axtad in his hand and played a game of chess with the Sage of Constellation from more than 100 years ago. He could not help but feel sentimental. He tried to superimpose the authority of the king on the autonomy of the nobles, and put the interpretation and implementation of the joint ruling pledge in his own hands. He offended the old nobles and vassals who have a long history and supported the Lampard family to rule Black Sand region since the beginning of the kingdom's establishment. If the decree comes into effect, it means that Chapman's will overshadow the traditional customs and rules. The lives and power of the vassals will no longer belong to them, and they will no longer be shared with the king. They will only belong to the king. Saroma did not say anything. Ian sneered and shook his head. The corners of his lips curled up. In other words, he made a huge mess. He made him face the most difficult situation since his coronation. He looked at Thales. There is always a price to pay for change. He wanted to challenge the natural rights of the vassals, but he was also shaking his own natural rights and eroding the foundation of his rule. The old nobles and vassals in Black Sand region objected in unison. Count Mend made a public announcement and fiercely rebuked his suzerain. The Devenson family said that as long as the king did not revoke the decree, the tax resistance of all the vassals in their county would be extended indefinitely. Count Peruno went to Black Sand City to confront the king in a high-profile manner. The Ika family even recalled the 900 warriors who were stationed at the border to guard Broken Dragon Fortress according to their duty. All of Black Sand region became King Chapman's enemy overnight. The heir of the city of faraway prayers smiled faintly. This is his miscalculation. The second prince had lived in heroic Spirit Palace for a long time. Although he had heard that Lampard had encountered a lot of trouble, this was the first time Thales heard the specific predicament Lampard faced. It sounds terrible. He recalled the king's complicated gaze in the carriage again, and his sentimental words. All the decrees I tried to implement were met with many difficulties. Even in Black Sand region, there was a lot of resistance. My vassals' accumulated resentment is boiling, and they are ready to make trouble. Thales thought of something. He was about to speak, but the Archduchess spoke first. How strange. Saroma furrowed her brows. Seal once told me that the vassals each have their own interests and schemes. They won't easily show their blades to the king, and it's also very difficult for them to gather their standpoint and come together. What's more, they're facing Lampard, and he's the king. If they don't have external help and trump cards, those opponents in Black Sand region might not be so confident, organized, and coordinated. In the face of the Archduchess' question, Ian put on a rather profound expression. The dining room was silent for a few seconds. Wait, it's you. Soon, the Archduchess moved a little and said in sudden realization, it's you, the Archdukes, supporting their actions against the king, and even making promises. Thale's gaze shifted. Perhaps, as the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, she had improved in the past 6 years. It was just that he had never noticed it in the past. Ian bowed slightly in his chair, displaying a perfect etiquette. This was indeed rare among Northlanders. How can we miss this opportunity? Ian straightened his back, looked at the frowning Saroma, and chuckled. It's not just us, Defense City and Elifure City are also helping. The Viscount nodded complacently. Other than the Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, who has just inherited the throne, and the Stustel family of Sentinel Region, who remains neutral as usual, the Archduke of Glacier Sea has also expressed his willingness to join us. Soon, Prestige Orchid Region and Reformation Tower, who are also in the south, will also send a reply. This is a collective conspiracy. The King in Black Sand Region, who is different from the rest, is our target. Looking at Saroma's unmoving expression, Thales knew that she was thinking of that day 6 years ago. That black ring. That blood-stained crown. That howling girl. Thales' heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion. In the dining room, Ian was like a hunter with a bow and arrow in hand. He flashed a confident smile. The arrow has left the bow, and the sword has been unsheathed. Lampard's bargaining chips are disappearing. His vassals are dissatisfied, his people are suspicious, his taxes are decreasing, and his army is loosening. The prestige and inheritance left by the King of Rebellion, Quisso, and one of the 9 knights, Holt, Boiling Blood, for the descendants of the Lampard family, whose name is known throughout Northland, is gradually diminishing. The Prince of Constellation carefully recalled Lampard's character and methods. Suppressing his subconscious disapproval, he listened to Ian in silence. Before long, perhaps half a year, or even a few months, the king's rule will be shaken. The natural authority of the Iron Fist family will dissipate, and his decrees will no longer be able to leave the castle. He will become a powerless and lonely king, obediently enduring in his own castle until the next king selection. Ian took a deep breath, and suddenly changed the topic. However, when everything was going according to plan, and he was only 1 step away from success, a small accident happened, he said, somewhat vexed. Saroma lowered her head and pondered. You mean, a crisis broke out in the Alliance of Freedom, and they tried to break away from Extet? Ian flashed a smile of approval. And the City of Faraway Prayers happened to be the first to bear the brunt of this accident, the Archduchess said slowly. Was this really an accident? It is understandable. Reaching the top is imminent, and there will be obstacles. Ian exhaled and nodded. A cornered beast will still fight. Even a half-breed orc on the verge of death has the power to fight back, much less a usurper who killed his elder brother and the king. Hearing Ian's words, Thales could not help but frown. During these few minutes, Thales did not interrupt. He quietly watched the conversation between Saroma and Ian, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. That little rascal who hid behind me and wiped her tears, Saroma who has been sitting on the Archduchess seat with fear and trepidation all these years, when did she become an existence who can play chess with her opponent at the negotiating table, and conspire with her ally? Sentimental, gratified, disappointed, frustrated. Complicated thoughts formed by countless emotions surged into his heart. Why didn't I realize it in the past 6 years? Why now, when I'm about to? But Thales immediately clenched his fists. No, this is not enough. Her opponent, her ally, this is far from enough. It is precisely because of the archdukes led by the City of Faraway Prayers and their external support and guarantee that the old nobles in Black Sand region can rebel against the king without hesitation. Ian sighed. But we cannot turn a blind eye to the Alliance of Freedom. To be honest, based on the information I recently received, the situation in the Alliance is already irreversible. A peaceful solution is impossible. But if the army of the City of Faraway Prayers is busy on the campaign, and the Rockney family's hands are tied to the stake known as the Alliance of Freedom. He spread his hands and shrugged. Then, to the king's opponents, the promise of the city of faraway prayers will not be so reliable. Thales snapped out of his thoughts and quietly took over the conversation. At the same time, it will be easier for the king to suppress the opponents who are isolated and helpless, get through the crisis, and even further consolidate his authority and reshape Black Sand region that belongs to him. Clap. Ian clapped his hands softly. If Lampard gets through this storm. Believe me, for us, it won't be as simple as a failed hunt. Ian put on his most sincere expression, sweeping away the frivolity and deliberate provocation from before. He slowly said, "That is something we do not want to see." As for what exactly it was that we do not want to see, he did not say it out loud. Saroma paused for a moment and asked in puzzlement, "So, that's why Dragon Cloud City is so important in this storm?" "That's right." Ian looked at the Archduchess with a certain gaze. "Among the 9 great territories, Dragon Cloud City is the closest to us. It is also the only archduchy with abundant military power, financial resources, and an undeniable reputation that can dispatch troops to join us in the expedition against the Alliance of Freedom." "The closest. The only one. I can read a map." The Archduchess put on a disapproving expression. "Do you think Archduke Letko of Defense City is a dead man?" "Humph, that old bald man who plays it safe." Ian sneered. "He's not much different from a dead man." Saroma raised her eyebrows slightly. "Saroma," Thales organized his thoughts and said, "the city of faraway prayers and Black Sand region, Archduke Rockney and King Chapman are on opposite ends of a scale known as the Crisis of the Alliance of Freedom, or the Crisis of the King's Decree. You are the supreme suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. Your decisions, your army, and your vassals are the biggest chips in this game of chess." The prince looked at Ian cautiously and said, "If Dragon Cloud City promises to dispatch troops to the west and help the Rockney family conquer the Alliance of Freedom, Ian and the others' chances of toppling the king will increase greatly. If you stand by and do nothing, the pressure on King Chapman will be greatly reduced." Saroma pondered quietly. "But..." Thales took a deep breath. "Once you send out your troops, your vassals," Saroma raised her head. The coldness in her eyes startled both of them. "My marriage," the Archduchess said flatly, "I understand." Ian and Thales exchanged glances and nodded. "Lampard must have done something. That's why your vassals are revealing their desire for power and disrespect for the Archduchess at this moment. Once you decide to dispatch troops, they will use this as a threat and force you to marry." Thales' expression became more and more solemn. "And you will be forced into a dilemma because of your family's honor. If you want to dispatch troops, you must agree to their request and marry. But after you marry, Dragon Cloud City will sink into a vortex of power imbalance. Who knows what kind of trouble will be waiting for you? A suzerain and vassals threatening each other." Ian snorted coldly. "Truth be told, this is nothing new in the city of faraway prayers. At the same time, King Chapman will use all sorts of methods to eliminate and get rid of his opponents in his territory." Thales sighed. "One by one, day by day, until no one dares to oppose him and the king's decree. This is what Lampard is thinking. This is also the reason why I came here." The heir of the city of faraway prayers sat up straight and waited solemnly. "My lady, whether it is to go to war for Dragon Cloud City, redeem the Dragon Spear family's reputation, or extend a helping hand to the city of faraway prayers to thwart the king's rebellious actions, this is a war you have no choice but to fight." Ian's eyes were bright. It was hard to believe that a few hours ago, he was still the maverick and infuriating descendant of the Archduchess. "We are on the same side in this game of chess, facing the same opponent." Saroma did not say a word, but the seriousness in her eyes was unprecedented. She cast a glance at Thales, and the second prince returned her gaze with encouragement. But we also saw that Lampard used your vassals to hold Dragon Cloud City back. The envoys of Black Sand region did not come to Dragon Cloud City just because they were bored, Ian said seriously. After the City of Faraway Prayers, the Dragon Spear family's hands are also tied. So, the City of Faraway Prayers did not just come here to ask for help. It is unrealistic to ask for help from a person whose hands are tied. So, Saroma took a deep breath. You mean, Ian nodded gravely. We are here to help. If the City of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City are two people whose hands are tied at the same time, then what we have to do next? He made a knife-like gesture with his hand. I will first help you untie your hands, then you will help me cut the rope. The Viscount of Dual Wind City and the other two exchanged glances. Then, stand up together and beat up the person who tied us up. Chapter 3:14. The dining room fell into silence once again. Until the girl broke it. So, you deliberately provoked Dragon Cloud City this afternoon and let everyone see your rudeness. Saroma furrowed her brows tightly. Was it to prepare for this step? Ian winked pleasantly. The Archduchess seemed to be deep in thought. A proposal. Will it work? I'll still say the same thing. If you marry someone else. Ian glanced at Thales, seemingly unintentionally, and patted his shoulder. Then what should we do? Thales felt Saroma's gaze sweep over him from time to time. That gaze was the helpless gaze the little girl once cast at him in the library, the Hall of Heroes, Shield District, the prison cell, and in front of the 5 archdukes. Thales felt a sense of familiarity, but also an awkward sense of unfamiliarity. But, Thales Jade Star, what am I to you? He could only continue to maintain his stern expression and not respond. After the Archduchess, Ian also cast his gaze on Thales. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. It felt like a century had passed. Saroma still stared at Thales. What's wrong with you two? Ian finally could not stand the atmosphere anymore. He put on a baffled expression, raised his hands, and waved them. Or, should I leave? Enduring the pressure from the two, the prince finally relaxed. He put on a faint smile and nodded slightly at the Archduchess. You will have to face this storm sooner or later, Thales said softly. You are an Archduchess. It must be you. It is your own decision. Become who you want to be. Saroma paused for a moment. After listening to the prince's words, she lowered her head and sank into deep thought. Beside her, Ian frowned. His eyeballs moved back and forth between the two. A few seconds later, Saroma raised her head. She looked at Ian, as if she had made up her mind. Her tone was resolute. What do you need? At that moment, as if a floodgate had been opened, Thales exhaled. Ian flashed a satisfied smile. We need an occasion where all of your vassals, I mean vassals with fiefs, military strength, and ambition, will be present. Ian muttered to himself, the sooner, the better. We can't give them a chance to set up their trap, and we can't give Black Sand region time to counterattack. We will be there to cut your ropes and break your chains. You too. Saroma only pondered for a few seconds before she quickly spoke. There's still half a month before the hearing. Her reply was straightforward. But I'll discuss it with Charles. It should be pushed to a few days later. Under normal circumstances, the earls would send their administrators to attend, but I can send a letter to invite them to discuss the matter of dispatching troops. This was the first time Thales saw Saroma's swift and decisive side. He was quite surprised. So. Ian's eyes shone with a strange light. He tilted his head slightly. Have we reached an agreement? My lady. Oh no, the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City. Saroma looked at him and nodded slowly. Of course, Viscount of the City of Faraway Prayers. The corners of Thale's lips curled up. He felt a strange feeling surge in his heart. It was as if he had lost something. Very well. Ian put away his expression and stood up slowly. At that moment, Thales had the misconception that the Viscount's temperament was slowly changing. Ian raised his right hand, stretched it across the table, and put his fingers together to form a palm. Ian rocked knee. At that moment, there was no extra playfulness on his face, nor was there any deliberate seriousness on his face. There was only a simple indifference. For our alliance. Thales stared at him silently. He stared at Ian, who had an indifferent expression. Perhaps. This is the real him. The real Ian Rockney. The Archduchess took a deep breath and stood up with a stiff expression. She extended her palm towards Ian. Saroma Walton, the young girl said coldly, for our goal. But when her palm was about to touch Ian, it paused in midair. Ian was slightly startled. Saroma slowly turned her head and looked at the only person left in the hall. That foreign prince with a complicated expression. Ian came to his senses. He smiled in realization and looked at Thales as well. This time, it was Thales who raised his eyebrows. I wanted to, he asked in astonishment. You are the witness of this covenant, Thales. Don't underestimate yourself, Ian said with a chuckle. Or do you want to be an indifferent outsider who listens to the entire conspiracy? Saroma stared at the prince expressionlessly. Although her gaze was complicated, it did not leave for even a moment. Thales sighed and stood up helplessly. Thales Jade Star. The prince followed his memory of the 5 archdukes' action of swearing an oath of alliance. He extended his right hand and subconsciously closed Saroma's palm. He muttered to himself for a moment before he said coldly, for our common enemy. Ian stared at the 2 tightly clasped palms and raised half of his eyebrows. He sighed and shrugged, closing the back of Thales' hand from the outside. The 3 palms clasped together and shook vigorously in the air. The covenant was formed. And you have to attend as well, Thales. We in Dragoncloud City can't be the only ones at that kind of event. There must be outsiders with sufficient status as witnesses to give them considerable pressure. Ian let go of his hand and gestured to the south. But inviting Black Sand region is obviously a bad idea. Thales frowned. Do you need anything else? No. The faster, the shorter, and the simpler it is. Ian pursed his lips, seemingly a little anxious. The higher our chances of winning. But a few seconds later, the serious Ian revealed his true colors and returned to smiling. Of course, our Prince of Constellation can also write a letter and ask Constellation to dispatch troops from Western Desert Hill, cross the Great Desert, and attack the Alliance of Freedom from the south. And with us being attacked from both the east and the south, Ian laughed and picked up another piece of cheese to ease the tension. The war will end in less than 2 months. Thales rolled his eyes. Right, then I'll be in trouble when I'm a hostage in Extet. Guess, will Lampard publicly order the execution or hire an assassin? I think, rather than Constellation, you should ask for help from the orcs in the desert. It's more realistic. Ian mumbled and began to struggle with the cheese. Saroma's expression darkened. What are our chances? Ian shook his head and said vaguely, let's see how far we can go. He did not even look at them. His gaze was focused on the food in his hand. His cheeks moved back and forth as he chewed, but the words he said could not help but startle them. As I said, we are writing our own legend. It was a pleasure talking to you, Madam, Your Highness. Ian swallowed the last mouthful of cheese, turned around without hesitation, and walked out of the dining room without the slightest bit of politeness. Thales was left behind, deep in thought. And the baffling Saroma. The two of them looked at each other in silence in the dining room. Saroma sat down and did not say a word. Thales watched her quietly. After a while, the young girl suddenly said, "A proposal, right? Did you know from the beginning, or did you only realize it after?" There was no need for anyone to remind them. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Thales exhaled and said awkwardly, "That was just a tactic, Saroma." But the Archduchess immediately interrupted him. "You believe him?" She looked outside the door, her emotions indiscernible. Thales looked at the young girl's side profile and forced a smile. "No. But I believe you." Saroma's expression changed slightly. Thales walked to the window and looked out at the lights outside Heroic Spirit Palace. 6 years. Dragon Cloud City. What is this city to me? The second prince closed his eyes and shut Dragon Cloud City out of his sight. He sighed. "Promise me, Saroma. On the next day of the council hearing, no matter what happens, don't do anything stupid." Saroma was stunned. "What? Don't care about others. Don't care about anything else. Don't hesitate. Just choose the path that suits you and the Archduchess best. That's enough." Thales turned around. His expression was as cold as ice, as if he was about to face the most difficult test in the world. "I will solve the rest of the problems." Saroma looked at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. But in the end, she closed her mouth and did not say anything. Thales forced a smile. He nodded slightly, turned around, and walked out of the dining room. The young girl behind him was left behind. Thales walked out of the corridor. He walked past Ging's, the female officer's still cold and solemn gaze, past the maids' pointing fingers and whispers, and past the guards' malicious gazes. Just like how he had walked past them countless times in the past 6 years. Then, as he was about to leave the palace gate, he was stopped. "This afternoon, in the hall, I noticed the way they looked at you." Thales frowned and turned around. Ian Rockney was standing at the corner. He called out to him while flashing a fake smile at a guard who did not look like someone who was easy to deal with. The heir of the city of faraway prayers turned around and quickly caught up with Thales, leaving behind the guard's knife-like gaze. He smiled and said, "I don't think she can protect you, especially among these Northlanders." Thales sighed slightly. "So, you did it on purpose. You pushed me to the front of the stage again to be scrutinized." They walked past a pair of patrolling guards in the corridor. They seemed to be the Archduchess' personal guards. The leader narrowed his eyes and sized up the pair. Ian shrugged slightly and said in a low voice, "You know, the city of faraway prayers is the most remote territory in Extet. It is far away from the king's tentacles, and we are adjacent to the Great Desert." Thales raised his eyebrows. So, if you are in the city of faraway prayers, you don't have to worry about the king's threat. My father also welcomes you." Ian winked. "And, from where we are, as long as you cross the desert, you don't even have to pass through other archduchies to return to Constellation's western desert hill." Thales paused and shook his head helplessly in his heart. "Yes. But the premise is that Dragon Cloud City and King Chapman will allow me to leave. And if you're really kind enough to let me go, to let a chess piece that can be used to threaten Constellation leave." Ian raised his head and revealed his signature unruly smile again. "If things go wrong, please remember that the climate in the city of faraway prayers is much better than here." "I can't thank you enough," Thales said without batting an eyelid. "I will keep it in mind." The two of them walked side by side towards the palace gate. They could already see Wyatt, Ralph, and a few guards from the city of faraway prayers waiting at the gate. "Ian, you said that you want to write your own legend," Thales asked softly. What do you mean? Ian raised his head. He rubbed his chin, as if his interest was piqued by the question. What do I mean? He chuckled. The Rockney family hasn't had a king for more than 300 years, and Dragon Cloud City just happened to give up its monopoly on the throne. And the city of faraway prayers has always been neglected. Ian turned his head. His smile made him look like he was joking. Maybe it's time to balance the distribution of power in Extet. What do you think? Thales' gaze froze. He understood what Ian meant and thought of the long-haired, resolute warrior. Archduke Rockney intends to fight for the throne. Ian shook his head. Ha! He lowered his head and flicked the knight's cannon emblem on his shoulder. He hid his gaze in a corner where Thales could not see. Of course not. Ian raised his head. His eyes shone with an indecipherable light. With a rhythmic tone, Ian said softly, "At least it's not him." Thales stopped walking. Why bowed respectfully to him from a distance when he was still more than 10 meters away from the palace gate. Ian also stopped walking and looked back at Thales with a calm and composed expression. The prince chuckled. You know that you're going to face Lampard, perhaps the most difficult king in Extet's history. Ian also smiled. Yes, my father has to remind me at every meal how terrifying the person under the crown is. The two of them looked at each other. But, Ian's smile slowly disappeared. Since we're going to write our own legends, we can't leave too much ink for the supporting characters. Thales curled up the corners of his mouth and shook his head in resignation. Are you sure he's a supporting character? The prince fixed his gaze on Ian. Chapman Lampard. Ian put on an innocent expression and shrugged. I don't know. But I know that if I want to be the main character, he must be a supporting character. The 19-year-old Viscount sighed. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Thales looked at him with a complicated expression and nodded. Is that so? Ian pursed his lips. All successful legends are written in this way, there are no exceptions. The second prince of Constellation and the heir of the city of faraway prayers stared at each other for a few seconds. Both of their expressions gradually disappeared. Now I'm starting to believe it. The second prince slowly narrowed his eyes. Ian raised his eyebrows and said in a clear tone, believe in what? Ian Rockney. There's no doubt about it. Thales exhaled deeply and sighed a little. You are indeed your father's son. Chapter 3:15. Saroma frowned, and impatience reappeared on her face. You must have a very good reason for returning to this topic. Thales coughed unnaturally. Saroma, but before he could finish his sentence, Ian chuckled. I didn't mean to offend you. Don't think too highly of yourself, madam. The heir of the city of faraway prayers raised a finger and shook his head slightly. You have to know that not everyone will cry and fight to the death to marry you. Saroma's expression changed. Ian abruptly turned his head and looked at Thales with a mysterious expression. Am I right? Thales became embarrassed. He coughed unnaturally again. Saroma, he means, I know what he's talking about. Saroma stared coldly at Ian, then turned to Thales. A slight contortion appeared on her fair face. He's right, isn't he? Obviously, I can't make people who don't like me fall head over heels for me. I'm not the main character in a legend. Oh my God. Thales lowered his head stiffly. As if he had discovered a new world, he suddenly realized that the food on the table was delicious. Ian curled up the corners of his mouth. He looked at her, then at Thales, and smiled. Neither of us is the main character in a legend. Unless we write our own legends. Thales retracted his outstretched hand, which was about to reach for the food. Saroma exhaled, suppressed the displeasure in her heart, and looked at the rude guest. The Archduchess raised her eyebrows. And that is. However, Ian only smiled meaningfully before his expression turned solemn. My lady, your highness, we are now facing the same problem. Ian looked particularly special when he was serious. His facial features, which were slightly different from the traditional Northlanders, made people unable to help but stare at him. A few months ago, our respected king, Chapman Lampard, issued a new enfeoffment law in Black Sand region. Saroma and Thales put aside their awkwardness with great difficulty and listened attentively. The dining room seemed to have become a war room at this moment. Ian imitated Thales and knocked on the table. Do you know what this means? He tilted his head, his expression serious. The Archduchess frowned slightly, then nodded, unable to hide the displeasure in her tone. Yes, I've heard about it. Everyone is saying that he's imitating the cruel laws of the Empire, eliminating dissidents. For example, setting the standards for a commoner to become a noble, the king's decree. The standard of nobility. The prince suddenly remembered some knowledge that should not exist in this world. He also remembered the discussions he had with Hicks over the past few days, as well as Putre's advice, both overtly and covertly. Thales sighed, shook his head, and interrupted Saroma. No, Saroma, the laws are just the surface. It is not important whether they are strict or not. The real key is the flow of power behind the scenes. Saroma gave him a questioning look. King Chapman wrote all the traditional noble rules that have been passed down since before the joint ruling pledge, whether they are obscure or not, written or unwritten, habitual or not, compromising or not compromising, secret or not, and placed them in front of his own city gate. The prince remembered Lampard's words on the carriage. He remembered the courage and will of the terrifying King Chapman, who held the chess piece called Ekstad in his hand and played a game of chess with the Sage of Constellation from more than 100 years ago. He could not help but feel sentimental. He tried to superimpose the authority of the king on the autonomy of the nobles, and put the interpretation and implementation of the joint ruling pledge in his own hands. He offended the old nobles and vassals who have a long history, and who have even supported the Lampard family to rule Black Sand region since the beginning of the kingdom's establishment. If the decree comes into effect, it means that Chapman's will overshadow the traditional customs and rules. The lives and power of the vassals will no longer belong to them, and they will no longer even be shared with the king. They will only belong to the king. Saroma did not say anything. Ian sneered and shook his head. The corners of his lips curled up. In other words, he made a huge mess. He made him face the most difficult situation since his coronation. He looked at Thales. There is always a price to pay for change. He wanted to challenge the natural rights of the vassals, but he was also shaking his own natural rights and eroding the foundation of his rule. The old nobles and vassals in Black Sand region objected in unison. Count Mend made a public announcement and fiercely rebuked his suzerain. The Devenson family said that as long as the king did not revoke the decree, the tax resistance of all the vassals in their county would be extended indefinitely. Count Peruno went to Black Sand City in a high-profile manner to confront the king. The Ika family even recalled the 900 warriors who were stationed at the border and guarded Broken Dragon Fortress according to their duty. The entire Black Sand region became King Chapman's enemy overnight. The heir of the city of faraway prayers smiled. The second prince had lived in heroic Spirit Palace for a long time. Although he had heard that Lampard had encountered a lot of trouble, this was the first time Thales heard about the specific predicament Lampard was facing. It sounds terrible. He recalled the king's complicated gaze on the carriage, and his sentimental words. Thales thought of something. He was about to speak, but the Archduchess beat him to it. How strange. Saroma furrowed her brows. Seal told me before that the vassals each have their own interests and schemes. They will not easily show their blades to the king, and it's also very difficult for them to gather their standpoint and come together. What's more, they're facing Lampard, and he's also the king. Without external help and trump cards, those opponents in Black Sand region might not be so confident, organized, and coordinated. In the face of the Archduchess' question, Ian put on a rather profound expression. The dining room was silent for a few seconds. Wait, it's you guys. Soon, the Archduchess moved a little and said in sudden realization, it's you, the Archdukes, who are supporting their opposition to the king, and even making a promise. Thale's gaze shifted. Perhaps, as the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, she had improved in the past 6 years. It's just that I never noticed it in the past. Ian bowed slightly in his chair, displaying a perfect etiquette. This was indeed rare among Northlanders. How can we miss this opportunity? Ian straightened his back, looked at the frowning Saroma, and chuckled. It's not just us, Defense City and Elifure City are also helping. The Viscount nodded complacently. Other than the Archduke of Beacon Illumination City who hasn't inherited the throne for long, and the Stustel family of Sentinel region who remains neutral as usual, the Archduke of Glacier Sea has also expressed his willingness to join. Soon, Prestige Orchid region and Reformation Tower, who are also in the south, will also send a reply. This is a collective conspiracy. The king in Black Sand region, who is different from the rest, is our target. Looking at Saroma's unmoving expression, Thales knew that she was thinking of that day 6 years ago. That black ring. That blood-stained crown. That howling girl. Thales' heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion. In the dining room, Ian was like a hunter with a bow and arrow in hand. He flashed a confident smile. The arrow has left the bow, and the sword has been unsheathed. Lampard's bargaining chips are disappearing. His vassals are dissatisfied. His people are suspicious. His taxes are decreasing, and his army is loosening. In the Lampard family, which is famous in Northland, the uprising king, Quisso, and one of the 9 knights, Holt, the boiling blood, have left their descendants a legacy of prestige. The Prince of Constellation carefully recalled Lampard's character and methods. Suppressing his subconscious disapproval, he listened to Ian quietly. Before long, perhaps in half a year, or even a few months, the king's rule will be shaken. The natural authority of the Iron-Fist family will dissipate. His decrees will no longer be able to leave the castle. He will become a powerless, lonely king who will obediently endure in his own castle until the next king's election. Ian took a deep breath and suddenly changed the topic. However, when everything was going according to plan and we were only one step away from success, a small accident happened, he said, somewhat vexed. Saroma lowered her head and pondered. You mean, a crisis broke out in the Alliance of Freedom, and they tried to break away from Extet? Ian flashed a smile of approval. And in this accident, the city of Faraway Prayers happened to be the first to bear the brunt, the Archduchess said slowly. Was this really an accident? Ian exhaled and nodded. It's understandable that there will be bumps in the road to the top. Even a mongrel orc who is on the verge of death has the power to fight back, let alone a usurper who killed his elder brother and the king. Ian sighed and nodded. Hearing Ian's words, Thales could not help but frown. During these few minutes, Thales did not interrupt. He quietly watched the conversation between Saroma and Ian, but he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. That little rascal who hid behind me and wiped her tears, Saroma who has been sitting on the Archduchess' seat with fear and trepidation all these years, when did she become an existence who can play chess with her opponent at the negotiating table, and conspire with her ally? Sentimental, gratified, disappointed, frustrated. Complicated thoughts formed by countless emotions surged into his heart. Why didn't I realize it in the past 6 years? Why now, when I'm about to? But Thales immediately clenched his fists. No, this is not enough. Her opponent, her ally, this is far from enough. It's precisely because of the archdukes led by the City of Faraway Prayers and their external support and guarantee that the old nobles in Black Sand region can rebel against the king without hesitation. Ian sighed. But we can't turn a blind eye to the Alliance of Freedom. To be honest, based on the information I recently received, the situation in the Alliance is already irreversible. A peaceful solution is impossible. But if the army of the City of Faraway Prayers is busy on the campaign, and the Rockney family's hands are tied to the stake known as the Alliance of Freedom, he spread his hands and shrugged. Then, to the king's opponents, the promise of the City of Faraway Prayers will not be so reliable. Thales snapped out of his thoughts and quietly took over the conversation. At the same time, it will be easier for the king to suppress the opponents who are isolated and helpless, get through the crisis, and even further consolidate his authority and rebuild Black Sand region that belongs to him. Clap. Ian clapped his hands lightly. If Lampard gets through this storm. Believe me, for us, it won't be as simple as a failed hunt. Ian put on his most sincere expression, sweeping away the frivolity and deliberate provocation from before. He slowly said, "That's something we don't want to see." As for what exactly it was that we don't want to see, he did not say it out loud. Saroma paused for a moment and asked in puzzlement, "So, that's why Dragon Cloud City is so important in this storm?" "That's right." Ian looked at the Archduchess with a certain gaze. Among the 9 great territories, Dragon Cloud City is the closest to us. It's also the only archduchy that has surplus military forces, financial resources, and an undeniable reason to send troops to fight the Alliance of Freedom with us. The closest. The only one. I can read a map. The Archduchess put on a disapproving expression. Do you think Archduke Letko of Defense City is a dead man? Humph, that old bald man who plays it safe. Ian sneered. He's not much different from a dead man. Saroma raised her eyebrows slightly. Saroma, Thales organized his thoughts and said, the City of Faraway Prayers and Black Sand region, Archduke Rockney and King Chapman are on opposite ends of a scale known as the Alliance of Freedom Crisis or the King's Decree Crisis. You are the supreme suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. Your decisions, your army, and your vassals are the biggest bargaining chips in this game of chess. The prince looked at Ian cautiously and said, if Dragon Cloud City promises to send troops to the west and help the Rockney family conquer the Alliance of Freedom, Ian and the others' chances of toppling the king will be greatly increased. If you stand by and do nothing, the pressure on King Chapman will be greatly reduced. Saroma pondered quietly. But Thales took a deep breath. Once you send out your troops, your vassals, Saroma raised her head. The coldness in her eyes startled both of them. About my marriage, the Archduchess said flatly. I understand. Ian and Thales exchanged glances and nodded. Lampard must have done something. That's why your vassals are revealing their desire for power and disrespect for the Archduchess at this moment. Once you decide to send troops, they will use this as a threat and force you to marry. Thales' expression became more and more serious. And you will be forced into a dilemma because of your family's honor. If you want to send troops, you must agree to their request and marry. But after you marry, Dragon Cloud City will fall into a vortex of power imbalance. Who knows what kind of trouble will be waiting for you? A suzerain and vassals threatening each other. Ian snorted coldly. Truth be told, this is nothing new in the City of Faraway Prayers. At the same time, King Chapman will use all sorts of methods to eliminate and get rid of his opponents in his territory. Thales sighed. One by one, day by day, until no one dares to oppose him and the king's decree. This is what Lampard thinks. This is also the reason why I came here. The heir of the City of Faraway Prayers sat up straight and waited solemnly. My lady, whether it's to fight for Dragon Cloud City, redeem the Dragon Spear family's reputation, or lend a helping hand to the City of Faraway Prayers to thwart the king's rebellious actions. This is a war you have no choice but to fight. Ian's eyes were bright. It was hard to believe that a few hours ago, he was still the maverick and infuriating descendant of the Archduchess. We are on the same side in this game of chess, facing the same opponent. Saroma did not say a word, but the seriousness in her eyes was unprecedented. She cast a glance at Thales, and the second prince returned her gaze with encouragement. But we also saw that Lampard used your vassals to hold back Dragon Cloud City's Black Sand region's envoy. He did not come to Dragon Cloud City because he was bored, Ian said seriously. After the City of Faraway Prayers, the Dragon Spear family's hands are also tied. So, the City of Faraway Prayers did not just come here to ask for help. It is unrealistic to ask for help from a person whose hands are tied. So, Saroma took a deep breath. What you mean is, Ian nodded gravely. We are here to help. If the City of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City are two people whose hands are tied at the same time, then what we have to do next? He made a knife-like gesture with his hand. I will first help you untie your hands, then you will help me cut the rope. The Viscount of Dual Wind City and the other two exchanged glances. Then, stand up together and beat up the person who tied us up. Chapter 3:16. Stepping into the Hall of Heroes, Thales immediately saw the large fireplace that had an indissoluble bond with him, as well as the black and ferocious spear on the gun rack above. In the hall, there were already quite a number of Dragon Cloud City's vassals who were qualified to participate in the State Affairs hearing. Thales looked at the scene in the Hall of Heroes and frowned. The layout of the hall had changed. Other than the Archduke's seat in front of the fireplace, many seats had been placed on both sides of the oval stone hall. The sides faced the Archduke, and the seats faced each other. Only the middle area was empty. But even in such a solemn occasion, the Northlanders still showed their boorish and unrestrained side. Obviously, some nobles were not satisfied with the position of the seats. After sitting down, they deliberately adjusted their seats, sometimes taking 1 or 2 steps, as if they wanted to compete with the arranged seats. From afar, the meeting hall, which was originally in the shape of a 3-sided pocket, gradually became messy and scattered after the arrival of the vassals. In addition, the Northland nobles were either meeting their acquaintances or meeting for the first time. The entire hall seemed a little messy. It reminded the Prince of Ekstedt's banquet in the past. But Thales noticed that the 6 seats closest to the Archduke's left and right did not move at all. Even though the many vassals behind them were moving their seats, no one dared to cross or even touch those 6 seats. Looking at those 6 seats, Thales, who had expected it, already knew what was going on. Thales' arrival seemed to have startled quite a number of people, and the noise became much quieter. Many Northland nobles turned their heads and looked at the foreign prince, who had not appeared often for 6 years, with all sorts of gazes. The prince lowered his head and deliberately avoided eye contact with these people. Under Lord Justin's lead, he came to an extremely remote seat, far away from the dense group of Northland nobles. Ralph stood against the wall behind him. Listen, just keep a low profile, Lord Justin said coldly. If anything happens, I have already instructed the people around us. They know what to do, but the Lord's words came to a halt. With the sound of a chair being dragged on the floor, a young man unceremoniously moved his seat to Thales' side and sat down with a loud thud. Thales was also startled. I've never liked Northlanders' meetings. Every meeting is like a quarrel between guerrillas. A familiar voice came from beside him. It chattered endlessly and vividly. You know, male gorillas in heat beating their chests and roaring at their rivals in love. While Thales was dumbfounded, Lord Justin's expression became very unpleasant. Viscount Ian Ronnie. As the envoy of the city of faraway prayers, your seat doesn't seem to be here. Beside Thales, Ian, who was beating his chest like a gorilla, closed his mouth, which had formed an O shape. He retracted his hands and nodded nonchalantly. I know, my seat is over there. Thales turned to the other side of the hall, following the direction of his finger. The Raven of Death, Nate Monty, whom he had met a few days ago, sat boldly on the chair belonging to the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group. He laughed loudly. Behind him, a group of nobles from the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group glared at him with ashen faces. They stared at their theoretical leader, Ian Ronnie, from afar. I promised to introduce him to a few beautiful widows who were bold and unrestrained in Wind City, so Monty agreed to help me hold back those old men. Ian sighed. But I didn't tell him that in Wind City, the people of West Billow actually have a different aesthetic standard from ours. Thales sighed as well. He no longer wanted to ridicule this indecent air of the City of Faraway Prayers anymore. As the Prince of Constellation and the people from the City of Faraway Prayers took their seats, the hall regained the noises unique to Northland. Then, a loud shout rang through the hall. Thales recognized the voice. It was the herald's shout. As he shouted, a few nobles, who were obviously of high status, entered the hall in a few short minutes, as if they had agreed on it beforehand. Some of them were fast, some of them were slow, some of them were early, and some of them were late. The Count of Phelan Castle, Shalon Cotterson. As the herald announced their names, the first man who walked in was about 50 years old. He was actually dressed in a military uniform. His eyes shone with a sharp light, and Thales could not help but frown. The Count of Rubble Hill and Harding County, Holt Nazir. This was an old noble. He walked forward slowly with the help of his attendants, but the nobles beside him subconsciously made way for him. The Count of Wild Woodland, Stone Liner. Count Liner did not seem to be much younger than Cotterson. He was dressed strictly, and his expression was stern. He looked steadily forward, as if he was ready to rush to the battlefield at any moment. The Count of Hunt and Origami County, Con Kirkegul. This middle-aged guest was of medium stature. His expression was calm, and he walked slowly. He came alone without any attendants, as if he was not affected by external objects. But the most eye-catching thing was that his left sleeve was empty. This was a one-armed count. The Count of Flatiron County, Brookinghurst. This guest was the youngest. He was in his 30s, and he had a full beard with a golden luster. He wore a smile on his face, and his chiseled facial features left a deep impression on people. The 5 men walked into the hall one after another. Under the watchful eyes of the nobles in the hall, they walked to the front of the stone hall and sat down without hesitation on the 5 seats closest to the Archduke. The discussions and noises in the hall immediately quieted down. Ian whispered into Thales' ear, "They, along with Prime Minister Leesban, are the 6 most trusted and important counts of King Nuvan when he was alive. It is said that the strength of each of these 6 families is comparable to that of a country, and they can summon more than 20,000 warriors without hesitation to go to war, almost twice the number of the Walton family. They seem to be experienced rulers," Thales said softly. Ian shook his head. King Nuvan did not allow his subordinates to have people who held positions without doing anything, or those with low abilities. That's why the people you saw were all heroes who served under him for decades and helped him spread his fame in Dragon Cloud City and even in Extet, unlike the people from the City of Faraway Prayers. Forget it, let's not talk about it. In short, this is one of King Nuvan's legacies. It also made Dragon Cloud City the strongest and most terrifying force in Extet. Thales observed the 5 counts seriously and added. That was in the past, when King Nuvan was still around. Ian shook his head disapprovingly. And now? Thales nodded. But then he heard the interaction between the 5 counts. How is your territory, Khan? Count Cotter-son, who was dressed in martial attire, said in a voice that was as hard as iron, ever since His Majesty broke the neck of their previous Archduke, the bastards in Beacon Illumination City no longer dare to provoke you, right? Cut the crap. The one-armed Count Khan Karkagel did not give Cotter-son any face. His expression did not change, and he looked as if he was 1,000 miles away from him. We all know why we don't bother with small talk here. Cotter-son, who had asked for a snub, snorted coldly and turned his head away. The Soul Slayer pike is still as sharp as before. Count Nazir, who seemed to be the most senior among them, fixed his gaze on the Soul Slayer pike behind the Archduke's seat and sighed. But the person sitting under it, the person we are loyal to, is no longer here. These words caused the expressions of the 5 earls to sink. Nazir shook his head. His gaze was melancholic. When was the last time we gathered together? 6 years ago, Count Liner, who was as stern as ice, answered coldly behind him. He shifted his seat forcefully, as if everything around him was an eyesore. First it was Constellation, then the Calamities, then the Dragon, and finally Black Sand region. When we arrived with our men, there was only His Majesty's funeral left. The 5 of them were silent for a moment. Humph, before Liner could finish speaking, he shook his head coldly. A ridiculous king selection. 5 outsiders and Leaseband decided who we would be conferred as kings, turning the most powerful Dragon Cloud city into the biggest joke in Ekstedt, Liner. The golden-bearded Count Hurst interrupted him angrily. For the sake of the Sunset Goddess, save your grumbling. When Thales heard this, he could not help but feel a shadow cast over his heart. Sir Roma, what kind of vassals have you been facing for the past 6 years? Count Liner snorted disdainfully and was about to speak. The Count of Eagle County and Bloodshed Land. The herald's voice rang again. Regent of Dragon Cloud City, Seal Leaseband. Finally, Thales saw a familiar face. Count Leaseband was still as steady and calm as ever. He stepped into the hall with an unquestionable expression. Unlike before, the nobles quietened down the moment Regent Leaseband entered the hall. Only the 5 counts stared at him without showing any signs of weakness. Count Liner even snorted softly. Regent Leaseband walked in front of the 5 counts with an indifferent expression. Everyone, it is my honor to welcome you with your presence. It's not you, Seal. Count Nazir shook his head and flashed an unpleasant smile. It's not you. We are here in response to the Lord's summons. Leaseband turned his head and glanced at Nazir. Of course, the regent said softly. He turned around and sat down on the seat closest to the Archduke's seat. As for the other 4, they did not even look at Leaseband. It was as if he was not one of the 6 at all. He was not their companion. Thales frowned as he watched the 6 counts interact. Ian. The prince suddenly took a step towards the young Rockney and said softly, Tell me, in this matter, Dragon Cloud City is not your only hope. Ian, who was waving at his diplomat group from afar, was slightly stunned. He turned around with a puzzled expression. What is it? Thales' expression was firm. Tell me. Ian frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. You don't seem to have much confidence in us. Thales shook his head. No emotion could be seen on his face. Just tell me. Ian narrowed his eyes. Of course not. In the end, the air of the city of faraway prayers still snorted softly. Dragon Cloud City is just one of them. His expression darkened slightly. At this time, my sister has probably already arrived at Defense City with a mission. Thales pondered for a while. Defense City, Archduke Letko. He remembered the bald old Archduke and the scene of him roaring in this hall 6 years ago. Of course, 20 years ago, they were also among the reinforcements. The prince raised his head with a worried expression. But what you can think of, Lampard can also think of, just like how you came to Dragon Cloud City. Ian whistled and waved his hand nonchalantly. My sister will find a way. God knows how she'll use her big legs to tempt that old baldy to send his troops. Or maybe she'll use her mouth, who knows which one. Thales frowned. He noticed that Ian's gaze slowly froze in midair. He seemed to be deep in thought. You don't seem to like your sister very much. Ian snorted softly, as if he did not think much of it. Don't misunderstand, we used to be very close. Young Rockney looked at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear above his head and snorted. But now, we're almost like mortal enemies. His expression was sarcastic. Thales raised his eyebrows. Do you mind if I ask why? Ian did not speak. He only glanced at Thales with a complicated expression. At this moment, an even louder shout than before came from the door. Rikaru and Char's bloodline. All the Northlanders in the hall turned their heads in unison. With the sound of countless chairs crashing into each other, all the Northlanders stood up. Even the 6 counts were no exception. They all clenched their right fists solemnly and pressed them against their hearts. The heir of the Dragon Spear family. Ian let out a sigh and slowly stood up. Under the urging of countless dissatisfied gazes, Thales quickly stood up as well. The ruler of Dragon Cloud City. Amid the thunderous shouts, Thales saw a lithe figure through the gaps between the layers of shoulders. She walked over slowly with heavy footsteps. It's her. Accompanied by Nicholas, the girl he could not be more familiar with walked past the vassals on both sides of the hall and walked towards her seat. That was the only seat. The girl's expression was calm. Her posture was elegant and appropriate as she walked forward. You asked me why. Ian's voice traveled slowly into his ears. Look, this is why. The Prince of Constellation was instantly stunned. He turned his head. What? Ian curled his lips into a mocking smile. 6 years ago. The first Archduchess in Eksted's history succeeded the throne in this hall in Dragon Cloud City. Ian's gaze turned cold. He turned his head and glanced at the Soul Slayer pike on the fireplace, then at the girl who walked slowly towards him from the center of the hall. There was a hint of melancholy in his voice. Since then, my dearest twin sister, the woman who was conceived in my mother's womb with me. She did not just see me as her dearest brother. Thales was stunned. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk through the crowd. The young Archduchess' footsteps continued. She endured the unscrupulous gazes of countless men. She swept past countless men's overt or covert discussions. She walked past the coarse floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace, which had a long history, and entered the meeting hall that only male nobles had the right to enter for centuries. Step by step, she walked towards her seat. There was a moment when Thales wished he did not have nimble hearing or clear vision. For he saw that all the men in the hall, young and old, high and low, from front to back, from top to bottom, were scrutinizing the Grand Duchess's figure without scruple, gazing at her face. He even heard them laughing, teasing, and obscene comments about the Archduchess' figure, face, and even her. An inexplicable anger surged in his heart, causing Thales to clench his fists subconsciously. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. But the girl still moved forward. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk her footsteps made crisp sounds as she stepped on the centuries-old floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace. The floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace were still as sturdy and indestructible as they had been for years. But the girl still moved forward. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk her boots continued to hit the floor tiles. Even though the floor tiles had never been broken or shaken, she did not stop. She did not retreat either. You know, from then on, my sister's eyes shone with a dangerous light. Ian's voice continued to travel into Thale's ears. The air of the city of faraway prayers' eyes shone with a dangerous light. That pair of beautiful eyes no longer stared at makeup and clothes, dowries and money, but at the handsome young men who might become her dependents and homes in the future. She stared at the things that women are born to care about. Instead, she looked at my father. She looked at me. Thales did not speak. The girl's figure was light, and her expression was calm. But her footsteps were still heavy. It was as if she was carrying a heavy burden. You changed the rules, Thales. Ian spoke at a steady pace, but it was filled with melancholy that could not be dispelled. You and Lampard. There was an unsettling look in his eyes as he stared at Thales. It was you. You took my sister away from me. The girl finally walked up the steps that belonged to the Archduchess. Nicholas stood still on the first step of the stairs. As her most important bodyguard, he had to stop here. He could not take another step forward. The girl could only walk up the steps alone. She walked up to her seat. She was alone. As the girl walked up to her seat, the herald's deliberately prolonged call came to an end. Archduchess, Sir Roma Walton. Under countless people's gazes, Sir Roma slowly sat down. She could not hide the paleness on her face. All the vassals of Dragon Cloud City under the steps lowered their heads and bowed. They showed their respect to their lords. But Thales heard it. With the help of the Sin of Hell's River, he heard it clearly. The vigorous and powerful pulses in the Archduchess' chest traveled into his ears continuously. It was Sir Roma's heartbeat. It was lively and powerful. Even the messy sounds of the people sitting down in the hall could not cover it. Thales heaved a long sigh. I see. Thales sat down on his seat and looked at Ian, who was beside him. He seemed to be deep in thought. For the crisis of the Alliance of Freedom, you came to Dragon Cloud City, and your sister went to Defense City. If you fail, no, Ian interrupted him coldly. The air of the city of faraway prayers had a fire in his eyes that Thales could not ignore. The one who will fail will only be her. It can only be her. Thales turned his head and looked at Ian. The second prince nodded slowly. There was a profound meaning in his words. Just now, you said that I took your sister away. Ian frowned. Thales heaved a long sigh and slowly clenched his fists. You're right. I took her away. Thales took a deep breath and looked at the Archduchess on the Archduchess throne, at the Archduchess who was forcing herself to remain calm as she looked at everyone. She is indeed your sister. Thales smiled. He turned his head to look at the Archduchess, who was about to speak, leaving Ian with a doubtful expression. Just now, when Sir Roma slowly walked to her seat, and when Ian told that story with hatred, Thales suddenly came to a realization. So, 6 years ago, he still had Lampard. What they did in this hall. Chapter 317. Stepping into the Hall of Heroes, Thales immediately saw the large fireplace that had an indissoluble bond with him, as well as the black and ferocious spear on the gun rack above. In the hall, there were already quite a number of Dragon Cloud City's vassals who were qualified to participate in the State Affairs hearing. Thales looked at the scene in the Hall of Heroes and frowned. The layout of the hall had changed. Other than the Archduke's seat in front of the fireplace, many seats had been placed on both sides of the oval stone hall. The sides faced the Archduke, and the seats faced each other. Only the middle area was empty. But even in such a solemn occasion, the Northlanders still showed their boorish and unrestrained side. Obviously, some nobles were not satisfied with the position of the seats. After sitting down, they deliberately adjusted their seats, sometimes taking 1 or 2 steps, as if they wanted to compete with the arranged seats. From afar, the meeting hall, which was originally in the shape of a three-sided pocket, gradually became messy and scattered after the arrival of the vassals. In addition, the Northland nobles were either meeting their acquaintances or meeting for the first time. The entire hall seemed a little messy. It reminded the Prince of Ekstedt's banquet in the past. But Thales noticed that the 6 seats closest to the Archduke's left and right did not move at all. Even though the many vassals behind them were moving their seats, no one dared to cross or even touch those 6 seats. Looking at those 6 seats, Thales, who had expected it, already knew what was going on. Thales' arrival seemed to have startled quite a number of people, and the noise became much quieter. Many Northland nobles turned their heads and looked at the foreign prince, who had not appeared often for 6 years, with all sorts of gazes. The prince lowered his head and deliberately avoided eye contact with these people. Under Lord Justin's lead, he came to an extremely remote seat, far away from the dense group of Northland nobles. Ralph stood against the wall behind him. "Listen, just keep a low profile," Lord Justin said coldly. "If anything happens, I have already instructed the people around us. They know what to do," but the Lord's words came to a halt. With the sound of a chair being dragged on the floor, a young man unceremoniously moved his seat to Thales' side and sat down with a loud thud. Thales was also startled. "I've never liked Northlanders' meetings. Every meeting is like a quarrel between guerrillas." A familiar voice came from beside him. It chattered endlessly and vividly. "You know, male gorillas in heat beating their chests and roaring at their rivals in love." While Thales was dumbfounded, Lord Justin's expression became very unpleasant. "Viscount Ian Ronnie. As the envoy of the City of Faraway Prayers, your seat doesn't seem to be here." Beside Thales, Ian, who was beating his chest like a gorilla, closed his mouth, which had formed an O shape. He retracted his hands and nodded nonchalantly. "I know, my seat is over there." Thales turned to the other side of the hall, following the direction of his finger. The Raven of Death, Nate Monty, whom he had met a few days ago, sat boldly on the chair belonging to the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group. He laughed loudly. Behind him, a group of nobles from the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group glared at him with ashen faces. They stared at their theoretical leader, Ian Ronnie, from afar. "I promised to introduce him to a few beautiful widows who were bold and unrestrained in Wind City, so Monty agreed to help me hold back those old men." Ian sighed. "But I didn't tell him that in Wind City, the people of West Billow actually have a different aesthetic standard from ours." Thales sighed as well. He no longer wanted to ridicule this indecent air of the City of Faraway Prayers anymore. As the Prince of Constellation and the people from the City of Faraway Prayers took their seats, the hall regained the noises unique to Northland. Then, a loud shout rang through the hall. Thales recognized the voice. It was the herald's shout. As he shouted, a few nobles, who were obviously of high status, entered the hall in a few short minutes, as if they had agreed on it beforehand. Some of them were fast, some of them were slow, some of them were early, and some of them were late. The Count of Phelan Castle, Shalon Cotterson. As the herald announced their names, the first man who walked in was about 50 years old. He was actually dressed in a military uniform. His eyes shone with a sharp light, and Thales could not help but frown. The Count of Rubble Hill and Harding County, Holt Nazir. This was an old noble. He walked forward slowly with the help of his attendants, but the nobles beside him subconsciously made way for him. The Count of Wild Woodland, Stone Liner. Count Liner did not seem to be much younger than Cotterson. He was dressed strictly, and his expression was stern. He looked steadily forward, as if he was ready to rush to the battlefield at any moment. The Count of Hunt and Origami County, Con Kirkegul. This middle-aged guest was of medium stature. His expression was calm, and he walked slowly. He came alone without any attendants, as if he was not affected by external objects. But the most eye-catching thing was that his left sleeve was empty. This was a one-armed count. The Count of Flatiron County, Brookinghurst. This guest was the youngest. He was in his 30s, and he had a full beard with a golden luster. He wore a smile on his face, and his chiseled facial features left a deep impression on people. The 5 men walked into the hall one after another. Under the watchful eyes of the nobles in the hall, they walked to the front of the stone hall and sat down without hesitation on the 5 seats closest to the Archduke. The discussions and noises in the hall immediately quieted down. Ian whispered into Thales's ear, "They, along with Prime Minister Leesban, are the 6 most trusted and important counts of King Nuvan when he was alive. It is said that the strength of each of these 6 families is comparable to that of a country, and they can summon more than 20,000 warriors without hesitation to go to war, almost twice the number of the Walton family. They seem to be experienced rulers," Thales said softly. Ian shook his head. King Nuvan did not allow his subordinates to have people who held positions without doing anything, or those with low abilities. That's why the people you see are all heroes who served under him for decades and helped him spread his fame in Dragon Cloud City and even in Extet, unlike the people from the City of Faraway Prayers. Forget it, let's not talk about it. In short, this is one of King Nuvan's legacies. It also made Dragon Cloud City the strongest and most terrifying force in Extet, Thales added as he observed the 5 counts seriously. That was in the past, when King Nuvan was still around. Ian shook his head disapprovingly. And now? Thales nodded. But he then heard the interaction between the 5 counts. "How is your territory, Khan?" Count Cotterson, who was dressed in martial attire, said in a voice that was as hard as iron, "Ever since His Majesty broke the neck of their previous Archduke, the bastards in Beacon Illumination City no longer dare to provoke you, right?" "Cut the crap." The one-armed Count Khan Karkagel did not give Cotterson any face. His expression did not change, and he looked as if he was 1,000 miles away from him. "We all know why we don't bother with small talk here." Cotterson, who had asked for a snub, snorted coldly and turned his head. "The Soul Slayer pike is still as sharp as before." Count Nazir, who seemed to be the most senior among them, fixed his gaze on the Soul Slayer pike behind the Archduke's seat and sighed. "But the person sitting under it, the person we served, is no longer here." These words caused the expressions of the 5 earls to sink. Nazir shook his head. His gaze was melancholic. "When was the last time we gathered together?" 6 years ago, Count Liner, who was as stern as ice, answered coldly behind him. He shifted his seat forcefully, as if everything around him was an eyesore. "First it was Constellation, then the Calamities, then the Dragon, and finally Black Sand region. When we arrived with our men, there was only His Majesty's funeral left." The 5 of them were silent for a moment. Before Liner could finish speaking, he shook his head coldly. "A ridiculous king selection." 5 outsiders and Leesban decided who we would be conferred as kings, turning the most powerful Dragon Cloud City into the biggest joke in Extet, Liner. The golden-bearded Count Hurst interrupted him angrily. "For the sake of the Sunset Goddess, save your grumbling." When Thales heard this, he could not help but feel a shadow cast over his heart. "Sir Roma, what kind of vassals have you been facing for the past 6 years?" Count Liner snorted disdainfully and was about to speak. "The Count of Eagle County and Bloodshed Land." The herald's voice rang again. "Regent of Dragon Cloud City, Seal Leesban." Finally, Thales saw a familiar face. Count Leesban was still as steady and calm as ever. He stepped into the hall with an unquestionable expression. Unlike before, the nobles quietened down the moment Regent Leesban entered the hall. Only the 5 counts stared at him without showing any signs of weakness. Count Liner even snorted softly. Regent Leespan walked in front of the 5 counts with an indifferent expression. Everyone, it is my honor to welcome you with your presence. It's not you, Seal. Count Nazir shook his head and flashed an unpleasant smile. It's not you. We are here in response to the Lord's summons. Leespan turned his head and glanced at Nazir. Of course, the regent said softly. He turned around and sat on the seat closest to the Archduke's seat. As for the other 4, they did not even look at Leespan. It was as if he was not one of the 6 at all. He was not their companion. Thales frowned as he watched the 6 counts interact. Ian. The prince suddenly took a step towards the young Rockney and said softly, "Tell me that in this matter, Dragon Cloud City is not your only hope." Ian, who was waving at his diplomat group from afar, was slightly startled. He turned around with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Thales' expression was firm. "Tell me." Ian frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. "You don't seem to have much confidence in us." Thales shook his head. No emotion could be seen on his face. "Just tell me." Ian narrowed his eyes. "Of course not." In the end, the air of the city of faraway prayers snorted softly. "Dragon Cloud City is just one of them." His expression darkened slightly. "At this time, my sister has probably already arrived at Defense City with a mission." Thales pondered for a while. Defense City, Archduke Letko. He remembered the bald old Archduke and the scene of him roaring in this hall 6 years ago. Of course, 20 years ago, they were also among the reinforcements. The prince raised his head with a worried expression. "But what you can think of, Lampard can also think of, just like how you came to Dragon Cloud City." Ian whistled and waved his hand nonchalantly. "My sister will have a way. God knows how she will use her big breasts to tempt that old baldy to send his troops, or use her mouth, who knows which one." Thales frowned. He noticed that Ian's gaze slowly froze in midair, and he seemed to be deep in thought. "You don't seem to like your sister very much." Ian snorted softly, as if he did not think much of it. "Don't misunderstand, we used to be very close." Young Rockney looked at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear above his head and snorted. "But now, we're almost like mortal enemies." His expression was sarcastic. Thales raised his eyebrows. "Do you mind if I ask why?" Ian did not speak. He only glanced at Thales with a complicated expression. At this moment, an even louder shout than before came from the door. "Raikaru and Char's bloodline." All the Northlanders in the hall turned their heads in unison. As countless chairs clattered against each other, all the Northlanders stood up. Even the 6 counts were no exception. They all clenched their right fists solemnly and pressed them against their hearts. The heir of the Dragon Spear family. Ian let out a sigh and slowly stood up. Under the urging of countless dissatisfied gazes, Thales quickly stood up as well. The ruler of Dragon Cloud City. Amid the thunderous shouts, Thales saw a lithe figure through the gaps between the layers of shoulders. She walked over slowly with heavy footsteps. "It's her." Accompanied by Nicholas, the girl he could not be more familiar with walked past the vassals on both sides of the hall and walked towards her seat. That was the only seat. The girl's expression was calm. Her posture was elegant and appropriate as she walked forward. "You asked me why." Ian's voice traveled slowly into his ears. "Look, this is why." The Prince of Constellation was instantly stunned. He turned his head. "What?" Ian curled his lips and revealed a mocking smile. 6 years ago. The first Archduchess in Eksted's history succeeded the throne in this hall in Dragon Cloud City. Ian's gaze turned cold. He turned his head and glanced at the Soul Slayer pike on the fireplace, then at the girl who walked slowly towards him from the center of the hall. There was a hint of melancholy in his voice. Since then, my dearest twin sister, the woman who was conceived in my mother's womb with me. She did not just see me as her dearest brother. Thales was stunned. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk through the crowd, the young Archduchess' footsteps continued. She endured the unscrupulous gazes of countless men. She swept past countless men's overt or covert discussions. She walked past the coarse floor tiles of heroic Spirit Palace, which had a long history, and entered the meeting hall that only male nobles had the right to enter for centuries. Step by step, she walked towards her seat. There was a moment when Thales wished he did not have nimble hearing or clear vision. For he saw that all the men in the hall, young and old, high and low, from front to back, from top to bottom, were scrutinizing the Grand Duchess's figure without scruple, gazing at her face. He even heard them laughing, teasing, and obscene comments about the Archduchess' figure, face, and even her. An inexplicable anger surged in his heart, causing Thales to clench his fists subconsciously. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. But the girl still moved forward. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk her footsteps made crisp sounds as she stepped on heroic Spirit Palace's centuries-old floor tiles. The floor tiles of heroic Spirit Palace were still as sturdy and indestructible as they had been in the past. But the girl still moved forward. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk her boots continued to hit the floor tiles. Even though the floor tiles had never been broken or shaken, she did not stop. She did not retreat either. You know, from then on, my sister's eyes shone with a dangerous light. Ian's voice continued to travel into Thales' ears. The air of the city of faraway prayers' eyes shone with a dangerous light. That pair of beautiful eyes no longer stared at makeup and clothes, dowries and money, but at the handsome young men who might become her dependents and homes in the future. She stared at the things that women are born to care about. Instead, she looked at my father. She looked at me. Thales did not speak. The girl's figure was light, and her expression was calm. But her footsteps were still heavy. It was as if she was carrying a heavy burden. You changed the rules, Thales. Ian spoke at a steady pace, but it was filled with melancholy that could not be dispelled. You and Lampard. There was an unsettling look in his eyes as he stared at Thales. It was you. You took my sister away from me. The girl finally walked up the steps that belonged to the Archduchess. Nicholas stood still on the first step of the stairs. As her most important bodyguard, he had to stop here. He could not take another step forward. The girl could only walk up the steps alone. She walked up to her seat. She was alone. As the girl walked up to her seat, the herald's deliberately prolonged call came to an end. Archduchess, Sir Roma Walton. Under countless people's gazes, Sir Roma slowly sat down. She could not hide the paleness on her face. All the vassals of Dragon Cloud City under the steps lowered their heads and bowed. They showed their respect to their lords. But Thales heard it. With the help of the Sin of Hell's River, he heard it clearly. The vigorous and powerful pulses in the Archduchess' chest traveled into his ears continuously. It was Sir Roma's heartbeat. It was lively and powerful. Even the messy sounds of the people sitting down in the hall could not cover it. Thales heaved a long sigh. I see. Thales sat down on his seat and looked at Ian, who was beside him. He seemed to be deep in thought. For the crisis of the Alliance of Freedom, you came to Dragon Cloud City, and your sister went to Defense City. If you fail, no, Ian interrupted him coldly. The air of the city of faraway prayers had a fire in his eyes that Thales could not ignore. The one who will fail will only be her. It can only be her. Thales turned his head and looked at Ian. The second prince nodded slowly. There was a profound meaning in his words. Just now, you said that I took your sister away. Ian frowned. Thales heaved a long sigh and slowly clenched his fists. You're right. I took her away. Thales took a deep breath and looked at the Archduchess on the Archduchess throne, at the Archduchess who was forcing herself to remain calm as she looked at everyone. She is indeed your sister. Thales smiled. He turned his head to look at the Archduchess, who was about to speak, leaving Ian with a doubtful expression. Just now, when Saroma slowly walked to her seat, and when Ian told that story with hatred, Thales suddenly came to a realization. So, 6 years ago, he still had Lampard. What they did in this hall. Chapter 318. In the hall, as the Archduchess sat down, the 20 or so nobles in the hall also sat down. Thanks to the Archduchess, Thales had received a lot of Northland's characteristic noble education during his 6 years as a hostage. Compared to the knowledge that Gilbert taught him in a hasty month, which was so old that it had faded, he was actually very familiar with Eksted's glorious history. For example, Dragon Cloud City's State Affairs hearing. It originated 90 years ago from the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, the 43rd common-elected king, Nuvan VI, the grandfather of the late king, Nuvan VII. He was the one who started the heyday of the Walton family's monopoly on the throne for 3 consecutive generations. He was a king worth remembering. Under his rule, the kingdom of the Great Dragon fought against Constellation several times at the border after the death of the virtuous king. Faced with the Northern Territories Arund family, Overwatch City's Samanto family, and Lonely Old Towers Freeze family, the king never suffered a single defeat. He pushed Eksted's southern border to the front of Broken Dragon Fortress, turning the eastern and western pine forests into Northlanders' exclusive land. He supported the new alliance of freedom in a few wars. Faced with the sudden rise of Camus Union, he forcefully stopped their momentum of expansion, and firmly controlled the eastern end of the Golden Passage. He even repaired the glacial Quaker defense line, and once again banished the glacial orcs to the north of the 38th century ground. Internally, starting from the scheming Nuvan VI, it became a tradition for the vassals of Dragon Cloud City to regularly greet and report to the Archduke. The vassals would show their loyalty to the Archduke and report important matters of the territory to obtain the Archduke's permission and support. The Archduke would then display his majesty and benevolence on this occasion, listening to the general situation of his vassals and maintaining and strengthening the relationship between the king and his vassals. This was the State Affairs hearing. It's also proof of the expansion of Dragon Cloud City's ruling power, Thales thought. But now, the Archduchess' voice rang clearly in the hall, pulling him back from his thoughts. Liesban, Karkagel, Nazir, Hurst, Leiner, Cotterson. Faced with so many people, even though she was pale, Saroma still called out the vassal families under her one by one according to the seating order. Every suzerain nodded slightly when they were called. Banner, Hudson, Saroma called out the names of nearly 20 families in one breath. Among them, there were 2 families with the same name, and they had to be distinguished by territory. Almost every noble who had a seat nodded respectfully or at the very least, respectfully. If this was Constellation. Thales could not help but recall the grand occasion during the national conference, the 6 great clans, the 13 distinguished families, and the Jade Star family's direct vassals. Just calling out the names of these families. The prince sighed. God, I hope they have a roster. Welcome, everyone. Under the sharp gazes of the Northland nobles, Saroma took a deep breath, glanced at Liesban, and said slowly, once again, on the glorious day of the State Affairs hearing, all the great families of Dragon Cloud City have gathered together. Because of your arrival, the Cloud Dragon spear has become sharper. With your loyalty, the Walton family has become stronger. The crisp female voice echoed in the stone hall, gradually fading away. The moment the Archduchess finished speaking, almost all the vassals solemnly raised their right fists and smashed their chests 3 times in a row, as if by prior agreement. Dong! 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 In response to Feng Jun. The dull sound resonated with each other in the hall. It was as if the entire heroic spirit palace was shaking. See, you understand what I mean, right? Beside him, Ian had a bored expression that said, I told you so. He made a gesture of hitting his chest and whispered in Thales' ear, Gorilla. Thales raised his eyebrows. Saroma did not move an inch in the midst of the banging, but Thales, who was very familiar with her, could feel that under the girl's calmness, there was a sense of nervousness and anxiety. The day of the state affairs hearing begins now. The Archduchess cleared her throat. Seal. Sitting to her left, Count Leespan bowed slightly in his chair and turned his head to look at the audience. The 5 counts at the forefront finally set their gazes on the regent. But Thales noticed that their gazes were not as friendly as he had imagined. 6 years ago, at King Nuvan's funeral. What was the attitude of these 5 important people? Thales recalled. As a rule, Regent Lisbon's steady and gentle voice rang in the hall, just like how it had been for King Nuvan countless times during the imperial conference over the past 30 years. My lords, is there anything you would like to ask the lady? No one spoke. As far as Thales could see, the 20 or so vassals did not even whisper to each other. They only fixed their sharp gazes on Leespan, as if they wanted to cut the old count apart, especially the 5 most powerful vassals. Thales could not help but clench his fists. Leespan looked around the hall. Still, no vassals answered. It was as if they had planned it. His expression gradually became unsightly. Courtesy is dead. Ian's annoying voice quietly traveled into Thales' ears. There was a faint hint of schadenfreude in his voice. I guess no one wants to say hello to the Archduchess. In the silence where a pin drop could be heard, Ian's words were a little grating. Many Northlanders turned to look at him with cold gazes. Ian put on an expression of someone who was caught doing something bad and smiled at them apologetically. This was the first time Thales participated in a state affairs hearing in 6 years. It was also the first time he saw the suzerains of Dragon Cloud City's attitude toward their vassals. As he watched Saroma force herself to remain calm on the stage, Thales felt a stab of pain in his heart. In the 6 years since he stepped into the Hall of Stars and became the second Prince of Constellation, his journey had been very difficult. But at this moment, compared to her, Saroma, and the first Archduchess of Ekstedt, all the difficulties he thought he had faced, very good. It seems that everyone is doing well. There's no bad news, Leespan said coldly. He bowed slightly at Saroma. My lady. The gazes that were focused on Leespan turned to the Archduchess in unison. Thales looked at the lonely Saroma with pity. The girl cleared her throat unnaturally and subconsciously avoided the vassals' gazes. My. Ahem. Everyone, I know you don't like to talk nonsense. Saroma's voice was a little fast and trembling. So, I'll get straight to the point. Compared to the silence in the hall when Leespan spoke, the moment the Archduchess spoke, many of the vassals lowered their heads and whispered among themselves. This is a good sign. At least the Archduchess has the ability to ease the atmosphere, Ian mocked in a low voice. Thales sighed. The Archduchess continued speaking. I believe all of you already know that last month, the king's envoy came from Black Sand region. A few days ago, the diplomat group from the city of Faraway Prayers also arrived in Dragon Cloud City. Someone interrupted her. Are you talking about that farcical audience, my lady? Cottersund, the Count of Phelan Castle, who was dressed in martial attire and sitting on the 3rd seat to the Archduchess' left, said coldly, of course, the dignified and entertaining Dragon Cloud City has been completely dominated by a young brat. Count Cottersund's choice of words was very rude. Quite a number of people laughed softly, but even more snorted coldly. Saroma's face became even paler. Thales frowned slightly. He turned his head and saw that the Viscount of Dual Wind City, who was the culprit, was laughing foolishly without realizing it. He seemed to find this very entertaining. Is it funny? Thales' gaze was as sharp as a sword. After seeing Thales' displeased gaze, Ian, who realized something, instantly put away his smile. He coughed softly in a seemingly serious manner. I'm sorry. Dragon Cloud City is faced with a choice. After the Archduchess adjusted her breathing, she continued speaking. And I respect all the suzerains who have served under my grandfather for many years. So, we will discuss our choice here, on the most important day of the council hearing. Just when Thales thought the vassals were going to fall silent again, a clear male voice unexpectedly rang. We respect you, my lady, just like how we respected your grandfather. The count who spoke was sitting on the second seat to Saroma's right. His tone was amiable and respectful, which was rare. His golden beard moved up and down as he spoke. So, we are here in Flatiron County, responding to your summons. Count Hirsch from Flatiron County looked at the Archduchess with a gentle gaze and said. As if she had found her savior, Saroma smiled and looked at the person who spoke gratefully. Thank you, Count Hirsch. Hirsch, who was in his 30s, shook his golden beard and nodded with a smile. Thales frowned. He looked at the enthusiastic Hirsch and shifted his butt unnaturally. This damn chair is so hard to sit on. My God, Thales, did you see the way he looked at that girl? Ian interrupted at an inopportune moment. I bet that every time he looks for a woman, he imagines her to be. Thales, who was in a bad mood, turned his head abruptly. Will you die if you don't speak? The prince replied coldly. Ian quickly raised his hands and stuck out his tongue innocently. Then, he opened his mouth, maintained his smile, and silently mouthed, yes. Thales was so angry that he did not want to talk to him anymore. Count Hirsch's words seemed to have stirred up the vassal's conversation. Cotter's son, who had just made a sarcastic remark, touched his chin and snorted. Phelan Castle is the same, Cotter's son said slowly. But I noticed that we are not the only ones who responded to the summons. Count Cotter's son moved his finger and pointed at a corner of the hall. That is, everyone's gaze followed his finger. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Why is he here, my lady? Cotter's son twisted his wrist and pointed coldly at the Prince of Constellation. This person from the Empire is at the most important meeting in all of Dragon Cloud City. The hall immediately erupted in a lot of discussions, and there was even a clamor. At that moment, Thales became the center of attention. Worry and nervousness appeared on the Archduchess' face. Leespan narrowed his eyes. Nicholas, who had been wearing a cold expression, furrowed his eyebrows. All right, no matter how much I want to keep a low profile, Thales sighed. I am here at the request of the Archduchess and the invitation of the heir of the City of Faraway Prayers, the second Prince of Constellation said coldly. As a third party, I am here to witness this meeting that concerns Axtet's honor. After he finished speaking, the arguments in the hall became even louder. Thales could even hear their discussions clearly. So, that is, what a joke, take a guess. If he is here, that woman should also be here, Dragon Cloud City. Ha, how ironic. Perhaps one day, the Archduchess will have a young suzerain whose father is unknown. Thales clenched his fists. Ian shook his head helplessly at him, looking as if he wanted to help but could not. I don't remember when we were in cahoots with the people from the Empire, Cotter's son said coldly without even looking at Thales. Chase him out. A lot of noises of agreement erupted among the vassals. Order, my lords. Nicholas' voice interrupted the conversation. As the Archduchess guard, the Star Killer looked down at the chaotic nobles from above. He was not polite at all. You are standing on Dragon Cloud City's land, Count Cotterson. You are standing in Rikaru's heroic spirit palace, and this is the Hall of Heroes. In front of the Archduchess, Nicholas' expression became stern. It is not up to you to give orders. Perhaps it was because the Star Killer was indeed famous, or perhaps it was because he had followed King Nuvan for more than 20 years, but the hall slowly quietened down. Then, Cotterson replied without giving any face. Shut up, Your Grace. You have no right to talk to me about King order. Cotterson gritted his teeth and stared at the Star Killer on the stairs as if he was looking at an enemy. King Nuvan promoted the lowly you to be his personal guard and gave you the title of nobility. Yet, you repaid him with your negligence and incompetence. You caused His Majesty's death, and caused us and Dragon Cloud City to fall into this state. At that moment, a rare flush appeared on Nicholas' pale face. Thales had seen him like this before. It was a sign that the Star Killer was angry. If I were you, incompetent person, I would find a place with no one around and commit suicide as soon as possible, instead of shamelessly staying by the Archduchess' side and pretending that nothing has happened. Count Cotterson's words traveled clearly into everyone's ears. The disgrace of the White Blade who killed the king. Bah! Quite a number of Northland nobles snorted coldly in unison. Nicholas lowered his head abruptly so that no one could see his expression clearly. But he did not say anything. Thales could see that his fists were clenched together and trembling violently. The prince knew that the king's death under the protection of the White Blade Guards was the greatest trauma in the Star Killer's life. In the hall, Nate Monty of the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group frowned. This raven of death looked at Nicholas, who was behaving abnormally, and sighed softly. Enough, Cotterson. The Archduchess finally spoke. Her words were subconsciously laced with a hint of anger. Lord Nicholas fought against the calamities until the last moment for the king. He does not deserve such an evaluation. Based on what my administrator told me, my lady, this Prince Thales is perhaps the most troublesome person from the Empire in the world. He even caused the ugly brawl on the last day of the council hearing, the oldest Count Nazir said slowly. His words sounded fair and rational. He brought the topic back to the prince. I sincerely suggest that when we discuss our own affairs, we show our hospitality and let him rest in his room. The old count narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you know what the rumors outside are about you and him? All the gazes gathered on the prince again. They even moved back and forth between the Archduchess and him from time to time. Saroma's expression changed, and she was momentarily speechless. Thales closed his eyes. Beside him, Ian's expression was rich. He opened his mouth and was about to say something in Thales' ear. Not now, Ian. The moment Ian was about to speak, Thales' cold words froze his enthusiasm in his throat. They did it on purpose, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City. Thales remembered the filthy nobles in the Hall of Stars in Renaissance Palace 6 years ago. He told himself in his heart, so they're attacking the Archduchess' prestige step by step. And now, no, I can't speak. I can't refute him. Otherwise, it will only make the situation worse. Thales clenched his teeth tightly. He is the lady's guest, Cotterson, Nazir. Regent Leesband spoke in a timely manner. He stared coldly at the two counts. This is the lady's promise, so he will stay. And if you can't stand him appearing in your sight and would rather ignore the lady's honor, then close your eyes or go out on your own. Choose one. Cotterson snorted coldly. He seemed to be very displeased with the regent. Don't forget about your blood feud, lady. The legal heir before you, Prince Mariah, died in Constellation. His body hasn't even gotten cold yet, Count Liner, who was sitting on the third seat to the Archduchess' left, said with an expressionless face. Since then, all the tragedies were caused by this little prince. His body hasn't gotten cold yet, really. Ian whispered unscrupulously again. 6 years. Even if it's a great dragon's corpse, it should be cold by now. Thales could not even be bothered with him anymore. Saroma inhaled sharply, as though she was adjusting herself. That tragedy has already been settled, Liner. The Archduchess glanced at Thales from afar. She gritted her teeth and said, "It happened when the late king was still alive. And Prince Thales is now our guest, and we should return to proper business." "You think that the death of your own blood relative is not proper business?" Liner suddenly raised his voice. "I have to say, you make me a little bitterly disappointed." Count Liner's expression was still as cold as ice. His gaze did not waver, but his words, which sounded like a venomous snake hissing, were hard to ignore. "Honorable Lady Saroma Walton." Saroma met his gaze. Her hand, which was on the armrest of her seat, trembled slightly. In the hall, the discussions of the 20 or so nobles grew louder. "Take back your words, Liner." Regent Lisbon's words were already laced with obvious emotions. He enunciated each word clearly. Especially to the Archduchess. "How dare you say, you make me a little bitterly disappointed, to King Nuvan, to the granddaughter of the born king." Lisban glanced at Count Liner. "Since the days of the prince, His Majesty used 30 years to promote all of you and the Liner family, which was on the verge of decline. This is what I am worried about, Lisban," Liner replied without fear. "That King Nuvan, who made people willing to die for him, that great born king, is no longer here. Only old bones like us are left to guard a woman, Liner." The one who interrupted him was still the golden-bearded Count Hurst. Liner paused for a moment. He glanced at the seated Archduchess. After a moment of hesitation, he changed his words. "To maintain the dignity of Dragon Cloud City." The moment he said this, Saroma lowered her head and pursed her lips. The hall was silent. Count Hurst coughed softly. "My apologies, my lady." The Count of Flatiron County stared at the embarrassed Saroma and said gently, "But I think that Count Liner just misses the former king too much, and values the future of Dragon Cloud City too much. But he respects you and your bloodline, just like I do." Hurst nodded slowly and respectfully. "My lady." "Ah." Ian put on a disgusted expression and whispered, "I'm going to vomit at this hero saving the damsel in distress seducing a girl. But it really works. Look at that girl's expression," so King long-winded. For the first time, Thales found that he really wanted to strangle Ian. He wanted to make all of Ian's direct words stuck in his vocal cords. The prince fixed his gaze on Saroma. Saroma looked at Hurst, who had helped her out of the predicament, and even gave him a forced smile. Thales furrowed his brows tightly. "You are facing the bloodline left behind by the born king, young Hurst." Lisban interrupted their eye contact. "There is no doubt that she will lead the future of Dragon Cloud City." Hurst smiled and nodded slightly at the regent. "Of course. The more you speak, the more you sound like King Nuvan, Prime Minister." Count Liner, who had been expressionless all this while but whose words struck at Thales' heart, slowly said, "Just like 6 years ago, you, the great regent, stood beside His Majesty's corpse, and told us in an unquestionable manner that the Archduke had been replaced, and that we only needed to kneel down obediently. Don't bring your personal resentment here, Liner." Lisbon's face was livid. This glorious hall should not have a place for selfishness and darkness. Liner curled the corners of his mouth in response. "I'm starting to admire your little girlfriend a little." Ian sighed and patted Thales' shoulder. "How did she survive among these people for the past 6 years?" "I don't know." Thales shook his head. He stared at the unruly counts and could not hide his worry. "This is my first time attending the Day of State Affairs hearing. In the past, the important counts sent their administrators here. I guess that their presence here personally made the situation more difficult. Ian raised his eyebrows. Oh, you didn't refute me. Thales, who was observing the counts, revealed a puzzled expression. Refute what? Nothing, Ian replied solemnly and shook his head seriously. An old voice rang in the hall again. Relax, Liner, show some respect. Nazir, who was the most senior among them, sighed and said, You're facing the most powerful count in Dragon Cloud City, the Eye of the Dragon, Lisban, who has controlled Dragon Cloud City for 6 years. You don't want to provoke the regent of Dragon Cloud City. He has countless ways to punish you. Lisban and Nazir looked at each other in the air. Even the air seemed to have turned cold. Ian narrowed his eyes. Oh, I think what he really wanted to say was, F***CKU, Lisban. Thales agreed wholeheartedly. Since he wants the constellations here, let him be, Nazir said softly. After all, Dragon Cloud City is no longer what it used to be. Lisban stared at Nazir, who was the same age as him, and spoke softly, but very clearly, Really, Nazir, old friend? My old friend died 6 years ago, Count Nazir said unhurriedly. He died together with His Majesty in the whirlpool of power. During the time Lisban and Nazir stared at each other, the counts did not utter a single word. It was as if this was their arena. Saroma, on the other hand, was at a loss. If I were to guess, Ian's whisper cut into the conversation at an inopportune time. When they were young, one of them slept with the other's wife. Thales shook his head slowly. He lowered his head, looked at his right hand, and sighed. The situation is very disadvantageous. We can't go on like this. Go, Ian. We need you. In the next moment, a scream suddenly rang through the entire hall. Ah, why you? The voice was so loud that it was like a whirlwind in the silent hall of heroes. All the nobles, including Saroma and Lisban, turned their heads in bewilderment and looked at the source of the voice. Among the hall full of nobles and vassals, one person suddenly jumped up. The Viscount of Dual Wind City from the city of faraway prayers, Ian Rockney, was standing on a chair, holding his waist. His expression was contorted as he stared at the person beside him in disbelief. Beside him, Prince Thales withdrew his hand expressionlessly and sat upright with a serious expression. It was as if the person who had just grabbed Ian's waist and twisted it with all his might was not him. Ian gritted his teeth in exasperation and mouthed, How dare you, at Thales. But the prince did not move an inch, as if he did not know him at all. Ian took a deep breath and raised his head. It was only then that he noticed that all the gazes in the hall were focused on him. The Viscount of Dual Wind City revealed an embarrassed smile. About that, the 5 counts frowned at the same time. Sir Ian. Lisban's gaze moved back and forth on Thales before he returned to Ian without a word. Is there anything I can help you with? Ian exhaled and glared at Thales with a murderous gaze. The prince's expression was indifferent. He gestured a thumb at the side of his knee. Go for it. Good luck. Ian could only sigh. With a reluctant expression, he first bowed slightly to the Archduchess, then tilted his head to look at the counts. Although I am very happy to enjoy the plot of Dragon Cloud City's internal strife, shouldn't we talk about serious matters first? Thales' face was filled with reluctance. Ian flashed his pearly white teeth and smiled faintly. You know, lunchtime is very important. It cannot be delayed. The attendants of the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group who were sitting together had ashen faces. The vassals of Dragon Cloud City stared at him in surprise and bewilderment. It was the first time many of them had seen Ian in person. And where did you come from? Count Cotterson looked as if he wanted to eat someone alive. He cast a sidelong glance at Ian and sneered. Clown. Ian blinked. In the face of this insulting title, the smile on his face became even wider. Where did I come from? The Viscount spread his arms and smiled like a child. From the circus, of course. At that moment, Count Cotterson's cold smile froze on his face. Thales exhaled. He felt that the oppressive atmosphere was instantly relieved. I have come to remind all of you that it is time. Everyone, take your positions. Ian glanced at the Archduchess on the stairs, then at Thales beside him. He shrugged and announced loudly to the hall full of vassals in high spirits. We are about to begin. On the other side of the hall, the people from the City of Faraway Prayers, led by Nate Monty, lowered their heads and let out a long sigh. Their expressions were sorrowful. Chapter 319. The Hall of Heroes was silent. Aside from the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group, who knew Ian very well, almost everyone, including the 6 counts, widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the young Viscount Rockney, who stood on the chair with a smile and raised his arms diagonally. It was as if he was looking at something strange. Thales had no choice but to lower his head and cough softly. He nudged Ian's leg. Ian, who was immersed in his own world, moved a little. He seemed to have finally realized the awkwardness of the situation. He withdrew his arms resentfully and jumped off the chair. With a stiff smile, he waved at the entire hall. Hey, everyone! The nobles in the hall recovered from their dumbfounded shock. They turned their heads away unnaturally or coughed softly. They seemed to be ashamed of the scene in the Hall of Heroes. The 5 counts, who had been aggressive before, did not say a word. They just sat where they were with unpleasant expressions and stared at each other. Thales chuckled in his heart as he watched from the side. Good job, Ian. You interrupted their increasingly aggressive questioning. How should they react when faced with such an unreasonable person and such an inexplicable situation? Did this clown get your permission to stand here and insult all of us? Count Cotterson turned to the Archduchess. His gaze was cold and his expression was stiff. Together with his martial attire, he looked like an ice wall. My lady. Saroma was about to answer. My lady, my lords. Among the diplomat group from the City of Faraway Prayers, the noble who had reprimanded Ian, old Bonnie suddenly stood up shakily. With a tragic and pained expression, he bowed to the Archduchess on the chair. This is just a joke. On behalf of the City of Faraway Prayers, Ian's behavior, but before he could finish speaking, Monty, the Raven of Death, suddenly extended his hand and grabbed his shoulder. He forcefully pressed the bewildered old Bonnie down. Ian blinked and nodded slightly at Monty, who had his lips curled up slightly. At this moment, the seated Archduchess finally could not stand it anymore. She coughed. Everyone. Thales could tell that Saroma was holding back her laughter as she looked at the Count's ashen faces. This is Sir Ian Rockney from the City of Faraway Prayers. He is Archduke Rockney's eldest son and heir, the Viscount of Dual Wind City. He came with a mission from Grand Duke Rockney. Ian gave a friendly smile and bowed slightly to the Archduchess. The Counts looked at Ian in unison, but none of them looked surprised. Instead, they looked relieved, as if they had expected this. This made Thales think that perhaps they already knew who Ian was. City of Faraway Prayers, Rockney. Cotterson sized up Ian from afar. There was a slightly solemn look in his eyes. I've met your father before. Long hair, Colgan is a respectable man. His words are more trustworthy than a long sword. I also respect the Rockney family. They are the model knights of Northland for the past 1,000 years. The corners of Ian's mouth moved slightly, forming a faint smile. But when I look at you, boy. Count Cotterson shook his head in disdain. I really feel ashamed for your father and family. Laughter came from the vassals. Thales saw Ian's gaze flicker slightly. Likewise. The heir of the city of faraway prayers sat down in the most relaxed manner possible. When I see you, I also feel ashamed for Dragon Cloud City and the Archduchess. Ian snorted softly. A count who hid outside the city when calamity befell, and was unharmed when his king died in battle. Count Cotterson's expression turned cold. If I were you, coward, Ian yawned pretentiously and repeated the words Cotterson used to criticize the Star Killer just now. I would find a place with no one around and commit suicide as soon as possible, instead of shamelessly staying by the Archduchess' side and pretending that nothing happened. Beside the Archduchess, the Star Killer furrowed his eyebrows slightly. This sentence was like a wave that was thrown into a lake, and it caused a huge ripple. The nobles in the hall instantly burst into an uproar. The nobles, especially the 5 earls, stared at Ian, who had a nonchalant look on his face, as if he was their father's murderer. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, this young Rockney sure has guts. Count Cotterson gritted his teeth and emphasized Ian's title. I'll say it again, Viscount. Then, you and I can duel. Ian laughed out loud. Of course. He waved his hand boldly. Duel. Thales was shocked. Wait, Ian is, but before he could understand what was going on, the heir of the city of faraway prayers snapped his fingers, flipped his hands without any qualms, and pointed at the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers with a relaxed expression. And I will appoint Lord Nate Monty of the city of faraway prayers to represent my honor in a duel with you. Life or death? What do you think? In the distance, Monty, who was scratching his neck, instantly froze. The Count's expression stiffened again as they looked at Ian. Ian maintained his smiling expression. Looking for a representative in a duel. Is this guy really a Northlander? Thales exhaled. Fortunately, Ian is still Ian. He won't suddenly become a heroic man who is unafraid of death. You're hiding behind the Raven of Death in the face of a duel. Count Cotterson looked at the resigned Monty, then at Ian. His voice was filled with unbearable anger. Coward, you're a disgrace to us Northlanders. The nobles in the hall snorted disdainfully, sneered, and even cursed. But Ian gladly endured these gazes, as if he did not feel anything. You flatter me. Ian crossed his legs, crossed his arms, and shrugged. It's my honor to bring shame to you. The atmosphere in the hall exploded again. The Northlanders' protests and curses surged forth like a tidal wave. Thales sighed softly and patted Ian's shoulder. You're really something, bro. At this moment, when the order was about to go out of control, the Archduchess' clear and pleasant voice suddenly rose in the buzzing hall. Everyone, everyone. Saroma's high-pitched and shrill female voice stood out among the row of men's protests. Now is not the time for us to fight amongst ourselves. Thud. Nicholas punched the wall beside him fiercely. The noise in the hall gradually became softer. Following the Star Killer's actions, the Archduchess guards in the hall raised the weapons in their hands and smashed them against the wall beside them with straight faces, as if they had rehearsed it. Thud. The dull but deafening sound resonated in the hall, causing all the enraged nobles to quieten down. They could not hide the expressions on their faces. They all looked at the highest seat. Saroma glanced at Regent Leespan. After receiving his affirmation, she tried her best to finish what she wanted to say. No matter how we view this, Sir Ian, we cannot ignore the most important matter at the moment. The city of faraway prayers has brought bad news from the Golden Passage. The Archduchess inhaled. 20 years ago, the Alliance of Freedom, which bowed to the late king's army, recently tore up the agreement they signed with my grandfather. Everyone, the dignity we took back for Ekstedt with our own hands 20 years ago has been violated again. The Archduchess' voice faded away. Ian snapped his fingers. Under the disdainful gazes, he spread his hands and made a gesture that said, "That's how it is." No one spoke. Thales closed his eyes. "It's here. The real drama." They seemed to be thinking. Then, the old Count Nazir spoke slowly. "The cowards in the West have finally become strong-willed for once. The Count of Rubble Mausoleum and Harding County sighed. However, history always repeats itself, and people still don't remember their lessons. Perhaps the state affairs of Axtet seemed to have attracted the Count's attention a little, or perhaps it was related to the war they once fought. In any case, the Counts no longer bothered about the disgrace of the city of faraway prayers. Even Count Cotterson only snorted coldly and turned his head around. "It seems like..." Thales observed everyone's expressions, and his heart sank. They all knew what was important and what was not. However, for the Counts, the truly important matter might not just be the Alliance of Freedom. The Alliance of Freedom. Those cowards would not dare to do this alone. Who is supporting them from behind? The one-armed Count, Carcagel, who had been silent all this while, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, furrowed his brows. Those long ears again. No. Ian seemed to have regained his composure. This made the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers feel much more relaxed. White Mountain is very peaceful. We have not received any abnormal information about the White Elves. I still remember 20 years ago. Count Liner's expression did not change. Those cowards in the Alliance only had mercenaries to fight for them. Tearing apart their battle formation was easier than tearing a piece of paper. Breaking through their city walls was as easy as climbing a ladder. The city of faraway prayers can completely solve this on their own. As long as they don't send clowns to fight, Count Cotterson added in disdain. Ian flashed a smile. The regent of Dragon Cloud City, Count Leesban, clapped his hands and spoke with a solemn expression. His words were powerful and resonant. I believe that all of you are not fools. You know very well what the key to this game of chess is. You even know who the person behind the Alliance of Freedom is. The 5 counts narrowed their eyes and stared at Leesban. Ian coughed. Everyone, I believe that all of you know, King Chapman is oppressing and abusing the nobles in his domain. The Viscount from the city of faraway prayers sighed. The city of faraway prayers and our like-minded companions, such as Defense City and Elifir City, are working hard because of this misfortune. Ian raised his eyebrows. And now, we need Dragon Cloud City support to tell the whole kingdom that the king cannot do whatever he wants. The incident with the Alliance of Freedom is an interlude, but it cannot be ignored. That is why I am here. The hall was silent for a moment, and everyone looked at the 6 earls at the front. But the answer that Ian received was not so positive. Count Liner said coldly, then go to the king. Perhaps if you give the king what he wants, the Alliance of Freedom will obediently lower its head. Ian frowned slightly. Don't bother Dragon Cloud City. Cotterson snorted coldly. This is not our war, at least not now. Thales frowned. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. They can all see it. They are just. Count Leesban spoke in a timely manner, but this is our war. We cannot run away from it. The former Prime Minister, who had accumulated decades of prestige, made everyone look at him solemnly. Leesban said solemnly, 20 years ago, Dragon Cloud City responded to the Alliance of Freedom's rebellion with blood. This is the Dragon Spear family's glorious past, and proof of the late King Nuvan's authority. We are the leaders of Axtet, and we are duty-bound. Count Nazir stared at Leesban, who spoke sternly. He could not help but narrow his eyes. Old friend. Besides, this concerns the Walton family's dignity and the born king's honor, Leesban said coldly. When the West changes again, the Walton family cannot sit by and do nothing. Don't forget, we are Northlanders. And Northlanders of Dragon Cloud City. We never run away. Because we value honor more than lives and interests. The hall fell silent. Thales saw from the corner of his eye that Ian snorted disapprovingly. A smile finally appeared on the stressed Saroma's face. She looked at Lisban gratefully. You're right, Seal. We need to dispatch troops to the west, just like we did 20 years ago, and restore Dragon Cloud City's illustrious reputation. The Archduchess seemed to heave a sigh of relief. As for King Chapman, at this moment, of course. Across from Count Lisban, Count Nazir, who was the first to the Archduchess' right, spoke. Of course we are willing to fight for Eksted's honor, and for your honor, madam. His old voice did not diminish his dignity. For a moment, it even reminded Thales of the former Ascendant King. Nazir was like an experienced elder. He said patiently, but as a vassal who has received the late king's kindness and is loyal to the Walton family, I have the responsibility and obligation to remind you to think one step further. Saroma's face tightened. Thales clenched his fists. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Following in your father's footsteps and dispatching troops to the west, perhaps you can indeed be praised by others, and even become a good story. But after we go to war, after we win and tear down the walls of the Alliance of Freedom, what will happen? Nazir looked around the hall and said softly, we, Dragon Cloud City, are nothing more than a chess piece that swings back and forth between the city of faraway prayers and Black Sand region, used by others. Ian raised his eyebrows. Saroma's face tightened. She was a little anxious. She was about to speak, but, yes, perhaps you protected Dragon Cloud City's dignity, and people praised you as not bad, Nazir interrupted his vassal calmly. But what can Dragon Cloud City really get? All the nobles in the hall listened to him quietly. Especially the other 5 counts. Lisban's expression was especially unpleasant. Nazir continued, the authority to command Eksted again. Or the spoils of war sent by the city of faraway prayers. Or a certificate of commendation from the king from Black Sand region. His voice reverberated in the hall. Nazir stared at the Archduchess with an electrifying gaze. Saroma bit her lower lip and glanced at Thales for help. But Thales was powerless at this moment. 20 years ago, my grandfather did this. He reaped. The Archduchess was a little flustered. She was interrupted again. At that time, he was the king. Your grandfather, Nuvin, and we all represented all of Eksted, Nazir said slowly. Now. Nazir let out a long sigh. Under everyone's solemn gazes, he stood up shakily and looked at the Soul Slayer pike behind the Archduchess. His gaze was filled with sorrow and nostalgia. Now is not 20 years ago, my lady. His tone was light, but there was a sadness in it that was difficult to ignore. Dragon Cloud City has long lost its king. At that moment, Thales sized up the old count again. The warning bells in his heart kept ringing. He had a premonition of the direction of the conversation. **T this guy, he's definitely a ruthless character who won't lose to Lisban. Nazir turned his head around. His voice became cold. We've already suffered enough at the hands of outsiders. Why should we be the vanguard of others and get involved in this mess? Many people in the hall started whispering to each other. The Archduchess was at a loss. Suffered a lot. Old friend. Lisban stared at Nazir. What do you mean? The person who took over his words was Count Liner. Was he not clear enough? Liner's words were as piercing as ever. 6 years ago, the new king, along with 4 archdukes, almost forcefully confirmed the ownership of Dragon Cloud City. The first archduchess in Eksted's history. Everyone's gazes were focused on a seat. There, Saroma's face grew paler. Nazir shook his head. I don't mean to be disrespectful, my lady. He flashed an apologetic smile at the young girl on the seat. There was disappointment in his tone. But we are no longer the powerful Dragon Cloud City. In the past 6 years, the morale of the vassals was low, the morale of the army was low, and the nobles were in a state of disunity. It was difficult for them to unite. And now, opponents like Black Sand Region and the City of Faraway Prayers can swagger into the city to spy on us and humiliate us in Heroic Spirit Palace. Ian was about to say something, but Thales grabbed his shoulder. No. The prince frowned. It's not time yet. Count Nazir clasped his fists tightly. His expression was solemn. From that day onwards, all of Ekstedt looked down on us. A girl sat on the Archduchess' throne with us, powerlessly watching the dilapidated and desolate Dragon Cloud City after the calamity, the death of the king, and the invasion of foreign armies. The Archduchess bit her lip hard and did not say a word. Opposite her, Lisbon's gaze was so sharp that it could almost shoot lightning. You want us to send troops, protect the Walton family's dignity, restore Dragon Cloud City's prestige, and win back our place in Ekstedt. Of course we can. It is also necessary. Nazir nodded, regaining his respectful and indifferent demeanor. But you may have overlooked the greater crisis we are facing, and also the way to truly restore our prestige and stabilize Dragon Cloud City. What are you talking about? Under the gazes of the entire hall, the Archduchess said with difficulty, the real way. Nazir shook his head and did not say anything. I think the Count is saying that, it has been 6 years. In other people's eyes, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City is a young and weak orphan girl. She has neither a husband nor children, and the Walton family is on the verge of collapse. Cotterson said sarcastically, even we, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, feel that we are like the setting sun in the west. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more unbearable. Thales stared at Saroma, whose lips were wriggling weakly on the stage, like a powerless fish on a chopping board. He clenched his teeth tighter and tighter. Are all of you criticizing me? Saroma said with difficulty. Asterisk clap. Asterisk Nazir clapped his hands. No, we care about you. We care about you, my lady. Nazir said in a gentle tone, just like how we love Dragon Cloud City and are loyal to the late king. That is why we need you to become strong. Dragon Cloud City can no longer waste away in a state of weakness and unrest, and I am also tired of fighting against Seal endlessly. We were once friends who trusted each other through life and death, but now, because of you, we have become enemies. Nazir and Lisban exchanged glances. Both of them saw the wariness in each other's eyes. And disappointment. You, Count Nazir, are you saying? The Archduchess' words were a little intermittent. She lowered her head and pressed her arms tightly against the chair. Yes, madam. Nazir turned around. Unhurriedly, like the most competent advisor, he calmly and rationally suggested, I believe you need a husband. For Dragon Cloud City. Chapter 320. The moment Nazir uttered the last word, the entire Hall of Heroes sank into a strange atmosphere. It was not the silence of dead silence, nor was it the liveliness of the crowd. Instead, the nobles at the side of the hall were whispering to each other in groups of 2s and 3s. Amidst the barely discernible buzzing sounds, they would raise their heads from time to time and glance at the seated Archduchess with strange and distant gazes. It was as if thousands of ants were lurking in the wood of the tall and sturdy beams. The rustling sounds of them gnawing and eating the beams made people agitated. They wanted to break the wood to search, but they disappeared without a trace. In the Archduchess' throne, Saroma's expression froze on her face. Even though the young lady had already expected this due to the treacherous atmosphere during the previous day's state affairs hearing, as well as Lisban and Thale's direct admonishment or indirect reminders, the Archduchess still could not help but tense up when this moment truly arrived. It was as if a veil covering imperfections had finally been mercilessly torn down. Thales listened to the whispers by his ear and watched the girl's expression. He could not describe the feelings in his heart. Lisban, who sat to the right of the Archduchess, had a dark expression on his face. His eyelids were slightly lowered, and hints of coldness seeped out of his eyes, like an Eve that was about to shatter into pieces of ice. Count Nazir. After a long while, the expressionless girl slowly said in a clear but cold voice, "Is this your suggestion?" "My marriage. For Dragon Cloud City." The moment she spoke, the whispers in the Hall of Heroes instantly disappeared. They were like ants that had stopped gnawing and were hiding. Nazir quietly watched the girl who was staring at him coldly. There was not a hint of emotion in his eyes. "This is how it should be," the old count said faintly. "You know, the Walton bloodline must continue, just like how the marriage between the hero Chara and Princess Rain continued Dragon Cloud City's rule. The Walton family also needs a legitimate son and male heir to comfort the restless vassals, intimidate our opponents, and tell the outside world that Dragon Cloud City is under sufficient protection and is as stable as before." Nazir remained calm, but with every word he said, the whispers in the hall decreased by a notch, and the girl's face turned paler. "For that reason, I suggest that you select a young, promising, and responsible man from the vassals and their equally noble and loyal families as your husband." Count Nazir had a solemn expression on his face. "As the father of your future children, as well as the father of the future members of the Dragon Spear family." The Archduchess did not reply immediately. However, Thales could sense that the girl's gaze subconsciously shifted in his direction, but she stopped abruptly halfway and focused on the floor tiles in the middle of the hall. Those were the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace. Even after 1,000 years, they were still as sturdy as ever. "So, you think that as a woman," Saroma said softly, "I don't have the right to sit on this seat and inherit everything from the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City?" The panic and discomfort in her voice gradually disappeared, but there was a hint of bitterness and desolation that was the same as her master's. "So you want me to get married early and give birth to a real heir to Dragon Cloud City who is qualified and powerful?" The hall became completely quiet. The vassals who had been loyal to the Walton family for generations no longer whispered to each other. Instead, they raised their heads and waited for the development of the situation in the hall. The 5 counts had different expressions, but they all stared at their suzerain in silence. Lisbon's gaze was fixed on Count Nazir, but the latter did not notice it. When he saw this, Thales sighed. Beside him, Ian shrugged. "Quite the opposite. It is precisely because you have the right to rule Dragon Cloud City as a descendant of the Walton family." Nazir's voice traveled into the hall again. Compared to the Archduchess' lightness and even coldness, his words were steady and powerful. "That is why this is even more necessary. As the closest direct descendant of the family, it is your duty to continue the Walton family." Saroma lowered her eyelids, and her gaze stopped on her long dress, which was at her knees. At that moment, Thales, who had been watching this scene from the sidelines, suddenly realized that the 6 years he had been away from the treacherous affairs of the palace was both unfortunate and fortunate. Finally, a low, cold, and angry bellow echoed in the hall. "As far as I know, we are talking about responding to the lady's summons. We are talking about dispatching troops to the Alliance of Freedom." Regent Lisbon's voice was like a blizzard during the day before the bitter cold. It instantly swept away the last traces of smiles on the faces of the nobles in the hall. Not rudely changing the agenda and rudely interfering with the lady's private affairs. This is practically no different from a rebellion. Lisban finished his words coldly. Across from him, Nazir turned his head and looked at Lisban, as though he was his greatest enemy today, and as though his earnest teachings to the Archduchess just now were just a careless reminder. The old count fixed his gaze on the regent. His gaze did not shift for a long time. "We are talking about the future of Dragon Cloud City, Lisbon." In the next second, as though he intended to go against Lisbon, Nazir used the calmest and calmest language to say something that caused Lisbon's expression to change drastically. "This concerns the fate of Dragon Cloud City. Do you think that we will be so muddle-headed as to allow it to be controlled by some powerful minister with ulterior motives?" Aside from the two of them, the other four counts also reacted slightly. Among them, Liner and Kotterson snorted coldly without bothering to hide it. Only the silent Archduchess continued to stare at the long skirt between her legs. It seemed that the pattern on it was very pretty. Lisbon stared back at Nazir, no longer hiding his displeasure. The regent sneered. "So, you forced the Archduchess to marry the person you liked. Holding Dragon Cloud City firmly in your hands is not called muddle-headed, right?" The argument between the two lords echoed in the hall, but no one dared to interrupt them. Thales listened to their conversation coldly. Lisbon and Nazir were two Northland families with equally long histories. When it came to achievements, they did not even lose to the 9 Knights of Rykru. Since the era of the King of Dragon Knights, they had been the Walton family's left and right arms. Together, they supported the flag of the Cloud Dragon Spear in Dragon Cloud City. And now, a second later, Nazir and Lisbon averted their complicated gazes from each other. No one has ever been able to force an archduke to do anything, not even the king. Nazir lowered his voice slightly and changed the topic of the conversation. "But the reason why the archdukes have the right to stand in this position and accept the vassal's loyalty is precisely because they know where their responsibilities lie." Nazir no longer looked at Lisbon. On the contrary, he was staring at Saroma with a strange gaze. Her face was livid, and her gaze was unmoving. "My lady, remember, you are not just yourself, not just Lady Saroma, and not just a lady from the Walton family." Count Nazir snorted softly. "You are also Dragon Cloud City." His enunciation was especially clear. His emphasis was clear and unquestionable. "Yes, don't always think about yourself, my lady," Nazir said sternly. "More importantly, think about Dragon Cloud City." Saroma, who had already clenched her teeth, could not help but move. "I am," she repeated laboriously, "I am Dragon Cloud City." Nazir did not say a word. Lisbon's face was livid. In the hall, the whispers of the other dozen vassals rose again. It was louder, more arrogant, and more presumptuous than before. Nicholas frowned. He wanted to raise his hand a few times to reach for the weapon on his back, but every time, he put it down. Thales bit his lower lip. His eyelashes trembled slightly. From the corner of his eye, he saw that the former little rascal had her head lowered and was trembling slightly. Ian gave him a strange look and whispered, "Hey, don't let your mind wander. When are we going up?" But Thales only pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. Ian soon stopped paying attention to Thales. Because in the next moment, almost everyone did not expect, the young girl raised her head abruptly. "What if I say no?" The Archduchess' voice, which had always been clear but weak, suddenly rose with a short, breathy tone that was rarely heard. Slight astonishment appeared on the faces in the hall one after another. With a tone filled with rejection, Saroma's eyes flashed with anger that had not been seen for a long time. She looked around the entire hall. Especially the 6 counts. This surprised Thales. "Saroma, do you remember? Choose who you want to be. If you don't want to be a vase that is manipulated by others and can be casually traded, then reject them." On the Archduchess' throne, the young girl revealed a beautiful but cold face. She said in a sonorous voice, "What if I say I don't want to?" As soon as she said that, the 6 counts, including Lisban, frowned at the same time. The hall was like the surface of a lake that had another stone thrown into it. Once again, waves of annoying whispers rose. Many people subconsciously looked at Count Lisban, but the latter only furrowed his brows slightly. What's going on? Again. On the last day of the state affairs hearing, did this young girl also? I really don't understand. How can a little girl who doesn't know anything dare to throw a tantrum on the Archduchess throne? Damn it, Dragon Cloud City can't go on like this. Hey, guess if she's a year older, will she roar and order us to find her a nice dress? Like I said, she's just like other women. She needs a whip from her husband, look at her skinny arms. She probably can't even lift a sword, and she dares to. The voices in the hall rose and fell. It was so noisy that Nicholas had to speak sternly again to maintain order. As he listened to the rumors, Thales gradually furrowed his brows. But Saroma still held her head high and stared at her vassals without showing any signs of weakness. She glanced at a certain direction in the hall and took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind. What if I insist? Saroma glanced at Hurst with a complicated expression, then glanced at the aggressive Count Liner with difficulty. She then cleared her throat. In the name of the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, I insist. No, I order that my marriage will not be decided here, and it will not be decided because of this. In an inconspicuous corner, Thales curled up the corners of his lips slightly. That's right. It's that little lioness who lifted her dress and kicked his thigh with puffed cheeks and a red face. I wonder when it started, everyone, if that's the case, the Archduchess' voice echoed in the hall. What will happen to all of you? Once she said that, there did not seem to be any changes in the hall for a while. But Thales inexplicably felt that the temperature around the 6 seats beside the Archduchess seemed to have suddenly dropped. All the counts turned their heads in unison. Their gazes were fixed on one person. Lisban was the regent. It was as if he was the source of everything. But the Archduchess exceeded their expectations once again. Please don't look at Seal anymore, everyone. Saroma's voice trembled slightly, like a branch swaying in the cold wind. He didn't teach me to say this. Lisban was stunned. Count Nazir's gaze slowly froze on the Archduchess' hand, which was holding the armrest of her throne. Very good. A few seconds later, he said softly, You surprised me a little. Saroma took a deep breath. She felt that Nazir's strange gaze had a magical power that could penetrate people's hearts. But the strange look in Nazir's eyes only lasted for a short while before it returned to its original solemn and indifferent look. It was as if the surprise brought by the Archduchess just now was really just a coincidence. Beside him, Count Liner snorted softly. You are the Archduchess. In Dragon Cloud City, your authority is innately supreme. But the question is, are you really prepared? Count Liner's tone was devoid of any emotion, but every word he said was crucial. Are you really going to abandon your vassals here, because of this matter, and dominate Dragon Cloud City as a lonely widow? Abandon my vassals, as a lonely widow, this sentence made the atmosphere in the hall even more tense. But Count Liner still stared at the Archduchess on the stairs expressionlessly. Saroma's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth. Count Liner, what are you? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Count Hurst, who had always been very friendly, spoke. He raised his hands at both sides and took the initiative to speak first, as if he was trying to mediate between them. My lady, Count Liner, I think we should all be cold. This time, Count Hurst was interrupted by Liner's merciless words. We all know about your blind thoughts, Count Hurst. But don't teach me what to do anymore. That right only belongs to the late King Nuvan. Thales sighed. Even though Liner said those words to Count Hurst, his gaze was still fixed on the Archduchess. This made the pressure on Saroma even heavier. Hurst's golden beard trembled. A few seconds later, the Count of Flatiron County, who had been rebuked, put on a cold expression and did not continue the conversation. The hall became quiet again. Thales and Ian were the only ones who were paying attention to the development of the situation with completely different emotions. The Archduchess' expression was as calm as still water. The vassals' gazes were as sharp as swords. Soon, Count Nazir sighed and rejoined the conversation. "That is truly regrettable, my lady. Of course, as a count, I am powerless to oppose or even stop your decision." Like a slightly disappointed old man, Nazir shook his head and said softly, "But I, of course, only I, will still advise you, and even advise you with my actions." In the face of the crisis of the Alliance of Freedom, in this battle between the City of Faraway Prayers and Black Sand region, it is best for us to put our own safety first. Without realizing it, Saroma held her breath and frowned. Advise? Action. Put our own safety first. The Archduchess' arm stiffened. What do you mean? Nazir looked at her indifferently and did not answer. Thales exhaled through his nose subconsciously. Well done, Saroma. We are close. We are close. In this game, we have completed the most important connection, war and marriage. We will win. Lisban chuckled disdainfully. So, you, Nazir, and even many of the vassals who are dissatisfied with not being able to intervene in the marriage of the king, in the face of the crisis of the Alliance of Freedom, you must refuse to be summoned by the lady, refuse to gather your armies, and even, like many of the vassals of Black Sand region and the archdukes of other territories, refuse to pay taxes to the lady, just like how they rebelled against King Chapman. Nazir did not pay any attention to him. Count Cotter's son, who had always been straightforward, narrowed his eyes and stared at the Archduchess. He arched an eyebrow and said, "Of course I hope that it won't become like that, lady. But there are many times when we have no choice." Saroma's expression changed. Sending troops to the Alliance of Freedom is to protect the honor of the Walton family. It is the person your ancestors swore loyalty to. If we watch the war of the Alliance of Freedom with folded arms and refuse the City of Faraway Prayer's request for help, then we, as the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, and all of you as the Dukes of Dragon Cloud City. The Archduchess gritted her teeth and said coldly, "We will all become laughingstocks. Whether it is a weak woman who is powerless to protect the name of her father and ancestor, or a Northlander who is cowardly and does not dare to face the enemy she defeated years ago." The other four counts, whether it was the merciless Cotter's son, the sarcastic Liner, the taciturn Carcagel, or the gentle and polite Hurst, all averted their gazes and avoided Saroma's gaze. Only Count Nazir stared at the Archduchess with a spirited gaze. He sighed softly in resignation. During the 6 years of internal strife and disasters, Dragon Cloud City is already on the verge of collapse. Refusing to send troops may damage the reputation of the Walton family and us, but it is a good way to ensure that we do not sink in this whirlpool. By the side, Lisban snorted coldly. He was rather disdainful. The Archduchess seemed to be gnashing her teeth. "You know, Count Nazir, and all of you know that we must send troops. Even if it's not for the Dragon Spear family or to assist the City of Faraway Prayers, but only to suppress the king's ambition and prevent us from drifting along with the waves in the internal whirlpool of the kingdom. This is also for Dragon Cloud City." But in the next moment, old Nazir's voice rose abruptly and interrupted Saroma's words. "Then, for Dragon Cloud City, why can't you understand?" Saroma was startled. Below the stage, Thale's fists loosened and clenched. "Close. Close, Saroma. Just one more step." Count Nazir's gaze on the Archduchess suddenly changed. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. If you can choose your husband with an open mind and sober mind and stabilize the future of the Dragon Spear family, then all the problems can be easily solved. At that time, as the Archduchess, you will be stationed in Dragon Cloud City. You will raise the Walton family's flag of honor in a justifiable manner and give the order to send reinforcements to the city of faraway prayers. Your husband, who is also in the Walton family, will lead the army and join us, the vassals, in an expedition to the west to clean up the chaos in the Alliance of Freedom. The Count said coldly, while reviving the family's prestige and protecting Dragon Cloud City's honor, we can also win the City of Faraway Prayers alliance. We can even dampen the king's arrogance and show off our existence and strength. Isn't this a better solution? The Archduchess bit her lower lip. She seemed to be a little flustered in front of more than 20 vassals. At this moment, Saroma's regent, Count Leespan, spoke in a timely manner. Deal with the king. Is that true? Regent Leespan snorted softly. At this juncture where the City of Faraway Prayers and the king are playing chess, all of you are deliberately using the suzerain's marriage to obstruct us. Why? Are the benefits offered by Black Sand region and the bones left behind by King Chapman that easy to lick? At that moment, Nazir was like a fierce beast whose tail had been stepped on. He turned his head abruptly and glared at Leespan. Be careful with your words, old friend. Lampard did come to me. Count Nazir's words were cold, as if he had an irreconcilable grudge against Leespan. But the Nazir family of Dragon Cloud City is not something that a rotten piece of trash like him, who kills his own family and seizes the throne, can order around, no matter how glib his tongue is and how sinister his intentions are. But please believe me, my lady, this is purely my own decision, because I believe that this is the best future for Dragon Cloud City. Nazir continued, your rights will not be interfered with in any way. As long as you are a noble and handsome man in Dragon Cloud City, how you choose, and which one you choose as your husband, is still up to you. This is Dragon Cloud City's. Unable to take it anymore, Leespan shouted angrily again. That's enough, Nazir. The regent said coldly, all you can do is talk about is for Dragon Cloud City. But, to let the Archduchess marry one of you. Is this your solution? Leespan shook his head slowly. His eyes looked as if they were about to shoot out sharp blades. Do you really know what this will bring to Dragon Cloud City? The center of the battle seemed to have returned to the two counts. Of course. My lady, Nazir's voice became low, but his eyes did not leave Leespan. I know what seal Count Leespan said to you. It was nothing more than the Archduchess needs to keep the upper and lower ranks in check and maintain the balance of power in Dragon Cloud City. A suzerain marrying a vassal rashly is detrimental to the internal governance of Dragon Cloud City. You cannot entrust your identity and power to Dragon Cloud City, and other such excuses as the reason why you refuse to marry him. Indeed, it is not without reason. I have worked with Seal for many years, and I know better than anyone else that he is not a fool. These worries do exist. Nazir stared at Leespan with a complicated gaze, but when he turned to the Archduchess, his gaze became even more peculiar. I originally did not want to say these words, my lady, Nazir said softly, but you made me suddenly realize that perhaps I should not treat you like a young child who knows nothing. You are, after all, the Archduchess. Saroma thought of something. Leespan furrowed his eyebrows. So, do you think that your marriage is really just like what some people said, to bind the Walton family's power to a certain family in Dragon Cloud City and seize it into our hands? No. Count Nazir spoke softly with slight exhaustion, this is for a higher and more important purpose. Everyone, the next chapter has been coded and edited. It is scheduled to be published at 12:30. I am going to eat. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.